Chapter 45-33. The man in the imperial robe was very blurry, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, since he claimed to be a demon emperor, obviously, he was an existence comparable to an ancient saint emperor. There were not many demon emperors in the era of the titled gods. There was a famous demon emperor, and everyone should know about him. He was the demon emperor Tai Yi. He was the demon emperor who built the heavenly court with the demon emperor Di Jun. There were also some other demon emperors, such as the Golden Rock Demon Emperor, the Sacred Battle Demon Emperor, and the Myriad Demon Emperor. They were all famous demon emperors in history. Of course, there were definitely some demon emperors. After all, there was a lot of missing history after the era of the titled gods. How is this possible? How are you still able to manifest yourself? When it saw the demon emperor, the foreign creature roared in shock. It could not even believe what it saw. The demon emperor looked at the foreign creature with an indifferent expression. Then, his body turned into a dazzling beam of light and shot towards the foreign creature. The foreign creature had a gloomy expression. It was very powerful, even when facing the demon emperor's attack. It still appeared very calm. This foreign creature also struck out with a palm, blasting towards the demon emperor. Bang! Then, when the two terrifying existences collided, a terrifying scene appeared. The surrounding void was torn apart. The laws of the undying world were so powerful that their attacks could actually crack the void of the undying world. From this, it could be seen how unbelievably powerful the attacks of these two people were. Lin Feng was also very shocked. The demon emperor was indeed a demon emperor. Even though it was only an illusory figure that appeared. It was also ridiculously powerful. Bang! 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 The demon emperor and the foreign creature fought fiercely. Both sides collided again and again. Every time they collided, earth-shaking sounds of violent collisions could be heard. After all, the demon emperor was only an illusory figure of the golden seal. Therefore, it could not exist for long. After a series of battles, the demon emperor's strength had begun to decline greatly. Lin Feng also noticed this situation. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that he had to leave quickly. If he did not leave now, he would not be able to escape later. After Lin Feng put away his Dharma treasure, he quickly rushed outside. The foreign creature wanted to stop Lin Feng, but he was held back by the demon emperor. Damn it! The foreign creature couldn't help but roar angrily, sending a palm strike at the demon emperor. Lin Feng rushed into the passage and quickly left. After a short time, Lin Feng sensed a gloomy and terrifying qi behind him. "It's chasing after me," Lin Feng frowned. The foreign cultivators were chasing after them. It should have already destroyed the demon emperor demon empress. The foreign creature's speed was inconceivably fast. Lin Feng could clearly sense that the terrifying cultivator was getting closer and closer to him. Lin Feng used his speed to increase the speed of the deployment spell. But even so, the foreign creatures were still quickly approaching him. The main reason was because the foreign creature's strength was too great. So, the foreign creature's speed was also very fast. When Lin Feng was about 200 to 300 meters away from the exit, he was caught up by the foreign creature. The foreign creature appeared and said with a sinister smile, "Kid, you're dead. I'm going to eat your flesh and blood." As soon as he said that, the foreign creature pounced at Lin Feng. When the foreign creature pounced at Lin Feng, its speed also reached the peak. This guy's speed could actually increase again. Lin Feng could not help but be extremely shocked. The other side's creatures grasped some extremely strange and terrifying methods. No wonder when the foreign creatures invaded this era suffered such heavy losses. It was mainly because these foreign creatures were too powerful. They were so powerful that it made one's heart tremble. Heaven patching technique. When the foreign creature pounced at him, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique in time. His body disappeared in advance. Swoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng was already outside the cave when he appeared again. The foreign creature missed. The foreign creature wanted to rush out of the cave to chase after Lin Feng. But at this moment, runes surrounded the entrance of the cave. The foreign creature's body collided with the runes and was immediately bounced back by the runes. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could finally heave a sigh of relief. The foreign creature seemed to have been sealed in the cave. Could it be a large foreign creature sealed by a certain expert who died in the cave? Or was it another expert? Lin Feng could not figure it out. He looked at the golden seal. This golden seal definitely hid a huge secret. But Lin Feng also knew that this was not the time to explore the secret of the golden seal. He had to leave the blood-colored mountain range first. Lin Feng walked out of the blood-colored mountain range and met up with the snow lady outside. Seeing Lin Feng come out safely, the snow lady was very happy. "Did you get anything?" the snow lady asked. "Of course. And I got a lot. Let's go back and talk," Lin Feng said. "Okay." The snow lady nodded. At the same time, Xia family village. Many children were sitting in the 5 ancient cauldrons and tempering their bodies. At this moment, dozens of cultivators flew over from afar. "Young master, look. The 5 ancient cauldrons in the village have 5 golden dragons. They are really extraordinary. The 5 ancient cauldrons are definitely precious treasures." Suddenly, a cultivator pointed at the Xia family village. "These mountain villages actually have such precious treasures. It's like casting pearls before swine." The young master in the lead looked at the 5 ancient cauldrons with a shocked expression. Then, the group of people quickly flew towards the Xia family village and hovered above it. Seeing the sudden appearance of the group of people of the Xia family village were naturally terrified. Although they had a certain level of strength, there was still a huge gap between them and these top experts. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were a bunch of ants. "Hand over the 5 ancient cauldrons," a cultivator said. This person was called Zhongshu. He was an emperor-level cultivator. Although he was not very powerful, he was clearly not someone the people of the Xia family village could compare to. Naturally, the young master did not need to do something as trivial as collecting the 5 ancient cauldrons. Exalted immortals, although these 5 ancient cauldrons are passed down from our ancestors, they can only be used to temper the body. They have no other use. "Please be magnanimous," the old village chief said with a pleading expression. "How dare you call these supreme-grade body-tempering immortal cauldrons ordinary cauldrons? Even immortals can use these ancient cauldrons," the young master in the lead said indifferently. "Old thing. Hurry up and hand over the 5 ancient cauldrons. If you don't hand them over, do you think I won't destroy your village?" Zhongshu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 45-34. These people were naturally the type to kill without batting an eyelid. Therefore, when he heard that these people wanted to kill him, the old village chief's expression changed drastically. When the old village chief was young, he had gone out to train for a period of time, so he knew how ruthless these people were. Therefore, even though he did not want to hand over the 5 ancient cauldrons, however, for the lives of the entire village, the old village chief had no choice but to do so. "Hand it over, we'll hand it over," the old village chief said. "Grandfather, village chief." Many people looked at the old village chief. The ancient cauldrons were extraordinary, perhaps they could change the fate of many children. Naturally, they did not want to hand over the ancient cauldrons. "Don't say any more, hand over the ancient cauldrons," the old village chief berated, afraid that these villagers would say something wrong and suffer a calamity. These people would kill at the slightest disagreement. How could they give them a chance to explain? Many people gritted their teeth in hatred. However, no one had any other choice. They could only do as the old village chief said. The children who were soaking in the medicinal bath jumped out of the ancient cauldrons. Then, the 5 ancient cauldrons were collected by the leading young master. Then, this group of people quickly left. After leaving the village, the leading young master said, "These 5 ancient cauldrons are extraordinary. Why would such villagers have such ancient cauldrons? There is something fishy about this. If some experts in their clan joined the outside forces or if some talented people were traveling outside, it would be an unstable factor. Zhongshu, go and get rid of them. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all. Yes, this subordinate will go and get rid of those lowly people," Zhongshu said and quickly left the group. Not long after, Zhongshu returned to the village. Old village chief, that person is here again. Someone saw Zhongshu and said loudly. The old village chief led a group of people out. The ancient cauldrons have been handed over to you. Is there anything else? The old village chief asked. Zhongshu laughed sinisterly and said, the ancient cauldrons are not bad, our young master likes them very much. In order to thank you all, our young master asked me to come and send off your entire village. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Zhongshu rushed towards the old village chief and the others and slammed his palm over. All of you, escape. Escape as many people as you can, the old village chief shouted loudly. Then, he rushed towards Zhongshu. The old village chief also slapped Zhongshu. Bang! Both sides fiercely clashed with their palms. The old village chief was directly sent flying, vomiting a large mouthful of blood in midair. Old chief, let's fight it out with him. Many people saw that the village chief was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Their eyes turned blood red. They rushed forward, wanting to fight Zhongshu to the death. Hurry up and leave. Do you want to see your village destroyed? The old village head shouted at the top of his lungs. He charged at Zhongshu again. The old village head's body began to burn. He was burning his own source to increase his combat strength. This was the only method the old village chief could think of. He wanted to use this method to increase his combat strength. Then, he would stall Zhongshu and buy time for the others. Let's go, the other villagers said with tears in their eyes. Someone pulled back Xia Zongshan and Xia Zongjuan, who had rushed forward to fight Zhongshu. Tell them not to throw their lives away. The old village head was once again sent flying by Zhongshu and couldn't help but vomit blood again. Even if the old village chief burned his origin, he was no match for Zhongshu. Old man, if you want to play, I'll slowly play you to death. However, the others won't be able to escape. Zhongshu's face revealed a sinister expression. He waved his hand. A dense swarm of poisonous insects flew out. Those poisonous insects turned out to be a type of flying spider. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There were countless of them. Those poisonous insects pounced on the villagers of Xia village. Does the heavens want my Xia village to be destroyed? The old village chief cried out in grief. Screams of agony could be heard one after another. Many people had already been pounced on by the swarm of insects and were eaten to the bone. The old village chief was sent flying by Zhongshu again. His injuries had worsened. The old village chief could clearly feel that he couldn't hold on much longer. The situation, it was extremely bad. The Xia village could be destroyed at any moment. At that moment, a cluster of flames burned in the air. Then, the cluster of flames grew bigger and bigger. Very quickly, they surged in all directions like they were blotting out the sky. The flames burned fiercely. A large number of poisonous insects were burned to ashes. Zhongshu, who was about to kill the old village chief, saw this scene and his face became extremely gloomy. Who is it? Zhongshu said coldly. It's me. A cold voice came from behind Zhongshu. Zhongshu turned around and saw a young cultivator who had appeared out of nowhere. This young cultivator was Lin Feng, who had just returned to the Xia village. You're courting death. When Zhongshu saw how young Lin Feng was, he already had a look of disdain. He attacked Lin Feng with his palm. Lin Feng waved his right hand and a sword aura surged out. Poochie. That sword aura directly cut off Zhongshu's arm. Blood immediately spurted out. Ah! Zhongshu let out an incomparably shrill scream. You, who are you? I'm young Master Yuanshan's man. If you dare to kill me, young Master Yuanshan won't let you go. Zhongshu looked at Lin Feng in horror. He used young Master Yuanshan to scare Lin Feng. Who is young Master Yuanshan? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Zhongshu was slightly stunned. This kid in front of him had not heard of young Master Yuanshan. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Of course. Zhongshu did not dare to say these words out loud. He said, young Master Yuanshan is the son of Supreme Lord Yu Mo, one of the top 10 wandering cultivators in the Xin domain. Do you know how powerful my background is? If you let me go now, you can still live. Otherwise, you're dead meat, Zhongshu said. So what if I kill you? I'll kill you first, then I'll kill that young master Yuanshan. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he slashed out with his sword aura. A popping sound could be heard. Zhong Shu was cut in half by Lin Feng. Lin Feng then flew towards the old village chief. Snow Lady was also saving the other villagers. Thank goodness young master came back in time. Otherwise, our Xia village would have been destroyed. The old village chief said weakly. His fire of life was already on the verge of death. Lin Feng said, "Old village chief, don't say anything else. I'll help you treat your injuries. My heart meridian was broken just now. I've been holding on for so long. I can't hold on anymore. Young master, I know you're a good person. After I die, can you help me take care of the people of Xia village?" The old village chief looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. "Grandpa, you won't die, old village chief, you'll be fine," Xia Zongshan, Xia Zongjuan, and many other villagers said sorrowfully. Chapter 45-35. The villagers were very dependent on the old village chief, and the old village chief was also a person of virtue and prestige in the hearts of the villagers. Therefore, everyone hoped that the old village chief could live a good life. However, most of the time, it was not about what you wanted. What could you do? Lin Feng tried to use the Great Fate technique to change the old village chief's fate. However, Lin Feng failed. Some people's fates could be changed. Some people's fates could not be changed. For example, Yuan Tian's fate could be changed. This was because one only needed to change Yuan Tian's life aura and innate fate to change Yuan Tian's fate. However, the old village chief was different. Now, Lin Feng wanted to change the old village chief's fate, which was equivalent to bringing a dead person back to life. Naturally, the Great Fate technique could not do this. It was estimated that no one could do this because this was too heaven-defying. "I will take good care of them," Lin Feng said. "Thank you, Lin Gongzi." The old village chief looked at Lin Feng gratefully. Then, he looked at his two grandsons, Xia Zongshan and Xia Zongjuan. "Zongshan, Zongjuan, you must listen to Lin Gongzi in the future," the old village chief said. Now, he was most worried about his two grandsons. When they were 3 years old, their parents died tragically. Then, he raised the two brothers. The relationship between grandfather and grandson was too deep. The two brothers shed tears and said in unison, "We will listen to Lin Gongzi. Grandfather, you will definitely get better." The old village chief revealed a trace of a smile. After saying his last words, he closed his eyes and lost all signs of life. "Grandfather, grandfather, old village chief." Seeing the old village chief die, many people cried sorrowfully. Lin Feng stood up and stood together with the Snow Lady, watching these people cry for the old village chief's death. They could not help but feel a sense of sadness in their hearts. The old village chief died tragically to save everyone. This made Lin Feng think of his third uncle, Lin Xiong. Didn't his third uncle die tragically to save him? When he died, not even his bones remained. He had killed Dugu Outyan back then. However, the dead third uncle could not be resurrected. This had always been the pain in Lin Feng's heart. In addition, Lin Feng could do nothing when he saw Huarihan die tragically in order to save him. There was also Huang Linger's death. Back then, he wanted to save Huang Linger so badly, but he failed. This was the pain in Lin Feng's heart. It wasn't just Lin Feng. The Snow Maidens had also experienced far too many life and death separations. Now that he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel sorrowful and sad. Other than the old village chief, there were more than 20 villagers who had died tragically. These dead villagers were all buried by everyone. Lin Feng found a villager and asked him about what had happened. Lin Feng understood the ins and outs of the situation. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown deeply. An ordinary man is innocent. Treasures arouse the envy of others. The tragedy of Xia family village was caused by the possession of 5 ancient cauldrons. Generally speaking, cultivators wouldn't pass by a place like Xia family village. Even if cultivators passed by, they wouldn't pay attention to an ordinary mountain village. But this time, it was a coincidence. When young Master Yuanshan and his group passed by, Xia family village was using the 5 ancient cauldrons to temper the children's bodies. That was why the tragedy happened. But what made Lin Feng the most angry was that this young master Yuanshan was too ruthless. The 5 ancient cauldrons had already been handed over to you. Just leave after obtaining the ancient cauldrons. Why did he send people to massacre the village? Young Master Yuanshan really deserved to die. I'll cut off young Master Yuanshan's head and sacrifice it to the old village chief and the others, Lin Feng said. His heart was burning with anger. Firstly, it was because of young Master Yuanshan. Secondly, it was because of himself. If he hadn't promised the old village chief to repair the 5 ancient cauldrons for Xia family village, would today's incident have happened? If he and the snow maidens had returned earlier, would today's incident have happened? Lin Feng blamed himself. He was also very angry. He wanted to kill. He wanted to kill like never before. I'll go with you, the snow maidens said. Lin Feng said, you stay behind and take care of Xia family village. I alone am enough. The snow maidens understood Lin Feng's current feelings. Hearing Lin Feng's words, she nodded and said, okay. Then you be careful. Lin Feng nodded and flew in the direction the villager had pointed out. That direction was the direction young Master Yuanshan was heading towards. Even these villagers knew of young Master Yuanshan's reputation. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary young Master Yuanshan was. Lin Feng also understood some things about young Master Yuanshan from the villagers. For example, young Master Yuanshan's father was one of the top 10 wandering cultivators in Xin domain. Young Master Yuanshan's own cultivation was also unfathomable and so on. But Lin Feng didn't care about all these. He only had one thought, and that was to kill young Master Yuanshan and let him accompany the old village chief and the others in death. Sky Mountain City. One of the famous ancient cities in Xin domain. Young Master Yuanshan was currently in Sky Mountain City. This time, young Master Yuanshan came to Sky Mountain City to participate in a gathering. This gathering was organized by one of the top 10 beauties in the Undying Realm, Fairy Hua Lingxian. Hua Lingxian's background was extremely extraordinary. It was said that Hua Lingxian was a holy spirit that was born from a celestial flower. Not only was she powerful, she also had a peerless appearance. Among the top 10 fairies, she was one of the best. Countless people adored Hua Lingxian, and countless people did not hesitate to cross several regions in order to see Hua Lingxian. The reason why Hua Lingxian organized this gathering in Xin domain. It was said that Hua Lingxian was born in Xin domain. Back then, Hua Lingxian was born from a celestial flower. The supreme demon empress of the demon race, Demon Empress Feng Shi, passed by. When she saw the celestial flower, she picked it. Later on, Hua Lingxian was born from the celestial flower. And Demon Empress Feng Shi took Hua Lingxian as her disciple. Hua Lingxian cultivated for 300 years, but her cultivation was unfathomable. It was said that she was undefeated against some of the 8 great young masters. From this, it could be seen how powerful Hua Lingxian's cultivation was. Of course, no matter how powerful Hua Lingxian was, she was only a junior. The truly terrifying one was her master, Demon Empress Feng Shi. It was said that Demon Empress Feng Shi was an extremely ancient existence. The Undying Realm's demon race had 3 sovereigns and 1 empress. All of them were at the true immortal realm. The 3 sovereigns and 1 empress were all extremely ancient. Their cultivation was exceedingly high. In addition, Demon Empress Feng Shi was transformed from a phoenix. That made Demon Empress Feng Shi even more terrifying. This was because everyone knew that the phoenix race was very powerful. It was one of the strongest bloodlines in the demon race. Moreover, the Phoenix Nirvana technique was unparalleled. Therefore, countless people wanted to marry Hua Lingxian. It wasn't just because Hua Lingxian was beautiful. Many people also valued the powerful faction behind Hua Lingxian. Chapter 45-36. This time, many top geniuses came to the gathering held by Hua Lingxian. Because the matter in the extreme north had caused a huge commotion, especially after the news of Lin Baiqian's son, Lin Feng, had spread, it caused a huge uproar. and the extreme north was right next to the Sin realm. As a result, many people came to the Sin realm to inquire about Lin Feng. Only they themselves knew why those powers were inquiring about Lin Feng. But it was obvious that most of them wanted to capture Lin Feng and go to Crown Prince Di Wudao in exchange for rewards. As for the top experts of the younger generation of the Undying Realm, they also wanted to suppress Lin Feng. They wanted to let Lin Feng know how powerful the experts of the younger generation of the Undying Realm were. They wanted to let Lin Feng know that Lin Feng did not have the qualifications to behave atrociously in the Undying Realm. The Heaven Peak Tower was the largest restaurant in the Heaven Peak city. People came and went, and it was extremely lively. But today, because of the gathering of the young geniuses of the Undying Realm, the Heaven Peak Tower was no longer open for business. They only served the young geniuses who came to the gathering. A large number of cultivators rushed over. Those who were able to participate in this gathering were all extraordinary. They all had powerful forces behind them. Even if they didn't have a powerful force. But they often had extremely terrifying cultivations. However, ordinary geniuses did not have the qualifications to reach the top floor. The Heaven Peak Tower had a total of 7 floors, and the top floor referred to the 7th floor. This was the place where the top geniuses gathered. There weren't many people, only a few dozen of them. Young Master Yuanshan was a worldly immortal stage cultivator, although there was still a huge gap between him and the 8 great young masters of the Undying Realm. But in reality, young Master Yuanshan was already one of the best among the younger generation. Because young Master Yuanshan had cultivated until now. It had only been 400 years. He hadn't cultivated for long, so being able to break through to the worldly immortal stage was naturally extraordinary. One after another, a few top-notch young masters arrived and walked towards the 7th floor. I heard that young Master Ming Yu is also in the Sin realm. I wonder if young Master Ming Yu will come? A cultivator said. Young Master Ming Yu was one of the 8 great young masters of the Undying Realm. At such a young age, his cultivation was heaven-defying. His every move naturally attracted attention. I don't think so, because the 8th-level palace has deep enmity with the demons, another cultivator said. The Bag Palace is the supporter of Crown Prince Di Wudao, and Di Wudao is the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Court. The relationship between the Heavenly Court and the monster race is indeed terrible. They were like fire and water. It's normal for young Master Ming Yu to not come, another cultivator said. It is said that young Master Xing Yu is also in the Sin domain, another cultivator said. Then, someone said, "Brother, you are too ill-informed. Young Master Xing Yu has already left the Sin domain, obviously. Although there were many Gongzi in the Undying Realm. However, the top young masters were still the 8 great young masters. Young Master Ming Yu and young Master Xing Yu were among the 8 great young masters. As for young Master Yuanshan, compared to young Master Ming Yu, young Master Xing Yu was much weaker. Young Master Shui Yu has arrived." Just at this moment, a commotion came from outside. A man wearing a green robe stepped into the Heavenly Peak Tower. He was a very handsome young master, but his eyes were very scary. It was a pair of eyes that could make people sink into them. If anyone looked into those eyes, they would definitely sink into them and be unable to extricate themselves. Behind young Master Shui Yu was the famous 9 Underworld Devil Palace in the Undying Realm. This was a top force of the Devil Dao. Young Master Shui Yu was one of the 8 great young masters of the Undying Realm. His Devil Dao was monstrous, and no one dared to provoke him. Now that young Master Shui Yu had appeared, it naturally caused quite a stir. Many people came forward to greet him. However, young Master Shui Yu's expression was indifferent. He did not care about the people around him, but the surrounding geniuses did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Young Master Shui Yu was too powerful. No one dared to offend him. Young Master Shui Yu arrived at the 7th floor. When he arrived, there were already dozens of cultivators gathered here. Many of their expressions changed when they saw young Master Shui Yu. Young Master Shui Yu was definitely a terrifying existence. I heard that Fairy was in the Heavenly Peak City, so I hurried over. I am extremely happy to see Fairy here. Young Master Shui Yu said with a smile. Young Master Shui Yu was a cold and emotionless person. However, this did not mean that young Master Shui Yu did not like women. On the contrary, young Master Shui Yu never lacked women. As long as he took a fancy to a woman, he would do all he could to get her. Many people knew that young Master Shui Yu was pursuing Hua Lingxian. However, Hua Lingxian had never agreed to his request. The Devil Dao and the Devil Dao had a closer relationship. Therefore, even if she did not agree to his request, Hua Lingxian could not completely cut off her relationship with him. After all, there were many opportunities for them to meet. So it's young Master Shui Yu. Please take a seat. Hua Lingxian smiled. She was wearing a light blue dress. Many beautiful flowers were embroidered on it. She looked like a flower fairy, full of immortal energy and spiritual energy. Looking at her more than once would make people feel like they were blaspheming her. This was Hua Lingxian, a fairy born from an immortal flower. She was so otherworldly and beautiful. Young Master Shui Yu sat on the first seat on the left. He smiled faintly and asked, "What was everyone talking about earlier?" A genius said, "We were talking about Lin Baitian's son, Lin Feng." Young Master Shui Yu said indifferently, "I came here for him. I heard that he has the undying sinner's blood. I want to use his undying sinner's blood to refine an immortal pill." The corners of many people's mouths twitched when they heard young Master Shui Yu's words. Refining humans into pills was a taboo, even more so in the undying world. Even if someone did it in private, no one would openly talk about it. However, young Master Shui Yu had said it without hesitation. From this, one could see how arrogant he was. Young Master Yuanshan's relationship with young Master Yu was pretty good. That was because young Master Yuanshan's father was also an expert of the Devil Path. It was normal for Devil Path experts to interact with each other. That was why young Master Yuanshan and young Master Yu had known each other for a long time. Young Master Yuanshan said, "I've also heard about Lin Feng. I heard that he obtained the Hu Yi bow and the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman and slaughtered his way through the extreme north. However, according to what I know, his cultivation realm isn't very high. Back then, he was only able to release the Hu Yi bow's power because of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. But that was a coincidence. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman sensed the Hu Yi bow's aura and automatically awakened. Normally, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to use the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, so he wouldn't be able to release the Hu Yi bow's power. Without the Hu Yi bow, what is Lin Feng? There's no need for Brother Shui Yu to take action. All you need to do is send a subordinate to deal with Lin Feng. For Brother Shui Yu to personally take action is an insult to you." Chapter 45-37. Lin Feng stood outside the Heaven Peak Tower and looked in its direction. The Heaven Peak Tower was guarded by guards, so not everyone was qualified to enter. If ordinary cultivators wanted to enter, they would definitely be ordered to retreat by the guards outside. Lin Feng walked towards the Heaven Peak Tower. The guards saw that Lin Feng had an extraordinary bearing, so they did not stop Lin Feng and interrogate him. There were many geniuses in the Heaven Peak Tower. Many of them were gathered together and chatting. Some were talking about the top-notch geniuses. Some were talking about Lin Feng. After entering the Heaven Peak Tower, Lin Feng heard many people talking about him. However, it was clear that no one here recognized him. The number of cultivators who had gone to the extreme north was not high, and most of them were powerful cultivators. There were only a few young cultivators who had gone to the extreme north. Generally, the great clans and powers would not allow their young cultivators to go to a dangerous place like the extreme north. "Brother, do you know where young Master Yuanshan is?" Lin Feng stopped a cultivator and asked. "Young Master Yuanshan? He's in a private room on the 7th floor. Brother, how should I address you? Do you know young Master Yuanshan?" The cultivator looked at Lin Feng in surprise, as if he wanted Lin Feng to introduce him to young Master Yuanshan. Lin Feng ignored him and walked towards the 7th floor. "If you don't want to introduce him, then don't." Leaving without saying a word, what a rude guy. Seeing Lin Feng leave, the cultivator couldn't help but mutter. Ordinary people would not dare to casually come up to the 7th floor unless they were qualified to do so. Otherwise, They would only be humiliating themselves. They were all people with status. Naturally, they would not do something like humiliating themselves. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived in front of the private room on the 7th floor. When Lin Feng arrived, he heard someone say, "You're here. I've heard about Lin Feng. I heard that he obtained the Hu Yi bow and the ancestral Magus jade talisman, slaughtering everyone in the north. But as far as I know, his cultivation level isn't very high. I was only able to release the power of the Hu Yi bow with the help of the ancestral Magus jade talisman, but that was a coincidence. The ancestral Magus jade talisman awakened on its own after sensing the power of the Hu Yi bow. Normally, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to use the ancestral Magus jade talisman, so he wouldn't be able to release the power of the Hu Yi bow. If he can't bring out the full power of the Hu Yi bow, who does Lin Feng think he is? There's no need for Brother Yu Shui to personally take action. You only need to send a subordinate to deal with Lin Feng. For Brother Yu Shui to personally take action is an insult to you. Lin Feng heard young Master Yuanshan's words. Just as young Master Yuanshan's voice fell, another person spoke out, "That's right, who does Lin Feng think he is? What qualifications does a mere descendant of a sinner's blood have to fight against Brother Yu Shui? Brother Shui, you can kill him in 3 moves. Soon after, a few more people agreed. Each and every one of them looked down on Lin Feng. Then, they began to flatter young Master Shui. Young Master Shui was naturally proud of himself. Everyone had their vanity. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they all had their vanity. Young Master Shui was no exception. He was no exception. He also had his vanity. So when he heard everyone's flattery, young Master Shui had a smug expression. At this moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. Everyone turned to look at the entrance and saw a young cultivator walk in. A human cultivator? Many people frowned. The human race truly didn't have many experts in recent years, and the number of peak experts of the younger generation was even fewer. So everyone began to mutter to themselves. They didn't know who this human cultivator was. Who is this person? Someone asked. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Of the dozens of people present, not a single one recognized Lin Feng. "Young master, have you also come for this gathering?" Hua Lingxian asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "I've come to find someone." "Who are you looking for, young master?" Hua Lingxian asked in astonishment. "Young Master Yuanshan." Lin Feng said. "You're looking for me?" Young Master Yuanshan was astonished. He truly didn't remember knowing such a human cultivator. He also didn't have any enmity with such a human cultivator. However, young Master Yuanshan didn't think much of Lin Feng because Lin Feng was too young. "Why are you looking for me?" Young Master Yuanshan looked at Lin Feng with contempt. "Do you still remember what happened in the mountain village?" Lin Feng asked. "What happened in the mountain village? You're from that mountain village? I was wondering why Zhongshu didn't come back to report. Could it be that you killed him?" Young Master Yuanshan's expression couldn't help but turn gloomy. It seemed that Zhongshu had been killed by Lin Feng. Zhongshu's death didn't affect young Master Yuanshan much, but young Master Yuanshan was furious. After all, one had to look at the owner before beating a dog. In young Master Yuanshan's eyes, Lin Feng's killing of Zhongshu was a disgrace to him. "That guy was called Zhongshu? I did kill him." Lin Feng sneered. "Brat, you dare to kill my people? Who gave you the guts?" Young Master Yuanshan looked at Lin Feng with a cold glint in his eyes. He didn't wait for Lin Feng's answer and asked coldly, "Are you here to avenge the dead villagers? Or to ask for the 5 cauldrons?" "I'm here to kill you," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Ha ha ha, you're here to kill me? What a joke." Young Master Yuanshan burst into laughter after hearing Lin Feng's words. Many shook their heads and looked at Lin Feng with a playful gaze. They naturally didn't think that Lin Feng had the strength to kill young Master Yuanshan. In their eyes, the difference between Lin Feng and young Master Yuanshan was like the difference between heaven and earth. Lin Feng walked toward young Master Yuanshan. He had already decided to kill young Master Yuanshan. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let young Master Yuanshan off. You really don't know the difference between life and death. Do you think you can jump around in front of me just because you have some strength? Young Master Yuanshan looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Everyone present was a peak expert of the younger generation. Although young Master Yuanshan's cultivation wasn't weak, he couldn't be considered a peak expert here. However, young Master Yuanshan was secretly delighted. He could show off in front of a group of peak experts. Naturally, this was a matter of pride for him. Young Master Yuanshan glanced at young Master Xueyu from the corner of his eyes. He noticed that young Master Xueyu was watching the conflict with interest. Young Master Yuanshan felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. There weren't many chances to show off in front of a peak expert like young Master Xueyu. Kneel. Young Master Yuanshan stood up and shouted coldly. A powerful aura surged out and suppressed Lin Feng. Young Master Yuanshan wanted to suppress Lin Feng and make Lin Feng kneel before him. Chapter 4538. Young Master Yuanshan wanted to show off in front of everyone. But things didn't go as he wished. When young Master Yuanshan emitted a powerful aura that suppressed Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was completely fine. What a bunch of clowns, Lin Feng calmly said these 4 words. These 4 words were like a sharp sword that fiercely pierced young Master Yuanshan's heart. Now, young Master Yuanshan felt that his face was burning with pain. Because young Master Yuanshan thought that Lin Feng was easy to deal with. Wasn't crushing Lin Feng as easy as crushing an ant? So he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng in front of so many people. He wanted to show off in front of so many people. But who knew that he couldn't show off? Instead, he was ridiculed by Lin Feng. Especially after hearing the words jumping clown, young Master Yuanshan felt the anger in his body burning fiercely. I want your life. Young Master Yuanshan jumped out and punched towards Lin Feng. Young Master Yuanshan failed to show off in front of everyone. Plus, after being ridiculed by Lin Feng, he became angry from embarrassment. So, now, young Master Yuanshan only wanted to quickly kill Lin Feng. Facing young Master Yuanshan's punch, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He also punched out. Bang! In the next moment, accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and young Master Yuanshan's fists fiercely collided. Young Master Yuanshan immediately looked as if he was struck by lightning. In midair, he directly spat out a large mouthful of blood. With a plop, he fell to the ground. Lin Feng's figure flashed. As if he had teleported, he appeared in front of young Master Yuanshan and stepped on his chest. This kid is actually so strong. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Young Master Yuanshan was a human immortal. This level was considered an extremely powerful existence in the younger generation. But young Master Yuanshan. Unexpectedly, this young human cultivator had defeated him with a single move. This was too inconceivable. This meant that this young human cultivator was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. My eyes were blind just now, this was what many people were thinking. Who are you? How can an expert like you appear in a small mountain village? Young Master Yuanshan shouted in disbelief. He began to struggle. However, he was stepped on by Lin Feng. He couldn't break free at all. It was a great humiliation. What a great humiliation! Young Master Yuanshan was also a high and mighty figure. Now, he was actually being stepped on by someone else. The humiliation he suffered today made young Master Yuanshan feel like he was better off dead. Lin Feng didn't answer young Master Yuanshan. Instead, he looked at young Master Yuanshan coldly and said, "When you wantonly trample on other people's lives, did you ever think that one day you would be trampled under someone else's foot? Are you talking about those untouchables? Is there a need to shed all pretense of cordiality with me over a bunch of untouchables? My father is exalted Lord you fiend. Think carefully. If you dare touch me, my father won't let you off," young Master Yuanshan said coldly. He even brought up his father, exalted Lord you fiend. He wanted to use exalted Lord you fiend to intimidate Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't care about young Master Yuanshan's threat. He sneered. So what if you're exalted Lord you fiend? Even if your father is the heavenly emperor, He can't save you now. Lin Feng was about to kill young Master Yuanshan. At this time, young Master Yuanshan shouted, "Young Master Shuiyu, save me, brat." "Stop!" young Master Shuiyu said when he heard young Master Yuanshan's cry for help. Young Master Shuiyu and young Master Yuanshan had been friends for many years. In addition, Exalted Lord Yu Fiend had a deep relationship with 9 Underworld Palace. Therefore, young Master Shuiyu naturally had to help young Master Yuanshan. However, Lin Feng didn't care about Shuiyu. He slashed out a beam of sword energy. Pucci young Master Yuanshan's head was chopped off by Lin Feng. Heavens, this brat really killed young Master Yuanshan. Who is this guy? Not only did he not give young Master Shuiyu face, he doesn't seem to be afraid of Exalted Lord Yu Fiend. I don't know. He looks very unfamiliar. This is my first time seeing him. Many cultivators in the private room began to discuss. Young Master Shuiyu's expression turned extremely ugly. As one of the 8 great young masters of the Undying World, he had no choice. Who would dare to not give him face? However, Lin Feng dared to. This was the first time young Master Shuiyu had lost face in front of so many people. Therefore, he was extremely furious. He looked at Lin Feng with killing intent. Lin Feng naturally didn't guess what young Master Shuiyu was thinking. He didn't care about what young Master Shuiyu was thinking. Today, no one could stop him from killing young Master Yuanshan. Lin Feng kept young Master Yuanshan's head. Then, he flicked his finger. A cluster of flames flew out and burned young Master Yuanshan's body to ashes. I apologize for disturbing everyone. Allow me to offer you 3 cups of wine as an apology. Lin Feng picked up the wine bottle and cup on the table beside him and poured 3 cups of wine, downing them all in one gulp. He then cupped his fists and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded. "Did I say you could leave?" The person who spoke was none other than young Master Shuiyu. Young Master Shuiyu was a vicious and merciless person. He would kill anyone who disagreed with him. He had done this many times. Therefore, no one dared to provoke him now. However, this time, Lin Feng hadn't given young Master Shuiyu any face and had thoroughly angered him. Since young Master Shuiyu wanted to kill Lin Feng, he naturally wouldn't let Lin Feng leave. What? Is something the matter? Lin Feng glanced at young Master Shuiyu indifferently. When Lin Feng had entered the Heaven Peak Tower, he had heard many people talking about young Master Shuiyu. He knew that this person was one of the 8 young masters of the Undying World. He was as famous as young Master Ming Yu and young Master Xing Yu. But so what? Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the Emperor realm, his battle strength had increased greatly. Furthermore, he had many treasures on him. Did he have to be afraid of this person? "Brat, do you know what you've just done?" Young Master Shuiyu said coldly. "Killing?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "I told you to stop." Young Master Shuiyu said coldly. "Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are?" Lin Feng replied indifferently. Young Master Shuiyu's eyes flashed coldly. He sneered. "Interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen someone who doesn't know life from death in front of me. Brat, I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel on the ground and lick young Master Yuanshan's blood clean. Then, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll take your dog life today." Author's note: recently, I've been writing for more than 10 hours every day. I'm seriously overloaded. My body is exhausted. This is the second update today. I'm going to the hospital to see a doctor later. Chapter 4539. Hearing young Master Shuiyu's words, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Then, many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. Young Master Shuiyu really knew how to humiliate people. In everyone's opinion, Lin Feng had no choice at all. Lin Feng had indeed displayed extraordinary battle strength. However, he was nothing compared to young Master Shuiyu. As one of the 8 young masters of the Undying World, young Master Shuiyu's cultivation was at the top of the Undying World's younger generation. The number of young experts who could contend against him could be counted on one hand. But Lin Feng wasn't one of those young cultivators. Even now, no one knew who Lin Feng was or where he came from. So what if Lin Feng could kill young Master Yuanshan? He was still an ant in front of young Master Shui Yu. Lin Feng looked at young Master Shui Yu indifferently and said, "What a joke. Do you think everyone in the world will listen to you? Don't you know your own worth? Do you think you're invincible just because you've been praised? Don't forget that you're only somewhat famous among the younger generation. There are countless people who can kill you. I'm very curious, where do you get the courage to be so arrogant? Don't you know how to write the words asking for humiliation?" Lin Feng's poisonous tongue was too powerful. Thus, when he heard Lin Feng's words, the corner of young Master Shui Yu's mouth twitched. Young Master Shui Yu had never been mocked like this before. Thus, young Master Shui Yu was incomparably furious. His killing intent soared. Young Master Shui Yu stood up and sneered. "Since you want to die, I can fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Shui Yu stood up and walked toward Lin Feng. His eyes flashed with killing intent. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. "Haha, you're too full of yourself. This is a gathering place, not a place for a life and death battle. Let's go somewhere else. I'll personally cut off your head," Lin Feng said coldly. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the surrounding cultivators could not help but mutter. Because Lin Feng dared to provoke young noble Shui Yu. That didn't seem normal. Lin Feng clearly knew young Master Shui Yu's identity. Since Lin Feng knew of young Master Shui Yu's identity, then he would be able to tell. He knew how powerful young Master Shui Yu was. Lin Feng did not place such a powerful existence in his eyes at all. What did this mean? This meant that Lin Feng did not place young Master Shui Yu in his eyes. Could it be that this brat had some hidden and terrifying methods? Many people thought to themselves. Apart from this reason, no one could think of any other reason. "Alright, let's go to the central plaza and have a battle to the death," young Master Shui Yu said indifferently. At this moment, Hua Lingxian said, "Young lords, why fight to the death over such a small matter? Wouldn't it be better to sit down and drink a cup of wine and forget all enmity with a smile? Wouldn't that be a wonderful story?" Hua Lingxian was actually helping Lin Feng. She knew how powerful young Master Shui Yu was. Lin Feng was definitely not a match for young Master Shui Yu. Hua Lingxian had a few friends from the human race. Therefore, she had always had a good impression of humans. Therefore, Hua Lingxian wanted to save Lin Feng's life. Young Master Shui Yu said, "Fairy, I'm only killing this brat because he's courting death. Today, this brat must die. Otherwise, where will I put my face?" Lin Feng also said, "We'll soon find out who's courting death. Today, I'll let you know that there's always someone better out there." Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. How many people would dare to say such words to young Master Shui Yu? They were simply courting death. And everyone knew, when Lin Feng said those words, Lin Feng's expression changed. It would be impossible for him to reconcile with young Master Shui Yu. Hua Lingxian could not help but feel helpless. In the end, she did not say anything. "Let's go. Don't waste my time. After I kill you, I still have many things to take care of." Lin Feng looked indifferently at young Master Shui Yu. Many people smiled bitterly. Lin Feng was too arrogant. Moreover, he did not seem to care about young Master Shui Yu at all. This made everyone feel incredulous. Young Master Shui Yu said coldly, "You're only good at talking. In other aspects, you're pitifully weak." Lin Feng did not refute young Master Shui Yu. He took the lead and left the room. Then, young Master Shui Yu also left the room. "Let's go and take a look." Many people stood up. Then, they walked outside. Although no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances in this battle, however, everyone realized that Lin Feng seemed to have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. That was why Lin Feng was so confident. Therefore, the result of this battle might be unexpected. Seeing the top geniuses walk out of the room on the 7th floor, the Heaven Peak Tower's geniuses were puzzled. They did not know why, but these top geniuses walked out of the room shortly after the gathering started. Lin Feng and young Master Shui Yu left the Heaven Peak Tower. Then, the two of them flew toward the central plaza. Soon, the news of what had happened in the room spread throughout the Heaven Peak Tower. Lin Feng had suddenly appeared and killed young Master Yuan Shan. The conflict between Lin Feng and young Master Shui Yu was also exposed. This caused a huge uproar, and many people were incomparably shocked. Who would have thought that so many things would happen in such a short period of time? Moreover, everyone was guessing Lin Feng's identity. Who was Lin Feng? He actually dared to fight young Master Shui Yu to a life-and-death battle. It was truly inconceivable. Many people flew toward the central plaza. This battle had piqued everyone's interest. An expert like young Master Shui Yu was a terrifying existence. Now, he was actually going to fight someone to the death. Everyone was looking forward to the result of this battle. Of course, in the eyes of many, young Master Shui Yu was simply too powerful. Such a person, he was definitely not someone Lin Feng could contend against. With so many young geniuses heading toward the central plaza, this matter naturally attracted the attention of others. Someone tried to find out what was going on. Then, someone told the person who asked about the upcoming battle between Lin Feng and young Master Shui Yu. After hearing the news, everyone was shocked. Then, the news quickly spread out. A large number of cultivators flew toward the central plaza. It's mainly due to the stress of life. I spent more than 2 hours writing this chapter on my phone in the hospital. Also, the finals of the top 39 popular characters selection has begun. Brothers, we're currently ranked 27, and the preliminaries are ranked 12. We can't give up. Can we help Old Steamed Bun get into the top 9? Old Manchu begs for everyone's help. After returning home from the hospital, Old Manchu immediately started writing. This popular character selection is too important to Old Manchu. I beg for everyone's help again. Chapter 4540. The arena in the central plaza was a place where many cultivators fought. Many classic battles had taken place there. Some of them were even battles between top experts. As a result, the arena in the central plaza was covered in rust. There were even dried bloodstains in many places. Apart from that, there were also countless sword and saber scars on the arena. Those scars and sword scars seemed to be telling of the tragic battles that had taken place there in the past. More and more cultivators gathered at the central plaza. Everyone looked at the arena. There were 2 people standing on the arena. Many people recognized one of them. It was the famous young Master Shui Yu, one of the 8 young masters of the Undying Realm. The other person was a young human cultivator. However, no one recognized Lin Feng. Who is that brat? He actually dares to challenge young Master Shui Yu. Is he tired of living? Yeah, there are plenty of people who aren't afraid of death these days. That kid is also a human cultivator. I don't mean to ask, but do the human cultivators still have any capable experts? Most importantly, isn't that brat too young? He seems to be only a little over 100 years old. Is he really going to challenge young Master Shui Yu at such a young age? Will he be instantly killed by young Master Bloody Yu? Many cultivators who had come to watch the show began discussing among themselves when they saw Lin Feng. In the eyes of those cultivators, Lin Feng challenging young Master Shui Yu was no different from courting death. Many people felt that Lin Feng was definitely going to die. No one in the world could save Lin Feng's life. As for the top geniuses, they raised their brows. They naturally knew that Lin Feng was not a simple character. However, they did not know how Lin Feng would deal with young Master Shui Yu. That was why they were all very curious. Have you thought about how you want to die? Young Master Shui Yu looked at Lin Feng indifferently. You should be asking yourself that question. Lin Feng sneered in response. The spectators were extremely excited when they saw the 2 people who were rebuking each other on the stage. It seemed that there would be an intense battle later. It's actually him. Among the crowd, some cultivators recognized Lin Feng's identity. When they recognized Lin Feng's identity, their expressions changed slightly. Lin Feng's identity was too sensitive. They never thought that Lin Feng would actually appear here. Furthermore, he was going to have a life-and-death battle with young Master Shui Yu. He was truly audacious. However, the cultivators who recognized Lin Feng didn't say anything. They planned to continue watching. They wanted to see what would happen next. Would Lin Feng die at the hands of young Master Xueyu? Brat, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Die. Young Master Xueyu's expression was indifferent. He leaped out and flew towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. At this time, a light flashed in Lin Feng's hand and a huge bow appeared. It was none other than the supreme treasure, the Hui bow. Hey! This guy's treasure is actually a huge bow. Look, he's starting to shoot arrows. Is he trying to use that bow to kill young Master Xueyu? Why aren't there any arrows? How is he going to kill young Master Xueyu with that? Many people were puzzled. Those who had seen the Hui bow before were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Therefore, the spectators didn't recognize that the bow in Lin Feng's hand was the legendary Hui bow. However, the few cultivators who recognized it were all cultivators. They still didn't say anything. At this moment, Lin Feng held the bow with his right hand and pulled the bowstring with his left. Lin Feng was indeed unable to use the ancestral shaman jade talisman. However, Lin Feng had other ways to unleash the power of the Hui bow. Within his dantian, the avatar, the magic lotus, and the ruler's armor were all supporting Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the sovereign lord realm, the avatar's strength had increased greatly. His avatar had cultivated the Stoneman 9 Transformations Immortal Sutra, and he had been cultivating in the space-time continuum. Therefore, he had improved rapidly. Now, he was an Earth Immortal. The Magic Lotus's spirit had completely fused with the power of the second world of the Magic Lotus. This was the most crucial point. After fusing with the power of the second world, the spirit of the Magic Lotus could increase Lin Feng's strength tremendously. Moreover, as Lin Feng's cultivation increased, his control over the ruler's armor also reached an unprecedented level. The ruler's armor could also increase Lin Feng's strength. Therefore, perhaps the arrows Lin Feng shot with the Hui bow might not be as powerful as the arrows he shot with the ancestral shaman jade talisman. However, the power of Lin Feng's arrows was still not to be underestimated. The energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. The energy of heaven and earth gathered to form an arrow. That arrow exuded an extremely terrifying power. It was so powerful that it could destroy heaven and earth. Whoosh! The next moment, the arrow was as fast as lightning as it shot towards young Master Xueyu, who was charging towards Lin Feng. What a terrifying energy arrow! Many people couldn't help but exclaim when they felt the terrifying power contained within the energy arrow. What bow is that? Hua Lingxian, who was in the crowd, was shocked. Lin Feng's ability to shoot such a terrifying arrow was not only due to his own strength, but also due to the huge bow. Therefore, Hua Lingxian was very curious about the origin of the huge bow. At this moment, the energy arrow shot by the Hui bow had already arrived in front of young Master Xueyu and was heading straight for his head. The first method is to increase vitality. Vitality is increased by reading the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art. You need to use QQ Reader to read the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art. Every minute you read the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art gives you 1 point. After 100 minutes, you can draw a lottery. The second method is to increase affection points. To increase affection points, you need to participate in QQ Reader's daily quests. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art has more than 100,000 fans. Are there any tycoons out there? Please give me some tips. The third method is to increase 3D. Click on the word 3D and a discussion topic will appear below. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Chapter 45-41. Sensing the terrifying power of the arrow, young Lord Yu calmed down. Young Master Shui Yu's expression was indifferent as he sent out a palm strike. Bang! A muffled sound of collision rang out. Lin Feng's energy arrow was shattered by young Lord Yu. What strength! Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. Young Lord Yu's battle strength was truly terrifying. However, the battle had only just begun. Lin Feng shot out arrow after arrow. Whoosh! 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 Energy arrows formed one after another, each containing a terrifying power. They instantly arrived in front of young Lord Yu. Young Lord Yu could destroy an energy arrow with a single palm strike. However, Lin Feng had shot out too many energy arrows. Young Lord Yu found it extremely difficult to block them. He had no choice but to retreat. Damn it! Young Lord Yu's expression was extremely ugly. He had originally wanted to kill Lin Feng with a thunderous momentum. Then, in front of countless people. To establish his unparalleled might. However, unfortunately, he had not been able to do so. Young Lord Yu opened up a distance and dodged the arrows. Following which, a war spear appeared in his hand. The war spear's name was Bloodslaughter. It was said to be an extremely terrifying killing weapon that contained unparalleled killing intent. It had a chance of evolving into an ancient killing weapon in the future. Young Lord Yu, aren't you one of the 8 young lords of the undying world? Do you think you deserve such a title with your little cultivation? A character like you is only fit to carry my shoes. Lin Feng looked at young Lord Yu mockingly. Hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, many people's mouths could not help but twitch. Lin Feng's words were simply too infuriating. Moreover, he was too arrogant. He actually dared to say that young Lord Yu was only fit to carry his shoes. Who in the undying world would dare to say such words to young Lord Yu? Who would dare to look down on young Lord Yu? No one dared to do so. However, Lin Feng had done so. It had to be said. Lin Feng was truly audacious. Just how prideful was young Master Shui Yu? Naturally, he would not swallow such humiliation. Therefore, when he heard Lin Feng's words, a dense killing intent appeared in young Master Shui Yu's eyes. He said coldly, "I'll definitely cut off your head and sacrifice it to the spear in my hand." With that, young Master Shui Yu charged towards Lin Feng. He held the war spear in his hand, his fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. He was like an immortal god of war who wanted to conquer the world. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he faced young Master Shui Yu. Lin Feng continued to draw his bow and shoot. Swish swish swish. One arrow after another flew towards young Master Shui Yu. In the face of Lin Feng's attacks, young Master Bloody Hell was much more relaxed. Because he was now wielding the Bloody Slaughter war spear, which was extremely powerful. Wielding it, young Master Shui Yu was able to unleash a shocking amount of power. Young Master Shui Yu swung his Blood Slaughter war spear at the incoming arrows. Clang 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 clang, it was accompanied by the sound of metal colliding. Young Master Shui Yu's war spear clashed with Lin Feng's arrows. Every collision caused sparks to fly everywhere. Lin Feng drew his bow and shot at young Master Shui Yu. As for young Master Shui Yu, he swept through everything with his spear. Such a battle scene was truly explosive to the extreme. However, trying to kill young Master Shui Yu with an energy arrow was clearly not a realistic idea. Therefore, young Master Shui Yu and Lin Feng continued to draw closer. Young Master Shui Yu's body emitted a terrifying killing intent as he looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Brat, have you run out of tricks? Very soon, I will use your blood to nourish my war spear. You will die under my war spear. Consider it your good fortune from your previous life." Lin Feng sneered. "You're too much of a braggart. You haven't even gained any advantage and you're already bragging. I think you should stop calling yourself young Master Shui Yu. You should just call yourself young Master Braggart." Hearing this, young Master Shui Yu was enraged. He leaped out and charged at Lin Feng. 7 stars piercing the sun. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he pulled the bowstring. In an instant, 7 energy arrows were formed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 7 energy arrows shot out at the same time. Every single energy arrow contained the power to destroy the heavens. Every single energy arrow was so terrifying that it made people turn pale with fright. Man-spear unity. Young Master Xue Yu's expression was indifferent. In that instant, his body seemed to have become one with the war spear. It was as if he had turned into the war spear and the war spear had become a part of his body. Sweeping 8 directions. Following this, a cold voice rang out. After becoming one with the spear, young Master Xue Yu exploded with a terrifying power. The war spear in his hand gently swept through the air. In an instant, the 7 arrows that Lin Feng shot out were shattered. Powerful. Truly powerful. At this moment, young Master Xue Yu's battle prowess shocked Lin Feng. 9 stars alignment, Lin Feng continued to attack. The 9-star pearls shot out in succession. 9 arrows connected head to tail. They shot towards young Master Xue Yu. Sky-piercing spear. Young Master Xue Yu's voice rang out once more. Following this, the war spear in his hand pierced forward. 9 consecutive sounds of collision rang out. Young Master Xue Yu had destroyed the 9 arrows that Lin Feng had shot out. At this moment, young Master Xue Yu was only a dozen meters away from Lin Feng. His magic power was continuously pouring into the war spear as he stabbed it towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng in midair. That brat is going to be killed by young Master Xue Yu. That's right. He's dead for sure this time. Many people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. In their eyes, this attack from young noble Xue Yu was extremely powerful. Lin Feng was going to die without a doubt. However, this result wasn't much different from what they had expected. There were almost no people who thought that Lin Feng could kill young Master Xue Yu. Therefore, now that Lin Feng was about to be killed by young Master Xue Yu, they weren't particularly surprised. Many people thought that this was a natural outcome. But at this moment, everyone saw, Lin Feng drew his bow once more and shot another arrow. But this time, it was different. This time, Lin Feng took out a real arrow. Whoosh! The next moment, the arrow shot out. The arrow instantly arrived in front of young Master Xue Yu. Both sides were too close, and young Master Xue Yu had no way of dodging. Break! Young Master Xue Yu waved his war spear to block the arrow. However, when his spear hit the arrow, it didn't fly away. The arrow was too powerful, and it didn't change direction at all. The next moment, Puchi! Divine Sunshot Arrow. It pierced through young Master Xue Yu's chest. Blood. Instantly, blood gushed out. Chapter 45-42. How can this be? Young Master Xue Yu looked at the bloody hole in his chest. Disbelief was still written all over his face. He hadn't expected such an outcome at all. He had thought that he would be able to kill Lin Feng. But in the end, he had died at Lin Feng's hands instead. This was a huge blow to young Master Xue Yu. Young Master Xue Yu has lost. Young Master Xue Yu's chest has been pierced. That arrow has completely destroyed his life force. He's dead for sure. Who is that kid? Even young Master Xue Yu isn't his match. Isn't this too inconceivable? Young Master Xue Yu is one of the 8 great young masters of the undying world. He's an extraordinary person, but now he's on the verge of death. This matter will definitely cause a huge uproar. Countless cultivators were discussing this matter. The scene before their eyes was too shocking. Until now, everyone could not believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. Young Master Xue Yu's chest had been pierced by an arrow. He was one of the top experts of the undying world's younger generation. It was very difficult to find someone in the younger generation who could contend against him. Many people believed that he was destined to walk the path of a paragon in the future. But that wasn't the case at all. From the looks of it, young Master Xue Yu wouldn't be able to survive. What an incredible scene, but now, it was happening right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, the sun-slaying divine arrow that had pierced through young Master Xue Yu's chest flew back to Lin Feng's hand. Everyone looked at the Hu Yi bow and sun-slaying divine arrow in Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng's cultivation base was very high. But in the eyes of the crowd, It was very difficult for him to kill young Master Xueyu with just his cultivation base. Lin Feng's Hu Yi Bow and sun-slaying divine arrow had played a huge role. However, nobody knew that Lin Feng had the Hu Yi Bow and sun-slaying divine arrow. I've seen that kid before. His Lin Baitian's son, Lin Feng. The treasures in his hands are the legendary Hu Yi Bow and sun-slaying divine arrow. What? His Lin Feng? Is that giant bow the legendary Hu Yi Bow? That arrow is the sun-slaying divine arrow? So many people are looking for him, yet he still dares to show himself in a place like Heaven Peak City. How audacious. Wasn't it said that Lin Feng relied on the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman to unleash the might of the Hu Yi Bow? This time, he didn't even activate the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, but he was able to unleash the power of the Hu Yi Bow. It seems that the rumors from before were just baseless rumors. When Lin Feng's identity was exposed, countless cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Many people looked at Lin Feng with cold eyes. If they captured Lin Feng and handed him over to Di Wudao, how many benefits would they get? Furthermore, if he could capture Lin Feng, supreme treasures like the Hu Yi Bow and the sun-slaying divine arrows would be his. Therefore, many people wanted to capture Lin Feng and Di Wudao immediately. However, no one acted rashly, because, with Lin Feng holding the Hu Yi Bow, the sun-slaying divine arrow was too powerful. How difficult would it be to suppress Lin Feng? If they were targeted by Lin Feng, only death would await them. Therefore, many people continued to wait and see. Young Master Xueyu also heard the discussions of the surrounding cultivators. Young Master Xueyu didn't expect the person in front of him to be Lin Feng. He had come here to capture Lin Feng. He had used Lin Feng's undying bloodline as a catalyst to refine pills. And now, he had finally met Lin Feng. But the result was extremely cruel to him. Brat, you're very good. You're much stronger than I imagined. If you were weak, then it wouldn't be fun. Now that this young master has some interest in you, this young master will slowly play you to death. If I kill you directly, then it would be too boring. Young Master Xueyu looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng frowned. Young Master Xueyu's life force was completely gone. But, yet, he still said such inexplicable words. Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. He didn't know what young Master Xueyu meant. Many people were also muttering. Everyone was puzzled by young Master Xueyu's words. Young Master Xueyu said, "Do you think that this is the extent of my strength? That's where you're wrong. This is just an avatar of mine. It doesn't even have 1/100th of my battle prowess. If my true body were to appear, you wouldn't even have a chance to attack." Avatar? Many people couldn't help but be extremely surprised. No one had thought that this body was only an avatar. This body was very terrifying. But it was only an avatar. It was inconceivable. But thinking about it carefully, although this body was powerful, it wasn't so powerful that it could defy the heavens. If young Master Xueyu, one of the 8 great young masters of the undying world, only had this much strength, it wouldn't make sense. Shameless boasting. If I can kill your avatar, I can kill your true body as well. The taste of death must be very unpleasant, right? Don't worry, you've only died once. I'll let you experience it again. Lin Feng sneered. We'll know who's going to kill who when the time comes. Young Master Xueyu said indifferently. Then, he fell head first to the ground. Young Master Xueyu's aura was gone. He couldn't be more dead. But at that moment, something strange happened. Young Master Xueyu's body began to change. Before long, his body turned into a stone statue. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. It seemed that young Master Xueyu's avatar had been refined from a stone statue. Of course, this was just an ordinary stone statue. It couldn't be compared to Lin Feng's 9 orifices stone statue. The 9 orifices stone statue was one of the strongest among the stone statue race. Until now, there hadn't been any other stone statue race that could surpass it. Lin Feng put away his spear and took off young Master Xueyu's storage ring. Lin Feng took out his heavenly flame and burned young Master Xueyu's avatar to ashes. Is there anyone else who wants to die? Come over. I'll send him down to meet young Master Xueyu. Lin Feng looked around indifferently. He'd already felt a lot of hostility and killing intent. But he wasn't afraid. Everyone who met Lin Feng's gaze couldn't help lowering their heads or looking away. No one dared to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Lin Feng didn't continue to stay here. He quickly flew away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. But Lin Feng didn't notice that someone was silently following him out of the city. 6th update. Chapter 45-43. The Undying World. The barren sky ridge. This was a boundless forest. Deep within the forest, the power of desolation permeated the air. Desolation was a terrifying power that could change the flow of time. Time could be sped up or slowed down. Ever since Ji's issue of the Primordial era, no one had dared to enter the 9th peak of the barren sky ridge. But today, someone stepped into the barren sky ridge. It was a man with disheveled hair. He was like a wild man. The barren sky ridge was one of the 7 death traps of the undying world. The creatures here were terrifying. But, at this moment, the creatures in the barren sky ridge hid in the dark, trembling. Who is he? The creatures in the barren sky ridge trembled. They were afraid. They were afraid that the savage existence would find them and kill them. Over the years, there had been very few things that could make them feel afraid. But now, their souls were trembling. The savage came to the deepest part of the barren sky ridge. Who are you? What are you doing here? A voice was heard. Generally speaking, cultivators from the outside who dared to enter the barren sky ridge wouldn't have a good ending. But the savage came to the barren sky ridge. The creatures in the barren sky ridge didn't dare attack him. I'm here to see Emperor Huang, the savage said. Wait. See Heavenly Emperor Huang? His Majesty Celestial Emperor Huang is in a deep slumber. If you want to see him, wait 100 years until he wakes up. Then come back. The being said. Emperor Huang, my patience is limited. Do you think you can send me away with a subordinate? If you don't come out, I'll dye the barren sky ridge red with blood, Savage said with an indifferent expression. At this time, another voice was heard. Why are you looking for me? I don't want to see you. You're an omen. Emperor Huang, I need to enter a world where time is reverse. Lend me a helping hand. Send me to the world where time is reversed, the savage said. A world where time is reversed? What kind of world is this? I don't know what you're talking about. You've got the wrong person. Leave now. Emperor Huang, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm ordering you. Either you help me, either I'll cripple you. The savage's voice was very cold. He was very domineering. His words made countless beings in the barren sky ridge feel disbelief. Who is this guy? He actually dared to talk about crippling Heavenly Emperor Huang. As the ruler of the barren heaven ridge, Heavenly Emperor Huang was definitely one of the top experts in the universe. Even in the wasteland world, they could compete with the ruler of the wasteland world. This guy in front of him actually dared to say that he would cripple Heavenly Emperor Huang? Wasn't this a little too pretentious? How could Heavenly Emperor Huang tolerate such arrogance in front of him? Based on Heavenly Emperor Huang's temper, he was about to kill this guy. Even if they couldn't kill him, they would teach him a lesson and let him know whose territory the desolate sky ridge belonged to. However, something unexpected happened. Heavenly Emperor Huang did not make a move. Heavenly Emperor Huang said coldly, "You think too highly of yourself. If we really fought, do you think I'd be afraid of you? Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the death shackles still exist in your body. Your strength has been restrained by the death shackles. The more strength you awaken, the more pain you'll suffer. It'll be a fate worse than death. Those terrifying existences rarely use death imprisonment on others because it's a great loss to them. However, since they've used it on you, it seems like they really think highly of you. I know that you've been by Lin Chi's side for many years, but now it seems that you're not as simple as a follower. A follower shouldn't have allowed those people to deliberately use death imprisonment on you. Enough." The savage's voice suddenly turned cold. Heavenly Emperor Huang, everyone thinks that the second Heavenly Emperor has passed away, but how many people know that he faked his death? After faking his death, He hid in the barren sky ridge. I don't mind having a real corpse in your empty grave. Is that so? Let's give it a try then. As soon as he finished speaking, boundless power of desolation gushed out from the deepest abyss of the barren sky ridge. The power of desolation swallowed the savage whole. Suddenly, the violently tumbling power of desolates transformed into a gigantic beast. That huge ferocious beast opened its bloody mouth and tried to devour the barbarians. However, at that moment, the savage's eyes flashed coldly. He took a step forward, and an unimaginably terrifying aura emanated from his body. The terrifying aura suppressed the beast formed by the power of desolation. The ferocious beast formed by the power of desolates instantly collapsed. You! Heavenly Emperor Huang's voice suddenly changed. I'll send you there, he said. He didn't continue fighting with the savage. The Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Emperor, who was cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked in the direction of the barren sky ridge. There's movement in the barren sky ridge. The Heavenly Emperor couldn't help but frown. As the master of the undying world, the Heavenly Emperor had always been seeking transcendence. His method of seeking transcendence was actually very simple. It was to completely merge with the undying world. That way, he could transcend immortality and become a saint. However, it seemed simple, but it was too difficult to do. The Heavenly Emperor had been working hard. However, he couldn't succeed. However, the Heavenly Emperor felt that his opportunity was about to arrive. This feeling was very strong. But what was the so-called opportunity? The Heavenly Emperor didn't know yet. However, the Heavenly Emperor knew one thing. When the time was right, everything would be revealed. The barren sky ridge was a land of death in the undying world. The Heavenly Emperor was very wary of it. Because the Heavenly Emperor had contact with the mastermind. Those lands of death were places that the mastermind couldn't reach. Everything in the world was about the cycle of karma. The Heavenly Emperor had a private deal with the mastermind. So there was a lot of karma involved. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor couldn't enter the lands of death in the undying world. Of course, even if he could enter, the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't easily enter the lands of death. Because the lands of death were too dangerous. He didn't want to put himself in such a dangerous place. But today, the strange movement in the barren sky ridge attracted the Heavenly Emperor's attention. Maybe I should go out for a walk. The Heavenly Emperor narrowed his eyes. The next moment, the Heavenly Emperor disappeared from the Emperor's throne. Today's diagnosis is gastritis, intestinal dysfunction, and colitis. Staying in the hospital for half a day and still making it to the 7th update is really not easy. They prescribed a lot of medicine and spent a total of 600 to 700 yuan. That's a lot of money. Old Man Chu needs to work hard to write and earn money. Right now, we're only 20,000 points away from the 5th place on the popularity leaderboard. Brothers, let's work hard to surpass them. Chapter 45-44. Lin Feng naturally didn't know what happened in the desolate sky ridge. Of course, Lin Feng had been looking forward to reuniting with Savage. Because Savage was Lin Feng's Dao protector. He was one of the closest people to Lin Feng in this world. Other than that, Savage told Lin Feng that he had something that belonged to Lin Qi. And those things were to be given to Lin Feng. Back then, Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't enough. So Savage didn't give those things to Lin Feng. But it was different now. Lin Feng's cultivation had already broken through to the Emperor Master realm. Even in the undying realm, he already had the power to protect himself. So, the current Lin Feng, he was no longer the same as before. If the Savage saw Lin Feng again, he would be furious. Savage could also be at ease to give the things that Lin Qi left behind to Lin Feng. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that Lin Feng had to see Savage. But the key was, Lin Feng didn't know when he would be able to see Savage. Lin Feng naturally hoped that it would be as soon as possible. But Lin Feng also knew that this couldn't be rushed. He was still waiting for the chance to meet Savage. After leaving Sky Peak City, Lin Feng didn't return to Xia family village. He planned to deal with High Lord Yumo. As young Master Yuanshan's father, High Lord Yumo would definitely not let it go after knowing that young Master Yuanshan was killed by him. This guy might take the initiative to attack. High Lord Yumo was one of the top 10 rogue cultivators in Sin Domain. To be able to bear such a title, what level of cultivation was he? Peak Sky Immortal? Or a quasi-true immortal? Lin Feng felt. High Lord Yumo was most likely a quasi-true immortal. So, Lin Feng had to make the first move. If he made a move later, he might suffer. And Lin Feng had already thought of a way to deal with High Lord Yumo. Lin Feng flew quickly in the forest. Suddenly, a pitch-black demonic bell flew out from the void. The appearance of the demonic bell was too sudden. Lin Feng hadn't noticed it before. Clearly, someone was hiding in the dark and launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. Moreover, the other party's methods were extremely superb. He had completely fooled Lin Feng. The demonic bell exuded a powerful devouring power and shrouded Lin Feng. It wanted to devour Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to avoid being swallowed by the demonic bell. His body quickly moved horizontally. However, Lin Feng discovered that the surrounding void was actually imprisoned by the demonic bell. Clearly, the demonic bell was an extremely powerful treasure. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He planned to use the heaven mending technique to resolve the crisis before him. However, runes flew out of the demonic bell and sealed the surrounding void. Lin Feng's heaven patching technique was greatly affected. As a result, his heaven patching technique also failed. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed. In the next moment, the demonic bell swallowed Lin Feng. Around him was a world of darkness. Lin Feng felt that this place was a space of its own. He flew around, but he couldn't touch the demonic bell's wall. It was really strange. Ha 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 ha, kid, no matter how powerful your methods are, aren't you still going to be captured by us? Let's just refine this kid to death and take his treasure. Don't, this kid is quite valuable. If we sell him to Di Wudao, we'll definitely be able to get a good price. Not bad, not bad. This idea is quite good. Several voices came from outside. There seemed to be a total of 4 people. These 4 people were able to use their treasures to devour Lin Feng. From this, one could see how extraordinary their methods were. Hearing the voices of the 4 people outside, Lin Feng's face was rather gloomy. Now that he was trapped in the demonic bell, it was extremely difficult to escape. How could he escape? This gave Lin Feng a headache. At this moment, cursing sounds suddenly came from outside. B*TCH, hurry up and return the treasure to us. It was unknown what had happened outside, but judging from the voices, it seemed that the treasures in the hands of the 4 cultivators had been snatched away. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt the world around him shake violently. After a moment of dizziness, Lin Feng flew out of the demonic bell. Then, he saw a familiar figure. This person was none other than Hua Lingxian. Fairy Lingxian. So it's you. Thank you for saving me. In the future, just say the word, and I will definitely not frown even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, Lin Feng said. Hua Lingxian said with a smile. Alright, I'll remember this. B*TCH, you actually let this kid out. We're not done with you. Hurry up and return the treasure to us. Otherwise, we'll teach you a lesson. We'll capture you and sell you to a brothel. No, no, no. Selling her to a brothel is too easy for her. She should be sold to a military camp and become an official prostitute. The 4 cultivators shouted angrily one by one. Now, Lin Feng had a good look at these 4 people. These 4 cultivators all looked extremely ugly. One of them was very fat, about 500 to 600 pounds. Fatso was only about 200 pounds. Compared to this big fatso in front of him, they were too far apart. One of them was very thin, so thin that he was only skin and bones. A gust of wind seemed to be able to blow him away. One of them was a cripple. One of them had deformed hands. These 4 people were really an extremely strange combination. However, Lin Feng did not dare to underestimate these 4 people. At this moment, the 4 of them looked at Hua Lingxian angrily. This was because their demonic bell was currently floating in front of Hua Lingxian. That demonic bell treasure seemed to be controlled by Hua Lingxian. They did not know what method Hua Lingxian had used. It was really shocking. Who are you people? Lin Feng looked at the 4 people in front of him with an indifferent expression. Kid, you don't even know us. Cripple looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Damn, this kid is so ignorant, Fatso said. Is this kid a country bumpkin from the corner of the country? Skinny said. Definitely. He doesn't even know us. He's a country bumpkin among country bumpkins. The guy with deformed hands echoed. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes and said, Are the 4 of you very famous? Why should I know you? Are you deliberately trying to make us angry? Is that why you said you don't know us? Cripple asked. Fatso said. That must be it. This guy must be pretending not to know us, Skinny said. If that's the case, this guy is really a scheming guy. The guy with deformed hands said, as the saying goes, wisdom and handsomeness coexist. This guy is so ugly. He must be a retard. It's normal for a retard not to recognize us. That's right. That must be it. The other 3 agreed. Cripple said, Kid, remember this. The 4 of us are the 4 handsome guys known as the demi-flawed 4 heroes. Hearing Cripple's self-introduction, Lin Feng almost coughed up blood. He was handsome, but these 4 freaks called him ugly. These 4 freaks were so ugly that they did not even look human anymore. How dare they call themselves the 4 handsome guys? Could they be any more shameless? P.S. Brothers, the ranking on August 25th is starting. Today's topic is whose domineering aura is unrivaled. Whose main character can compete with Lin Feng in terms of domineering aura? Everyone, click on the participate in the topic and post plot button below to write the book reviews you want to write. It is very important to write a book review at the top of the leaderboard. Please help Old Man 2 continue to hit the leaderboard. He is currently ranked 9th, please don't drop down. Everyone, remember to do the various missions in the daily missions. Old Man 2 thanks everyone. Chapter 45-45. Of course, Lin Feng would not argue with the 4 of them on looks. In fact, Lin Feng felt that the 4 of them were lacking in intelligence. To put it bluntly, they were not very bright. To put it bluntly, they were somewhat retarded. So you are the demi-flawed 4 freaks. At this moment, Hua Lingxian seemed to remember the identities of the 4 of them. She looked extremely surprised. The demi-flawed 4 heroes have become the demi-flawed 4 freaks. Lin Feng could not help but be a little dumbfounded. Obviously, the demi-flawed 4 freaks should be what others called them. The demi-flawed 4 heroes was the name that they gave themselves. 4 heroes sounded much better than 4 freaks. T. Who are you calling the demi-flawed 4 freaks? We are the demi-flawed 4 heroes, can't you see? The 4 of us brothers are each more handsome than the other. Cripple immediately shouted. That's right, we are all handsome. No man in the world is more handsome than the demi-flawed 4 heroes. The demi-flawed 4 heroes is a name given to us by our friends in the cultivation world. We didn't call ourselves that. You have to understand that. Besides, we are really handsome. The other 3 could not help but shout as well. Seeing the demi-flawed 4 freaks' behavior, Lin Feng could basically confirm that. The 4 of them. They were indeed retarded. They were very powerful. However, since their brains were not that good, it would naturally be much easier to deal with them. So you are the famous demi-flawed 4 heroes. My admiration for the 4 of you is like the endless torrential river. It is also like the overflowing water of the Milky Way that cannot be stopped. Today, I am so lucky to be able to meet the 4 dragons of the demi-flawed 4 heroes. It is really a blessing that I have accumulated in my previous life. Lin Feng held a fist salute and flattered the demi-flawed 4 freaks. The demi-flawed 4 freaks were not very bright and acted in an extremely strange manner. Most of the time, they were also ruthless. Therefore, usually, no one was willing to deal with them. Many people defined them as evil cultivators. However, even the evil cultivators were unwilling to have too much to do with them. Firstly, it was because the 4 of them were capricious. Perhaps because he had offended the four of them with a single sentence, he had been killed by them. It wasn't like such a thing hadn't happened before. Secondly, many people thought that the demiurge-flawed four freaks were just four idiots. Dealing with them really lowered his IQ. Therefore, many people disdained to deal with the four demiurge-flawed monsters. Because of this, no one praised the demon-crippled four freaks. As for the demiurge-flawed four monsters, they were very vain. How they wished that someone would praise the four of them. The four of them had no one to flatter them to begin with, yet they wanted to be flattered. Now that they were flattered by Lin Feng, the four of them were on cloud 9. Furthermore, Lin Feng's way of flattering people was too awesome, too fresh and free from vulgarity. For example, this sentence: "This little brother's respect for the four of you is like the endless torrential river, like the overflowing water of the Milky Way, out of control. In the eyes of the demiurge-flawed four eccentrics, if they did not admire them from the bottom of their hearts, they admired them." How could they say such touching words? "Brother, we're really sorry just now. The four of us didn't know that you were our fan. If we knew, we definitely wouldn't have attacked you," said the cripple. The big fatso said, That's right. The four of us have always treated our fans as our own brothers." The skinny guy said, "Brother, you really have high standards. The four of us are the heartthrobs of millions. No wonder you admire us so much. Hehe, this brother seems to be the kind of person who has a discerning eye for heroes. It's normal for him to be attracted by our imposing temperament," said the guy with deformed hands. Hua Lingxian, who was standing aside, was completely dumbfounded. Previously, when she found out that the four of them were the famous demiurge-flawed four monsters, Hua Lingxian felt that the demiurge-flawed four monsters would definitely not let it go. Because the demiurge-flawed four monsters were very ruthless. Anyone who was hated by the demiurge-flawed four monsters would definitely fight to the death in the end. To put it bluntly, although the demiurge-flawed four monsters were not very smart, they were definitely vengeful people. However, who would have thought that Lin Feng would praise the demiurge-flawed four monsters, and the hostility of the demiurge-flawed four monsters immediately disappeared. However, when she thought about how Lin Feng praised the demiurge-flawed four monsters, Hua Lingxian immediately felt goosebumps all over her body. This guy, how could he have the nerve to say such things? "Although I've admired the four of you for a long time, your names are a secret. How should I address you?" asked Lin Feng. Said the cripple. "My name is Qian Qiu," said the big fatso. "My name is Qian Sanyu," said the skinny guy. "My name is Qian Sankuan," said the guy with deformed hands. "My name is Qian Kanzhu." When the guy with deformed hands introduced himself, Lin Feng could not help but glance at his hands. This guy's name was Qian Kanzhu. His name. It matched his body quite well. "Brother Lin, since you're our fan, we won't pursue the matter of your friend stealing our demonic bell. Ask your friend to return it to us," said Qian Sanyu. In fact, the guy's name made Lin Feng grind his teeth. This guy was as fat as a mountain, yet he had the nerve to call himself Qian Sanyu. Said Qian Sankuan. "Just take it yourself. Why bother Brother Lin?" As soon as Qian Sankuan finished speaking, his deformed hands formed a few seals. Then, the demonic bell quickly flew toward them. Lin Feng could not help but frown when he saw this. It seemed that the four of them could control the demonic bell. However, after Hua Lingxian took the demonic bell, they did not take the initiative to take it back. Instead, they asked Hua Lingxian to give it to them. Only the four of them wanted it. The thoughts of the four of them were not something an ordinary person could guess. "Brother Lin, where are you going?" asked Qian Sanyu. "I'm planning to do something fun. Are you guys interested in joining me?" Lin Feng looked at the four demonic beasts and said. The four demonic beasts were very powerful. Lin Feng felt that he could bring them along to deal with High Lord Yu Mo. If he had their help, then the chances of killing Yu Mo supremacy would greatly increase. Chapter 45-46. Kill someone. What do you think? Lin Feng said. Kill someone? What's so fun about that? The demiurge-flawed four freaks couldn't help but mutter. They had killed many people. Countless people were afraid of them. Therefore, They didn't find killing fun. Is it challenging to kill the top 10 wandering cultivators in Sin Domain? Lin Feng said with a smile. The demiurge-flawed 4 freaks' eyes lit up. Then, the demiurge-flawed 4 freaks nodded and said, I'm interested. Life is only fun when there are more challenges. If everything stays the same, what's the point of it? Although the demiurge-flawed 4 freaks weren't very smart, their thoughts were quite advanced. Hua Lingxian looked at Lin Feng in surprise. She had already guessed who Lin Feng wanted to kill. Among the top 10 wandering cultivators in Sin Domain, Lord Yumo clearly had a grudge against Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng had killed young Master Yuanshan not long ago. This was a grudge for his son's death. It seemed like Lin Feng wanted to make the first move. Hua Lingxian admired Lin Feng very much. Although Lin Feng was young, he was powerful, bold, and meticulous. His methods of doing things were quite shrewd. Hua Lingxian couldn't help but feel curious. How many things had Lin Feng experienced over the years to be so shrewd? Lin Feng then looked at Hua Lingxian and said, Fairy, why don't we go over there and have a chat? Hua Lingxian nodded. Hey. The young couple wants to avoid us and go get intimate in private, right? Seeing Lin Feng and Hua Lingxian leave together, Tian Sanyu immediately grinned and shouted. Kiss her slowly later. Don't kiss her until her lips are swollen. It won't look good if it's swollen, Tian Sanyu said. Hehe, I think Hua Lingxian is pretty. Even if her lips are swollen, she'll still look good, Tian Sanyu said seriously. Of course. Don't you know who Brother Lin's idol is? Brother Lin's idol is us, the Broken Heaven 4 heroes. Think about it, Brother Lin's taste is extraordinary. Therefore, the woman that Brother Lin likes is naturally the best. Not to mention her mouth, even if her whole body is swollen, she will still be beautiful. Broken Heaven said. After hearing this, Lin Feng and Hua Lingxian felt extremely helpless. However, Hua Lingxian did not want to argue with the demiurge-flawed 4 eccentrics. After all, the demiurge-flawed 4 eccentrics were not particularly smart. If they were to argue with them, who knew what kind of foul language they would spew out? Wouldn't they be angered to death? Hua Lingxian's pretty face blushed slightly. Although she didn't choose to argue with the demon-crippled 4 monsters, she was still a demon-crippled 4. However, Hua Lingxian couldn't help but feel shy after hearing the demiurge-flawed 4 eccentrics' words. After all, she was a woman. What the 4 demon-crippled eccentrics said was too shameless. Lin Feng and Hua Lingxian walked to the side and looked at Hua Lingxian. It had to be said that looking at Hua Lingxian at such a close distance made her even more stunning. Only then did he realize how beautiful Hua Lingxian was. Hua Lingxian was like a flower fairy that was born from thousands of flowers. When he was with her, he felt like he was in the middle of thousands of flowers. It was an extremely comfortable feeling. Lin Feng asked, May I know why Fairy is helping me? Hey, Hua Lingxian immediately laughed and said, I knew you would ask this. Lin Feng smiled. Hua Lingxian continued, Some of your old friends have already arrived at the ancestral land of the demons. Do you know about them? Old friends? Lin Feng was surprised. Could it be the Peacock King, the Rock King, and the others? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Hua Lingxian nodded and said, It's not just them. There's also the Fire Qilin, Feng Yaoao, and the others. I've heard them mention you, but I didn't expect to see you in the Undying Realm. When I heard them mention your identity, I was also extremely surprised. They described you as extraordinary, but when I saw you, I realized that you're even more extraordinary than they describe, said Lin Feng while smiling. Hua Lingxian was praising him and Lin Feng was happy to accept it. This was because he was such an extraordinary person. Was there anything that he was embarrassed to admit? Excessive modesty was arrogance. Where are they? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to ask. The Peacock King, the Rock King, and the Fire Qilin have been found by a patriarch. They're probably going to send them to a secret place to undergo a bloodline baptism. Feng Yaoao and the others have been found by my master. My master plans to train them well, Hua Lingxian said. I didn't expect the patriarchs of the demons' ancestral land to treat them so well, Lin Feng exclaimed. Hua Lingxian said, "It's all because of their great potential." Hearing this, Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Then, he nodded. It was indeed as Hua Lingxian had said. The world of cultivators was a very cruel and realistic world. No matter what your identity was, if you didn't have talent, no one would pay attention to you. Unless you had enough talent to attract others. As for talent, it was obviously something that many top-notch experts valued. After some time, I plan to go to the ancient demon continent to take a look. When the time comes, I hope you can recommend me, Lin Feng said. Hua Lingxian nodded and said, "Of course. But you have to be careful from now on. Once your identity is exposed, there are truly too many people who want to deal with you. However, you'll be safer with the 4 demi-flawed freaks by your side. The 4 demi-flawed freaks' origins are extremely extraordinary." "Oh, what's their origin?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Have you heard of the Demi-flawed Valley?" Hua Lingxian asked. Demi-flawed Valley? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He hadn't been in the Undying Realm for long, so he didn't know much about the Undying Realm. The Demi-flawed Valley was the same. He had never heard of the Demi-flawed Valley. Lin Feng shook his head and asked, "What kind of place is the Demi-flawed Valley?" Hua Lingxian said, "The Demi-flawed Valley is a terrifying place. It's said that it's one of the most dangerous places in the Undying Realm because there are many terrifying existences living there." Many terrifying existences living there. What kind of existences are they? Lin Feng asked curiously. Hua Lingxian said, "I don't know, but it's said that those people have experienced many terrifying massacres in the past. In the end, they were lucky enough to survive. Some of them even experienced the Great War in the legends, such as the Great War of Gods and Demons at the end of the Primordial Age." Hearing this, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. If what Hua Lingxian said was true, then the Demi-flawed Valley was too extraordinary. It was definitely a terrifying place. Chapter 45-47. Hua Lingxian continued, "It's a forbidden area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the Zen Valley. Moreover, there's a secret rule in the Undying Realm. Anyone who is being hunted down and manages to escape to the Zen Valley will be forgiven." "Oh, there's such a rule?" Lin Feng was very surprised. Hua Lingxian nodded and continued, "However, it's not that easy to enter the Zen Valley. It's said that one has to go through an extremely strict test to enter the Zen Valley. As for those who fled to the remnant Sky Valley, 99% of them failed the test. Damn. The probability of passing the test is too low," Lin Feng said. Then, he asked, "If I fail the test, will I be sent out?" Hua Lingxian said, "No. Those who fail the test all die during the test." Lin Feng was surprised. Does this mean that 99% of the people who escape to the Zen Valley will still die? However, escaping to the Zen Valley was still a hope. They hoped that they could pass the test and survive it. Although many people knew that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would not give up. Lin Feng asked curiously, "What about the 4 demi-flawed freaks? What's their status in the Zen Valley?" Hua Lingxian said, "The 4 demi-flawed freaks are probably the descendants of some people in the Zen Valley. The 4 of them are very powerful. All of them should have reached the Heaven Immortal Realm." Lin Feng nodded. He could sense that the 4 demi-flawed freaks were all at the Heaven Immortal Realm. Moreover, the 4 demi-flawed freaks were not very old. In fact, they were not very old. Each of them was only a little over 1,000 years old. This was enough to show how talented the 4 demi-flawed freaks were. Most people don't dare to provoke them. Firstly, the demi-flawed 4 monsters are very powerful. Secondly, the demi-flawed valley behind the demi-flawed 4 monsters is a force that no one wants to provoke. In the past, someone suggested to the Heaven Emperor that we should flatten the Zen Valley. Because the Zen Valley was inhabited by cultivators who had survived the war. Most of them were injured and disabled. That's how the Zen Valley got its name. These people have a lot of wealth, supreme treasures, and even the most ancient immortal sutras. Of course, they are a fat sheep. If we can flatten the Zen Valley, we can get a lot of good stuff. The Celestial Emperor is tempted. Send the army to deal with the Zen Valley. At that time, the one leading the army was the Heavenly Emperor's second brother. You might not know much about the Heavenly Emperor's brothers, but the Heavenly Emperor has two brothers. The second brother is called Di Daoqiong and his cultivation is unfathomable. As for the third brother, you should have heard of him. He is the current undying world's world lord. Back then, Di Daoqiong led an army full of confidence against the remnant Heaven Valley. In the end, Di Daoqiong died in that battle. After hearing this, Lin Feng was slightly moved. It seemed like the feud between the Zen Valley and the Heavenly Emperor was irreconcilable. The Heavenly Emperor was furious. However, he had no choice but to withdraw the army because the price of forcefully destroying the Zen Valley was too great. The Heavenly Emperor was a calculative person, so in the end, he chose to stop the war. However, this matter clearly won't end like this. If the Heavenly Emperor finds a breakthrough, he will definitely destroy the Zen Valley. However, the Zen Valley is impregnable. The Heavenly Emperor can't destroy it just because he wants to. Right now, it is good for you to interact with the four monsters. If you have the chance to go to the Zen Valley in the future, maybe you can get some ancient immortal sutras and even some ancient weapons. After hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Maybe it was just like what Hua Lingxian said. At that time, he could go to the Zen Valley and get some ancient immortal sutras and weapons. Every time he cultivated an immortal sutra, his battle power would greatly increase. Moreover, he would have an extra trump card. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Lin Feng needed to gather the strengths of many sects and create his own immortal sutra. The immortal sutra that Lin Feng wanted to create was the Supreme Immortal Sutra. How could he gather the strengths of many sects? At the very least, he needed to cultivate more immortal sutras. It seems like the Zen Valley is imperative. However, now is not the time. We can go there after some time, Lin Feng said. Of course, before going to the Zen Valley, it is best to increase your strength as much as possible. That place is a place that eats people without spitting out their bones. There are many heinous people there. If you don't have the strength, you won't even know how you died after entering the Zen Valley, Hua Lingxian said. Lin Feng nodded. Hua Lingxian said, let's say our goodbyes here. That's good. The Undying Realm isn't peaceful. Fairy, be careful when you're out there alone, Lin Feng said. You too, Hua Lingxian said. Then, she floated away. The beauty left, leaving behind her fragrance. Lin Feng turned back. Tian Sanyu said, why did that girl leave on her own? Brother Lin, could it be that you kissed her too hard? You kissed her away. Tian Sankuan said, that must be it. Brother Lin, you're too impatient. Women are like good wine. We have to slowly taste them to know what they taste like. Tian Sankuan Shou nodded in agreement and said, however, Brother Lin, you don't have to worry. The four of us are handsome men. We have countless methods to pick up girls. We can teach you some of them. We'll definitely let you know what it means to be a flower saint. Tian Sankuan said, what's the highest realm for a man? It's the same as the four of us. We can pass through thousands of flowers, but not a single leaf will stick to us. The four of them started to brag about themselves one after another. Said Lin Feng, the four of you are indeed dragons among men. With your earnest guidance, I will definitely be able to walk among 10,000 flowers and not be touched by a single leaf. Said Lin Feng, you are indeed dragons among men. With your earnest guidance, I will definitely be able to walk among 10,000 flowers without being touched by a single leaf. Ha 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 ha, you're worth teaching. The Tian Sankuan four monsters grinned. Lin Feng and the Tian Sankuan four monsters didn't stay. They quickly left. Supreme Lord Yu Mo resided in the ancient Yu Mo city. This was a demon city. Many evil cultivators would head to this demon city. 1 month later, Lin Feng and the Tian Sankuan four monsters arrived at the ancient Yu Mo city. This ancient city was huge. Demonic qi filled the air. It was extremely terrifying. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to come here. Chapter 45-48. Of course, Lin Feng was not afraid of those who had their eyes on him. With Lin Feng's means, it would not be difficult for him to kill them. That kid seems to have the demiurge flawed 4 freaks with him. Don't act rashly. Someone recognized the demiurge flawed 4 freaks and warned them. The demiurge flawed 4 freaks were terrifying existences. Very few cultivators dared to offend them. Therefore, after seeing the demiurge flawed 4 freaks, the cultivators who recognized them quickly informed their companions. If they were blind enough to offend the demiurge flawed 4 freaks, they would be courting death. Lin Feng was with the demiurge flawed 4 freaks. Although they did not know who Lin Feng was, they knew that he was with them. When they thought about how Lin Feng was with the demiurge flawed 4 freaks, many of them thought that Lin Feng might be a powerful evil cultivator. Otherwise, how could he be with the demiurge flawed 4 freaks? What are the demiurge flawed 4 freaks doing in the ancient Yumo city? Someone could not help but mutter. Even in the eyes of those evil cultivators, the demiurge flawed 4 freaks were definitely one of the people that they did not want to interact with. Are we going to stay here? Demiurge flawed Hands asked. Tian Sanyu said, it's best if we have a big meal first. I wonder if there's anything good in this place. Lin Feng guessed that Tian Sanyu probably weighed around 500 or 600 jin, and that was how much he ate. That weight was just too shocking. However, Lin Feng was also a glutton, so he agreed with Tian Sanyu's suggestion. Said Lin Feng, let's eat and drink, then we'll go and kill people. Let's go and eat first, then we'll leave immediately. There's no need to stay in this place. It's not good for your social status. The 4 freaks were delighted when they heard Lin Feng's flattery. Demiurge flawed Hands said, that's right. Who are we? How can we stay here? The other 3 quickly nodded. Lin Feng and the demiurge flawed 4 freaks arrived at the most luxurious restaurant. A large number of evil cultivators had gathered here. After seeing the demiurge flawed 4 freaks, many cultivators who were talking immediately shut up. Many people even stood up and looked at the demon-crippled 4 freaks in awe. Although the demon-crippled 4 eccentrics were somewhat retarded, no one dared to underestimate them. The 4 of them were terrifying. Perhaps many people were secretly disdainful of the demon-crippled 4 monsters. But in reality, those people did not dare to offend the demon-crippled 4 eccentrics. Offending the demiurge flawed 4 eccentrics was no different from seeking death. The 4 of you are really famous. Seeing the arrival of the 4 of you, these people are quite frightened. Lin Feng said. Many people cast sidelong glances at Lin Feng. Who was this brat? Why was his mouth so annoying? Would people take you for a mute if you didn't speak? However, no one dared to say these words out loud. Hee, of course. We, the demiurge flawed 4 monsters, are existences that can do whatever we want in the undying realm, the demiurge flawed 4 monsters said proudly. Lin Feng's group of 5 asked for a private room, and then ordered a table full of good wine and dishes. After eating and drinking to their fill, they headed towards the Yumo Palace where High Lord Yumo lived. The news of young Master Yuanshan being killed had not spread in the Yumo ancient city yet. This was because Heaven Peak City was relatively far from the Yumo ancient city. However, High Lord Yumo knew that young Master Yuanshan was killed. Because young Master Yuanshan had the origin spirit lamp. Young Master Yuanshan was killed. Young Master Yuanshan's origin spirit lamp would shatter. High Lord Yumo would naturally know about this at the first moment. When young Master Yuanshan died, High Lord Yumo was in seclusion. After the elder guarding the origin spirit lamp hall told the news of young Master Yuanshan's death to High Lord Yumo flew into a rage and almost went berserk. Among his sons, he liked young Master Yuanshan the most. Now that young Master Yuanshan was killed, how could High Lord Yumo not be angry? High Lord Yumo sent people to investigate this matter. But until now, there was no news of feedback. Lin Feng told the demiurge flawed 4 monsters about his plan. Lin Feng planned to pretend to be a friend of young Master Yuanshan, then go to see High Lord Yumo, and then launch a sneak attack on him. He asked the demiurge flawed 4 monsters to cooperate with him. The demiurge flawed 4 monsters naturally agreed. Furthermore, the demiurge flawed 4 monsters were extremely excited. After Lin Feng killed young Master Yuanshan, He actually swaggered to the Yumo Palace and pretended to be a friend of young Master Yuanshan. The Yumo Palace was located in the deepest part of the Yumo ancient city. There were guards guarding this place, so ordinary people did not dare to come here. Lin Feng and the damage-flawed 4 monsters arrived. The roars of fierce beasts came from afar, following which, more than 10 terrifying fierce beasts rushed over. On top of each fierce beast sat a cultivator. The cultivator in the lead was a demonic young man wearing a black robe. On his mount, there were 2 women lying on the ground. The 2 women's bodies were clearly imprisoned. They were around 16 or 17 years old, the same age as Flowers. They looked exactly the same, they were actually a pair of twin sisters. The 2 sisters wept unceasingly, as if there was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. "Third young master, you're back." When the guard saw that young master, he immediately went up to welcome him. He had a bowing expression. That young master's identity was extremely extraordinary. He was the 3rd son of Supremacy Yumo, young Master Yarrow Yi. Young Master Yarrow Yi had always been vicious and merciless, so many people were extremely afraid of him. Young Master Yarrow Yi's hobbies were hunting and women. Therefore, young Master Yarrow Yi would often bring a group of subordinates to hunt in the mountains. Of course, the fierce beasts that young Master Yarrow Yi hunted were not ordinary beasts. They were extremely powerful spiritual beasts. This time, when he went out to hunt, young Master Yarrow Yi passed by a mountain village. He saw a pair of beautiful sisters. Then, he snatched this pair of beautiful sisters. He even slaughtered the entire mountain village. He was simply insane. However, young Master Yarrow Yi felt very excited. Now that young Master Yarrow Yi had returned, he couldn't wait to enjoy this pair of beautiful sisters. Young Master Yarrow Yi nodded to the guard. Then, he led a group of people into the Yumo Palace. At this moment, Lin Feng saw the helplessness, fear, and hatred in the depths of the sisters' eyes. "A human girl," Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng frowned. He came here to kill Supremacy Yumo. It was not appropriate to poke his nose into other people's business. But now, seeing that the pair of human sisters were about to be defiled by young Master Yarrow Yi, who was worse than a beast, he was naturally extremely angry and unable to bear it. Many forces felt that the human race did not have any experts. Therefore, they had always looked down on the human race. They had always bullied the human race. Did they really think that the human race was easy to bully? Seeing that these people were about to enter the Yumo Palace, Lin Feng coldly said, "Stop." Young Master Yarrow Yi stopped. Then, he looked at Lin Feng. He couldn't help but raise his brows slightly. A human cultivator actually dared to ask him to stop in front of the Yumo Palace. Did he not want to live anymore? "Brothers, have you completed your mission today? You are now ranked 8th. Everyone must complete your mission. Don't fall." Chapter 45-49. "Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you be so rude in front of our young master? Are you tired of living?" At that moment, a cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng. "F*ck, grandson, who the F*ck do you think you are? How dare you make a fuss in front of brother Lin? Grandson, if you don't give us face in front of our brother Lin, you're not giving us face. No need to say anything else. Beat this grandson up and teach him a lesson. There's no time to lose. Let's do it now." When the damage-flawed 4 freaks saw a cultivator yelling at Lin Feng, they were instantly enraged. In the damage-flawed 4 freaks' eyes, they were close friends with Lin Feng. How could they let Lin Feng bully them? The 4 of them charged over and pulled the cultivator off the beast's back. "You're courting death." The cultivator who was pulled down by the damage-flawed 4 freaks was furious and wanted to punch the damage-flawed 4 freaks. However, at that moment, the damage-flawed Jade kicked the cultivator more than 10 meters away. Wah! The cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. However, the damage-flawed 4 freaks didn't stop there. They charged at the cultivator who fell to the ground. Then, the 4 of them began to brutally beat up the cultivator who was lying on the ground. "Save me, young master, save me." The cultivator begged for mercy miserably. If they didn't save him, he would really be beaten to death. Meanwhile, Young Master Yarrow Yi looked at the scene with a gloomy face. One had to look at the master before beating the dog. Now, his subordinate was being bullied so badly. Moreover, this was the Serene Demon Palace. How dare they bully his people in his territory? Wasn't this a slap to his face? Therefore, young Master Yarrow Yi's face was as ugly as it could be. Some of the cultivators in the distance were shocked when they saw the situation. However, they didn't dare to get too close to the Serene Demon Palace. This was because the Serene Demon Palace was a forbidden area. They couldn't walk around as they pleased. Therefore, those cultivators only dared to watch the situation from afar. In the eyes of some cultivators, Lin Feng and the others were simply courting death by behaving atrociously in front of the Nether Devil Palace. Young Master Yarrow Yi would absolutely not let them off. Aren't those the demigod-flawed 4 freaks? Someone couldn't help but mutter. That's right, it's the 4 demon-crippling freaks. Those are the 4 monsters. Why are they here in the ancient city? Next, some other cultivators recognized the 4 demigod-flawed eccentrics and asked in confusion. The reputation of the demigod-flawed 4 freaks was quite resounding in the Undying Realm. However, it wasn't a good reputation, it was a bad reputation. Therefore, everyone was quite afraid of the demigod-flawed 4 freaks after seeing them. No one knew why the demigod-flawed 4 eccentrics would come to the Nether Devil Palace and even clash with young Master Yarrow Yi. The cultivators in the distance were watching what was happening in front of the Serene Demon Palace with great interest. The demigod-flawed 4 freaks were not simple characters. They could naturally disregard young Master Yarrow Yi. In reality, there were many people who couldn't bear the sight of young Master Yarrow Yi. However, no matter how much they disliked young Master Yarrow Yi, no one dared to offend him. However, it was different today. The demigod-flawed 4 freaks had no problem dealing with young Master Yarrow Yi. It would be best if they could kill young Master Yarrow Yi. The reason why young Master Yarrow Yi was so hated was mainly because he was too ruthless. He had done too many immoral things. Moreover, he had harmed countless innocent women. If he wasn't hated by others, there would probably be no one else in the world who would be hated by others. Therefore, everyone couldn't wait for young Master Yarrow Yi to die without a burial ground. Because they were too far away, young Master Yarrow Yi couldn't hear the discussions in the distance. He also didn't know the identity of the demigod-flawed 4 freaks. Young Master Yarrow Yi said with an indifferent expression. Reckless fools, attack and kill these 5 people. Yes, young master. After receiving young Master Yarrow Yi's order, the group of people pounced on Lin Feng and the demigod-flawed 4 freaks like wolves and tigers. For brothers, why don't we help Demon Supremacy? You Demon Supremacy teach his disobedient son a lesson? Lin Feng said. Help Demon Supremacy, you Demon Supremacy teach his son a lesson in front of the Nether Devil Palace? That would be too exciting. The demigod-flawed 4 freaks immediately roared in excitement and rushed towards young Master Yarrow Yi. Go to hell. At this time, young Master Yarrow Yi's subordinates quickly rushed over and fought against the demigod-flawed 4 freaks. However, they were nothing before the demigod-flawed 4 freaks. They were directly slapped away by the demigod-flawed 4 freaks. One by one, they vomited blood in midair. Many of their bones had been broken. The injuries of those people were extremely serious. At this time, the cultivators finally realized how terrifying the cultivation of these 4 freaks was. Young Master Yarrow Yi couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect these 4 freaks to be so powerful. This level of cultivation caused him to feel a sense of trepidation. At this time, the demigod-flawed 4 freaks who had dealt with the group of cultivators immediately rushed towards young Master Yarrow Yi. Young Master Yarrow Yi said in a deep voice, "What are you doing? Let me tell you, I'm the son of Demon Sovereign Yu Mo. This is the Nether Demon Palace, the place where my father cultivates. If you dare to behave atrociously here, you're dead for sure." Young Master Yarrow Yi's threat couldn't scare the demigod-flawed 4 freaks at all. The demigod-flawed 4 freaks were famous for being fearless. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left the demigod-flawed valley. This brat is quite arrogant. This brat really needs to be taught a lesson. We need to help Demon Sovereign Yu Mo teach his son a lesson. That's right, Demon Sovereign Yumo will be very grateful to us once he finds out. The demiurge-flawed four freaks continued to talk among themselves. They were rapidly approaching young Master Yarrow Yi. Young Master Yarrow Yi turned around and wanted to escape into the Nether Demon Palace. However, it was too late to run now. The demiurge-flawed four freaks had already rushed over and attacked young Master Yarrow Yi. How could young Master Yarrow Yi be a match for the demiurge-flawed four freaks? He was directly slapped away by the demiurge-flawed four freaks and vomited blood in the air. Then, he heavily fell to the ground. The demiurge-flawed four freaks rushed forward. They surrounded young Master Yarrow Yi in the middle. Bang! 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 The demiurge-flawed four freaks were ruthless. They punched and kicked young Master Yarrow Yi. Young Master Yarrow Yi was screaming in pain. In the beginning, he still threatened them. However, young Master Yarrow Yi realized that the more he threatened the demiurge-flawed four freaks, the more ruthless they were. He no longer dared to threaten the demiurge-flawed four freaks and begged for mercy from them. However, the demiurge-flawed four freaks had no intention of letting him go. Young Master Yarrow Yi was foaming at the mouth from the demiurge-flawed four freaks as his body twitched. The spectators from afar wanted to see young Master Yarrow Yi being beaten to death. However, when they saw that young Master Yarrow Yi was about to be beaten to death by the demiurge-flawed four freaks, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. These four fellows are really ruthless. They still haven't stopped. Don't tell me they really want to beat young Master Yarrow Yi to death. 6th update, brothers, the 8th most popular character is about to be overtaken by the 9th most popular character. Everyone, work harder. Don't let them overtake you. If you don't have any missions to do, go to the book review section and help me increase my points. If they overtake me, I'm going to cry. Chapter 4550. Stop. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded. After hearing this voice, the crowd was stunned. The demon-crippled four eccentrics immediately stopped. The owner of the voice was definitely a terrifying existence. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Was Mr. Yu the demon going to show up? In the next moment, a middle-aged cultivator stepped out from the void. The middle-aged cultivator was clad in black robes and the aura emanating from his body was extremely sinister and terrifying. It's High Lord Yu Demon. Many cultivators in the distance exclaimed. Supremacy Yumo was the lord of the ancient Yumo city. Although he was a demon Dao cultivator who stayed in the ancient Yumo city all year round, he was still a demon Dao cultivator. Cultivators from the demon-crippled four eccentrics couldn't see High Lord Yu Demon often. Of course, it wasn't that they had never seen High Lord Yu Demon before. In fact, many of them had seen High Lord Yu Demon before because he would occasionally come out. Moreover, he was rather high-profile, so everyone naturally knew who he was. Now that High Lord Yu Demon had come out, there would be a good show to watch. However, no one knew how High Lord Yu Demon would deal with the demon-crippled four eccentrics and the human cultivator. Are you High Lord Yu Demon? We're helping you teach your son a lesson. As the saying goes, it's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. You don't want to discipline him, but as his elders, we don't mind disciplining him for you. Demon-crippled Heaven said with a calm expression. In reality, demon-crippled Heaven was much younger than young Master Yarrow Yi, but he looked more mature. He looked older than demon-crippled Heaven. However, one couldn't judge a person by their appearance alone. For example, there was an extremely strange life form in the world that was at their oldest when they were born. However, as time passed, they would become younger and younger. When they died, they would turn into babies. Of course, the demon-crippled four eccentrics weren't that old. However, the demon-crippled four eccentrics always spoke in an old-fashioned tone, which annoyed High Lord Yu Demon greatly. Especially when young Master Yuanshan was killed a while ago, and the results of that incident hadn't been sent back yet. And now, young Master Yarrow Yi was beaten half to death in front of the Nether Demon Palace. How could High Lord Yu Demon be in a good mood when his two sons ended up in such a state? Demon-crippled four eccentrics. You've gone too far. Do you think that I won't dare to touch you just because you have the Zen Valley behind you? Right now, those old geezers are hiding in the valley and don't dare to come out. Even if I kill all of you today, I still don't need to worry about them. High Lord Yu Mo said coldly. His killing intent had indeed been aroused, and he was considering whether or not to make a move. Actually, this is a misunderstanding. The demi-flawed four freaks were merely sparring with young Master Yarrow Yi. Who would have thought that they would accidentally knock young Master Yarrow Yi unconscious? It was an unintentional mistake. Why must you make such a big deal out of it, revered Lord? Yes, we made a mistake. We didn't do it on purpose. The demi-flawed four monsters said hurriedly. If one were to say that the four of them were brainless, they were indeed brainless at times. However, the four of them were quite quick-witted at times. Just like now. However, when the cultivators in the distance heard Lin Feng's words, they could not help but roll their eyes. Obviously, Lin Feng's reason was too far-fetched. Was this treating Exalted Lord Yu Fiend like a monkey? Brat, who are you then? Exalted Lord Yu Fiend stared coldly at Lin Feng. Not only did he want to kill the demiurge-flawed four freaks, but he also wanted to kill Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was in cahoots with the demiurge-flawed four freaks. Fortunately, this fellow did not know that it was Lin Feng who had instigated the demiurge-flawed four freaks to deal with young Master Yarrow Yi. If he knew, he would have probably attacked Lin Feng out of anger by now. Lin Feng said, I am young Master Yuanshan's best friend. I am here to deliver young Master Yuanshan's remnant to Exalted Lord. Young Master Yuanshan's remnant? What is that brat talking about? How did young Master Yuanshan's remnant become his remnant? Is young Master Yuanshan dead? The cultivators in the distance exclaimed when they heard Lin Feng's words. They were unaware that young Master Yuanshan had died. That brat shouldn't be talking nonsense. It seems like young Master Yuanshan is really dead. Who killed young Master Yuanshan? Who dares to kill young Master Yuanshan? Aren't they afraid of Exalted Lord Yu Fiend's revenge? At this moment, the cultivators spoke in disbelief. Many of them began discussing in private. You are my son Yuanshan's best friend. Why haven't I heard Yuanshan mention you before? Exalted Lord Yu Fiend narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, Pardon me for being disrespectful, but did Exalted Lord Yu Fiend report everything to your parents and elders when you were young? Exalted Lord Yu Fiend raised his brows slightly. Indeed, Lin Feng's words made sense. After all, everyone had their own social circle. Said Lin Feng. Brother Yuanshan died tragically. The reason why he was killed was because he offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. The four outstanding celestial warriors and I saw it with our own eyes. Therefore, when we saw that Brother Yuanshan's blood brother was so arrogant and despotic, we were heartbroken. We were afraid that he would follow in Yuanshan's footsteps. Therefore, the four outstanding celestial warriors decided to teach him a lesson. We didn't use too much strength, but it's just a few scratches. He'll recover in a few days. Since Lin Feng had already said so much, it wasn't appropriate to kill Lin Feng's group of 5 now. Moreover, Exalted Lord Yu Fiend was very eager to know who young Master Yuanshan had offended. If Yuanshan had offended someone even Yu Fiend Palace couldn't afford to offend, at that time, he might be implicated as well. There are too many people here. Let's go inside and talk. Lin Feng said. Exalted Lord Yu Fiend nodded. Then, he looked at the guards beside him and said, Carry young master back to recuperate. Then, Exalted Lord Yu Fiend walked inside. Lin Feng followed closely behind Exalted Lord Yu Fiend. The demiurge broken 4 monsters also entered Yu Fiend Palace. The people outside were still discussing what had just happened. The whole thing had really taken a turn. The guy who had beaten young Master Yarrow Yi half to death was actually young Master Yuanshan's friend. Furthermore, young Master Yuanshan had already been killed. However, no one knew who had killed him. Everyone wanted to hear Lin Feng say who had killed young Master Yuanshan. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had already followed Exalted Lord Yu Fiend into Yu Fiend Palace. However, even though they didn't know who had killed young Master Yuanshan, the news of young Master Yuanshan's death quickly spread throughout Yu Fiend Ancient City. Many people clapped their hands in joy. Even though there were many evil cultivators living in Yu Fiend Ancient City, in the eyes of those evil cultivators, young Master Yuanshan deserved to die. From this, It could be seen how hateful young Master Yuanshan was. Lin Feng had directly killed young Master Yuanshan back then, and it was already too easy for this guy. 7th update. Brothers, have you done the mission? Everyone, please don't forget to do the mission. I'm currently ranked 8th, and the event will end on the 29th. If I can be ranked in the top 8 at the end of the event, Old Steamed Bun will explode with 20 chapters. Therefore, I beg brothers to help Old Steamed Bun up. Doing missions in the book review section, giving rewards, voting, and so on can all increase the activity. Whether or not I can get a good ranking depends on everyone's support. Chapter 4551. In the main hall, everyone took their seats. Exalt Yumo looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What happened back then? Who did my son Yuanshan offend for him to be killed?" Lin Feng said, "I believe Exalt you must have heard about Lin Baiqian's son, Lin Feng, appearing in the Undying World, right?" Exalt Yumo nodded. "Of course. I've heard about it as well. Could Yuanshan have offended that kid?" "That's right. It's him. In Sky Peak City, Lin Feng killed young Master Yuanshan in a single move," said Lin Feng. "What? He's that strong?" Previously, he obtained the Huyi bow and the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. It is said that he relied on the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman to activate the Huyi bow. His strength shouldn't be that great. After the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman fell silent, he shouldn't be that powerful anymore, right? Exalt Yumo asked. Exalt Yumo had been in seclusion recently. However, Exalt Yumo had his own sources of information. He knew about all the major events that had happened recently. Regardless of whether they were related to him or not, Exalt Yumo would try his best to understand them. For example, the matter of Lin Feng. Although it had nothing to do with Exalt Yumo, he had still managed to gather quite a bit of information. Lin Feng said, "Exalt, you shouldn't believe the rumors outside. Lin Feng is a terrifying person. Not only did he kill young Master Yuanshan, he even killed one of the 8 young masters of the Undying World, young Master Xueyu. Of course, Lin Feng had only killed one of young Master Xueyu's avatars, but Exalt Yumo didn't know that. Lin Feng naturally had to brag about himself as much as possible. That way, he could shock Exalt Yumo even more. Young Master Xueyu is dead." As expected, Exalt Yumo was shocked when he heard that Lin Feng had killed young Master Xueyu. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Who was young Master Xueyu? He was one of the top figures of the Undying World's younger generation. Exalt Yumo was powerful. But High Lord Yumo knew. Even if he personally took action, he did not dare to say that he could kill young Master Xueyu. But now, young Master Xueyu had actually been killed. Not to mention, he was killed by a young human cultivator. Sounds good. It was truly inconceivable. Lin Feng rose to his feet and took out a storage ring. When he saw the storage ring in Lin Feng's hand, High Lord Yumo's pupils constricted. Naturally, he recognized him. That was young Master Yuanshan's storage ring. My son Yuanshan's storage ring. High Lord Yumo took a deep breath and said, "Yes." After Lin Feng killed young noble Yuanshan, he didn't take his storage ring. Young noble Yuanshan and I are good friends, so I feel that I have to return young noble Yuanshan's belongings, Lin Feng said. Yumo Supremacy's face was very ugly. He naturally knew what kind of trash his son was. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was unpardonably evil. But they were demonic Tao cultivators. Was there anything wrong with their character and methods? Even High Lord Yumo himself had slaughtered billions of innocent people in order to cultivate demonic Tao. But the only thing that High Lord Yumo was dissatisfied with was that his son young noble Yuanshan's eyesight was too bad. No matter how many evil deeds these demonic Tao cultivators did, their eyes had to be clean. If you did evil, no one would deal with you. But if you offended someone you could not afford to offend, you would suffer a devastating blow. High Lord Yumo's style of doing things these years was to not offend people from peak factions or peak experts. That was why he had survived until now. And he had also taught young noble Yuanshan. But clearly, young noble Yuanshan did not take his words to heart. Lin Feng was so strong. Would he act against Yumo Palace? High Lord Yumo felt that he might need to contact 9 Underworld Demon Palace. Young Master Xue Yu was from 9 Underworld Demon Palace and had also died at Lin Feng's hands. 9 Underworld Demon Palace would definitely be furious. At that time, 9 Underworld Demon Palace would definitely send experts to kill Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng was a true immortal, as long as he offended 9 Underworld Demon Palace. In High Lord Yumo's eyes, 9 Underworld Demon Palace also had a way to kill Lin Feng. High Lord, please accept young noble Yuanshan's remnant. Lin Feng came to High Lord Yumo's side and handed over young noble Yuanshan's storage ring. You're considerate. My son Yuanshan was able to make a friend like you. His life was not in vain, High Lord Yumo said. Then he took young noble Yuanshan's storage ring. And at this time, Lin Feng suddenly exploded and sent a palm towards High Lord Yumo. High Lord Yumo had just taken young noble Yuanshan's storage ring. At this time, his heart was fluctuating intensely. Moreover, he was also thinking of a way to kill Lin Feng. So he did not think that his son's best friend would actually launch a sneak attack on him. Normally, High Lord Yumo was very cautious and would not let others get close to him easily. But today, because of young noble Yuanshan, he was careless and Lin Feng got close to him. At such a close distance, High Lord Yumo could not dodge even if he wanted to. Even if he wanted to block, it was already too late. Bang! Following a violent collision, a violent sound rang out. Lin Feng's terrifying fist ruthlessly smashed into High Lord Yumo's chest. High Lord Yumo's chest instantly caved in from the impact. Who knew how many of his bones were broken? High Lord Yumo was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood in midair. This scene happened too quickly, so fast that even the 4 demonic remnants freaks could not react. Seal the hall, Lin Feng shouted and continued to attack High Lord Yumo. Take advantage of his illness. Take his life. This was the best chance to kill High Lord Yumo. Moreover, in close combat, Lin Feng was practically invincible. The 4 demonic remnants freaks hurriedly sealed the hall with restrictions, then charged at High Lord Yumo while shouting. By this time, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of High Lord Yumo and sent another powerful punch at him. High Lord Yumo wanted to dodge, but Lin Feng had already caught up to him and made it impossible for him to dodge. Thus, High Lord Yumo could not help but roar in anger. Who the hell are you? Lin Feng said indifferently, I am Lin Feng, son of Lin Baitian. Today, I'm here to take your dog life. What? You're that Lin Feng? High Lord Yumo was shocked. He had never imagined that the best friend of his son, young noble Yuanshan, would be Lin Feng. This fellow was truly audacious. He had actually come all the way to Yumo Palace to ambush him. Bang! At this time, the 2 sides clashed for the second time. High Lord Yumo was once again sent flying by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's attacks were like a tidal wave, one punch after another, not giving High Lord Yumo any chance to counterattack. At this time, the 4 demonic remnants freaks had also arrived, each of them charging at High Lord Yumo with powerful attacks. High Lord Yumo's expression sank. He could feel the aura of death enveloping him, causing him to feel cold all over. Chapter 4552. High Lord Yumo was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. His strength was so powerful, even if he wasn't a match for Lin Feng and the demonic 4 monsters. However, he definitely wouldn't be suppressed without any power to fight back like now. The main reason was because he was ambushed by Lin Feng. In a battle between experts, one wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. For example, High Lord Yumo was in such a situation. Although he was very powerful, he was ambushed by Lin Feng and instantly suffered extremely serious injuries. Wanting to reverse the situation was already extremely difficult. Because Lin Feng didn't even give High Lord Yumo a chance to resist. Now, High Lord Yumo wished that he could immediately kill Lin Feng to vent the hatred in his heart. But the actual situation was the complete opposite. Maybe Lin Feng could kill him anytime and anywhere. High Lord Yumo discovered that Lin Feng's close combat strength was simply too powerful. Breaking all methods with one force. He didn't even have the time to operate his divine ability. In High Lord Yumo's impression, he had never seen a person with such terrifying physical strength. But, Lin Feng's physical strength was so terrifying, so shocking. Of course, if his magic power operated his divine ability, High Lord Yumo was confident that he could defeat Lin Feng. But in the battle with Lin Feng, he tried to get rid of Lin Feng several times, but in the end, it all ended in failure. There was no chance to use his divine ability at all. Now, the situation seemed to be even worse. Because the demonic four monsters had already rushed over. High Lord Yumo knew that when the demonic four monsters rushed over to form an encirclement with Lin Feng, he was afraid that he only had a dead end. So, there was only one thing that he could do now. That was to think of a way to get rid of Lin Feng. He absolutely couldn't continue to be beaten like this. When Lin Feng threw another punch at Yumo, Yumo's face changed. High Lord Yumo's body actually exploded into a cloud of black qi. Then, after that cloud of black qi dodged Lin Feng's punch, it rushed out of the encirclement, wanting to break away from the encirclement formed by Lin Feng and the demonic four monsters. Obviously, this was a secret technique. This kind of secret technique was usually a trump card. Unless it was a life and death crisis, it would absolutely not be used. In a life and death crisis, this secret technique was often used to escape. Using this kind of secret technique would definitely consume a lot of energy. Otherwise, Empyrean Yu Fiend would have long displayed this secret art to break away from him. When Lin Feng saw that the demon Qi wanted to escape, he released his godly black fire. Flames to heaven and earth. Many clouds of black qis to ashes. Ah, heavenly fire, it's heavenly fire. Lord Yumo's to the demonic to the black to the point. The demonic Lord Yumo's to the death to the end to thus to the there to the there to the thus. S to the end S to the end to the end to the end to the end. To the God to God. T Feng. To the end. To the end. Yumo realized that Lin Feng had been blowing his own trumpet. Lin Feng had told him that he had killed young Master Xueyu. At first, High Lord Yumo believed it. But ever since he found out that the person who had ambushed him was Lin Feng, High Lord Yumo no longer believed Lin Feng's words. High Lord Yumo discovered that Lin Feng's cultivation realm wasn't particularly high. Perhaps Lin Feng's talent was shocking, but it was impossible for him to kill young Master Xueyu at such a cultivation realm. This point, High Lord Yumo was very certain. Yumo estimated the fighting strength of both sides. Lin Feng had the four celestial broken monsters. They were all in the sky immortal realm. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. But although the sky immortal realm was strong, there was still a gap between them. So High Lord Yumo felt that his chances of victory were rather high. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent. If he wanted to escape, he could still easily do it. But High Lord Yumo discovered that the situation wasn't as good as he had imagined. Before he could escape, he was already heavily injured by Lin Feng again. The heavenly fire's damage to him was too great. In the end, only a small portion of the demonic qi escaped. Most of it was burned to ashes by Lin Feng's heavenly fire. That small portion of demonic qi once again turned into High Lord Yumo. High Lord Yumo rushed outside. He wanted to call for reinforcements to deal with Lin Feng and the demonic four monsters. Although the demiurge flawed four eccentrics had set up restrictions, they weren't particularly proficient in restrictions. So, High Lord Yumo could easily break the restrictions set up by the demonic four monsters. The restrictions set up by the demonic four monsters were quickly broken. High Lord Yumo revealed a joyful expression. After breaking the restrictions set up by the demonic four monsters, he rushed outside. Suddenly, new restrictions appeared in the void. Those new restrictions bounced High Lord Yumo back. Not good. High Lord Yumo's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect a new restriction to appear. And the new restriction was even more powerful. The new restriction was naturally set up by Lin Feng. High Lord Yumo, give up. You won't be able to escape today, Lin Feng sneered. He and the demonic four monsters once again charged towards High Lord Yumo. Ha 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 ha. High Lord Yumo, today I'll let you experience the powerful strength of the demonic four heroes, the demonic four monsters shouted in unison. Then, a great battle broke out. Lin Feng and the demonic four monsters besieged High Lord Yumo. Although High Lord Yumo was a quasi-true immortal, his injuries were severe. Under the combined attacks of Lin Feng and the demonic four monsters, he could only defend himself. He couldn't counterattack at all. Therefore, the situation was very bad for High Lord Yumo. Tian Sanyu found an opportunity to send High Lord Yumo flying with a palm strike. Lin Feng took advantage of this rare opportunity to charge forward and unleash the 8 forbidden seals. Countless formation runes intertwined in the void and wrapped around High Lord Yumo. High Lord Yumo couldn't resist. In the end, he was sealed by Lin Feng. Why is it like this? I can't accept this, I can't accept this. High Lord Yumo roared in indignation. He was a quasi-true immortal, yet he had ended up like this. Naturally, he couldn't accept it. Lin Feng looked indifferently at High Lord Yumo and said, "Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. You brought this upon yourself." Lin Feng planned to soul-search High Lord Yumo. High Lord Yumo was quite familiar with soul-searching techniques, so when he saw the strange energy swirling around Lin Feng's palm, he knew that Lin Feng wanted to soul-search him. High Lord Yumo shouted, "Lin Gongzi, spare me. Although I deserve to die 10,000 times for my crimes. However, I am still a quasi-true immortal cultivator. I can help young master in many ways. As long as young master doesn't kill me, I'm willing to submit to young master. I hope to follow young master for the rest of my life to atone for my crimes." Chapter 45-53. Hearing Yumo High Lord begging for mercy, Lin Feng stopped. As a quasi-true immortal, Yumo High Lord had hopes of entering the true immortal realm in the future. Of course, the most important thing was that Yumo High Lord was the owner of the ancient city of Yumo. He had many experts under his command, and now that Lin Feng had come to the Undying Realm, he was alone. He indeed needed to establish his own power. Lin Feng already had a preliminary plan in his mind. For example, he would use the Sin domain as his base. Then, to establish his own power, it was just that Lin Feng had no idea where to start. However, since Yumo High Lord took the initiative to beg for mercy, it reminded Lin Feng. Perhaps he could spare Yumo Supremacy's life and let Yumo Supremacy secretly recruit troops. When Lin Feng was in the mortal world, he had already established many influential groups. Lin Feng was very clear. The rise of a new force would definitely be suppressed by many old forces. And the situation in the Sin domain was even more complicated. The Sin domain was guarded by the Sacred Legion, which was the cultivator army under the Sacred Heavenly King. If he wanted to establish a huge force in the Sin domain, the Sacred Heavenly King would definitely interfere. At that time, he would have to fight a decisive battle with the Sacred Heavenly King. As one of the most trusted generals of the Heavenly Emperor, the Sacred Heavenly King was a true immortal realm cultivator. It was definitely not an easy task to deal with this person. Lin Feng was also very clear about this point. So, at this stage, even if he wanted to establish his own power, Lin Feng needed to hide behind the scenes. Only when his wings were fully grown could he walk to the front stage. Yumo High Lord was a veteran powerhouse in the Sin domain. A powerful rogue cultivator. Therefore, Lin Feng pushing him to the front stage would not arouse too much suspicion. After thinking about it, Lin Feng felt that he could indeed spare Yumo High Lord's life. He used to be an unpardonable evil person. Then he would lead him to good. This was also better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Lin Feng said, "On account of the heaven's benevolence, I will spare your life today. Now, you can make an oath." Hearing this, Yumo High Lord could finally heave a sigh of relief. Of course he didn't want to die. Being alive was better than being dead. And Lin Feng's words let Empyrean Yu Fiend know that his life was considered saved. To High Lord Yumo, this was naturally the most important matter. Was there anything more important than preserving his life? I, High Lord Yumo, swear on my soul that from now on, I will pledge my life to young Master Lin Feng. If I violate this oath, my soul will shatter and I will die a horrible death. High Lord Yumo swore. In an instant, Lin Feng felt that an extremely wondrous connection was produced between himself and Yu Fiend Exalt. This kind of connection was formed by an oath. If Yu Demon Exalt dared to have thoughts of betraying him, Lin Feng would immediately be able to sense it. As for Yu Demon Exalt, an oath rune had formed in his mind. When Lin Feng activated the oath rune, he could easily eliminate Yu Demon Exalt. Lin Feng removed the restriction on Yu Demon Exalt. Subduing a cultivator who had the strength of the quasi-true immortal layer as a subordinate was a great reward for Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Yu Demon Exalt and asked, "How much power do you have in your hands?" Yu Demon Exalt said, reporting to young master, "This subordinate has a total of 3 heavenly immortals, 15 earthly immortals, 42 human immortals, and 131 loose immortals. In addition, there are more than 3,000 emperors." Lin Feng was shocked. There are actually so many experts. Back in the mortal world, great emperors were considered top-notch experts. So when he heard that Yu Demon Exalt had so many experts under him, Lin Feng was shocked. Yu Mo knew that Lin Feng was from the mortal world, but he didn't care. He explained, "Young master, there is something you don't know. Our undying realm is different from the mortal world. Actually, there are many experts in the mortal world, especially now. Many self-proclaimed experts have broken out of their seals. After the great changes in the world, many people's cultivation soared at lightning speed. They encountered many fortuitous encounters and broke through extremely quickly. But how is the mortal world constructed? It's made up of the 3,000 great worlds, countless medium worlds, small worlds, and planets with life. Although some of the great worlds have been destroyed, there are still many great worlds in the starry sky world. Many large worlds, medium worlds, small worlds, or planets with life will more or less have some experts. The small number ranges from a few to a few hundred to 1,000, or even more. And so many experts from large worlds, medium worlds, small worlds, and planets with life will come to our undying realm from all directions of the starry sky world. Because the undying realm is the holy land for cultivation, there are actually many experts in the mortal world, but they are very scattered. Thus, we feel that it's not easy to see experts in the mortal world, but in reality, that's not the case. As the experts of the mortal world gather in the undying realm, the undying realm gives people the feeling that there are as many experts as there are clouds. In fact, this feeling is correct, because the undying realm has gathered the peak experts of the mortal world. In these years, as more and more experts gather in the undying realm, the strength of the various large forces is increasing. Thus, although the number of experts recruited by this subordinate seems to be large, when compared to the experts recruited by those top forces, the difference is immediately obvious. After hearing Yu Demon Exalt's explanation, Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as Yu Demon Exalt had said. The mortal world and the undying realm were different. In the mortal world, great emperors were all experts, so why would there be such a feeling? The main reason was that in such a large world, among the countless cultivators, only a few could reach this realm. Great emperors were naturally experts sought after by countless people. However, it was a different scene in the undying realm. Cultivators from all over the universe gathered in the undying realm. What did great emperors count for? What did pseudo-immortals count for? True immortals were the peak forces of the undying realm. Recruit soldiers at all cost. Can you do it? Lin Feng looked at Yu Demon Exalt and asked. This subordinate will definitely not disappoint young master, Yu Demon Exalt said. Then, Yu Demon Exalt continued, young master's identity is a little sensitive, but it's also a guarantee for young master to display his strength. Oh, what do you mean? Lin Feng asked. High Lord Yu Demon said, some time ago, young noble manifested his bloodline in the extreme north. Above Sin Domain, a sinner's blood emperor condensed. This means that young noble is the one chosen by the heavens. In Sin Domain, there are still some experts of the sinner's bloodline hidden. These experts include some ancient existences, but they won't come out so easily. If young noble can display his strength in Sin Domain, maybe those hibernating sinners' bloodline will come out one after another and join young noble. At that time, young noble will be able to carve out his own territory and conquer the world. Chapter 45-54. One had to admit that High Lord Yu Mo was worthy of being called a hegemon. His vision was quite accurate. It was indeed as High Lord Yu Mo had said. If he could plan it well, He might be able to establish his own faction in Sin Realm and fight for supremacy. This was the same as Lin Feng's idea. Lin Feng looked at High Lord Yumo and asked, "What do you think I should do next?" High Lord Yumo said, "There aren't any top factions in Sin Realm because the Sacred Legion has suppressed Sin Realm too much. They don't allow any top factions to appear. However, there are many wandering cultivators in Sin Realm. Among them, the 10 great wandering cultivators are the strongest. I'm one of the top 10 individual cultivators. I'm sure young master knows this. The top 10 individual cultivators have many experts under their command. If the top 10 individual cultivators are scattered, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. However, if the top 10 individual cultivators gather and form a force, it will be an extremely terrifying force." "That's true." Lin Feng nodded, but then he raised his brows and said, "The 10 great wandering cultivators are so strong, but they're willing to become wandering cultivators. They clearly don't want to be the vassals of others. They want to be the overlords of their own territories. Recruiting them is easier said than done." High Lord Yumo said, "It's indeed a troublesome matter. If we provoke them, they won't agree to it. However, the world is bustling with activity, and everyone is here for profit. If the profit is big enough, there's still a possibility that others will join us. However, this method won't be able to recruit everyone. If we can't recruit everyone, then the news will definitely leak out. If the Sacred Legion finds out, it'll be a disaster for us. The Sacred Legion will think of ways to eradicate us before we do anything big. Therefore, we must take down the other 9 Supremes in one fell swoop and completely seal off the news. Then, there are 2 ways to do that. The first is to defeat them one by one. This method is the simplest method, but it won't be easy to implement because there are a few experts who are extremely cautious. If we go to their residence to deal with them, they must have a lot of experts around them. Moreover, it will be very difficult to find a reason to make them dismiss their experts. Therefore, this method won't work. Since the first method doesn't work, then I can only use the second method, which is to catch them all in one fell swoop. When the time comes, we'll suppress all of them. If they agree to recognize you as their master, then that's good. If they don't, then we'll just kill them. I'm sure that in the face of life and death, those cultivators who are already having a hard time will change their minds, unless they don't want to live anymore." After hearing High Lord Yumo's reasoning, Lin Feng discovered that High Lord Yumo had quite the potential to be a doghead strategist. Evil devil cultivators were skilled in scheming, and High Lord Yumo was clearly the same. Lin Feng asked, "What are the other 9 loose cultivators' strengths?" "You demon High Lord said, the other 9 loose cultivators are all quasi-true immortals." Lin Feng said, 9 quasi-true immortals, it won't be easy to deal with them. Of course, when Lin Feng said it wouldn't be easy, he was referring to suppressing all of them and not leaking any information. In truth, Lin Feng could set up a formation to trap them, but he couldn't guarantee that experts of their level would have some hidden trump cards. At that time, they might break the formation and leave. If that was the case, the news would be leaked. When the Sacred Army attacked, Lin Feng's wings weren't fully developed yet, so there was no way he could contend against them. To put it bluntly, he still wasn't strong enough. If Lin Feng's strength was enough to suppress the 9 quasi-true immortals, this plan wouldn't be a problem at all. However, he still couldn't suppress them. High Lord Yumo frowned as he pondered. He already had an idea, but the biggest problem was how to suppress the 9 quasi-true immortals. "How about I call my first wife, the Red World Fairy, over?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Of course, in front of the Red World Fairy, Lin Feng didn't dare to use the term first wife to address the Red World Fairy. Who knew if the Red World Fairy would slap Lin Feng to death in anger? However, in Lin Feng's heart, he had already set a goal for himself. That was, sooner or later, he would conquer the Red World Fairy. Thinking about the feeling of conquering such a powerful woman like the Red World Fairy, Lin Feng felt his blood boil. Lin Feng felt that at this stage, he might really be able to find a way to find the Red World Fairy. It was just that he didn't know where the Red World Fairy was right now. However, Lin Feng had a strange feeling. He felt that the Red World Fairy seemed to be in the Sin domain. As for why he had such a feeling, Lin Feng didn't know. In truth, the reason why Lin Feng had such a feeling was because of the emotional entanglement between Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy back then. Although the Red World Fairy had severed their relationship, Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy's fates were intertwined. Thus, when the two of them were within a certain range, they would have a special feeling. They could faintly sense each other's existence. Lin Feng felt that it was very strange. However, Lin Feng didn't know that there were some things hidden within. Help me spread a piece of news. Say that an old friend is looking for the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng looked at High Lord Yumo and said. Although High Lord Yumo didn't know who the Red World Fairy was, since Lin Feng wanted to find the Red World Fairy, perhaps the Red World Fairy was a very important person to Lin Feng. Thus, High Lord Yumo agreed. High Lord Yumo asked, Young Master, do you still need to tell the Red World Fairy where to find this old friend? Lin Feng didn't say who was looking for the Red World Fairy. Thus, High Lord Yumo didn't say anything either. Lin Feng said. No need. If she really wants to find this old friend of hers, she'll definitely be able to find him. The Red World Fairy's figure appeared in Lin Feng's mind. What was she doing? Lin Feng said, All right, we should leave. If there's anything, I'll contact you. Understood. High Lord Yumo said. He then personally escorted Lin Feng and the demigod four monsters outside. When he came outside, he saw the pair of delicate and beautiful twin sisters. At this moment, the beautiful twin sisters were waiting for Lin Feng outside. Brothers, have you completed today's mission? Your character support is currently ranked 8th. If you work harder, can you reach 7th? This is the 4th update. There's still 3 more. Old Man 2 has to continue writing. Chapter 45-55. Big Brother, thank you for saving us. After seeing Lin Feng come out, the two sisters quickly thanked Lin Feng. This was a pair of beautiful and moving sisters, but their fate was also very tragic. In this world, there were too many things that made people feel unjust and sad. Most of the time, people could only sigh. There was nothing they could do. Therefore, Lin Feng would still help when it was within his power, such as saving the sisters. Little girl, why are you only thanking Brother Lin and not us 4 handsome men? The demigod four eccentrics said in unison. The 4 of them were feeling pretty good about themselves, but their words made the tense atmosphere around them a lot more relaxed. However, the people around them kept slandering them. How dare you call yourselves the 4 handsome men? Shameless people are invincible in this world. Of course, no one dared to tell this to the demigod four eccentrics. If they dared to say such nonsense in front of them, they would have their bones broken by the demigod four eccentrics. Thank you, big brothers, for saving us. The 2 sisters thanked the demigod four eccentrics. The 2 sisters originally wanted to thank the 4 uncles for saving their lives, but they realized that the 4 of them were calling this handsome big brother Brother Lin. Therefore, the 2 sisters changed the way they addressed the 4 of them. He, no need to thank us, no need to thank us. The 4 of us are not only handsome, but also helpful. That was just a small matter. The demigod four eccentrics opened their mouths and said in unison. The 4 of them had quite a tacit understanding. Lin Feng looked at the 2 girls and said, Do you have any relatives? I will send you to your relatives. The 2 girls shed tears at this point. One of them said, Young master, our relatives are all dead, please take us in. We are very diligent and can do anything, we will definitely serve you well. Another one said, Please take us in, young master. We are willing to be your cows and horses. Lin Feng couldn't help but slightly frown. He originally wanted to send the 2 girls to their relatives. However, seeing that their relatives were already dead and looking so pitiful, he couldn't help but feel upset. Brother Lin, these 2 little sisters are much prettier than Hua Lingxian. Why don't you accept them and let them be your first and second wives? What do you think? Amputated Heaven grinned. Hearing this, the beautiful faces of the 2 sisters immediately became rosy. Although they were young, many people at their age were already married, so they naturally knew a lot of things. Lin Feng said, Big brother Tian Can Q, please don't make such a joke. It will make the 2 little sisters feel embarrassed. How about this, you 2 can stay by my side for now. I will try my best to make arrangements for you too. Thank you, young master. The two sisters thanked him. Then, Lin Feng and the others left. On the way, Lin Feng asked for the sisters' names. The elder sister was called Fang Mengyuan and the younger sister was called Fang Mengshin. This pair of sisters were too similar in appearance. As a result, Lin Feng sometimes mistook them for each other. The two sisters were in low spirits. It was obvious that the tragic deaths of their relatives had caused them great grief. At this moment, Tian Sanyu said, "The two of you must hate young master Yaro Yi. Let me tell you, we have already avenged you too." The two sisters looked at Tian Sanyu in confusion when they heard this. Tian Sanyu chuckled and said, "Anyone who has been taught a lesson by us will die from Qigong deviation within half a year to a year." After hearing Tian Sanyu's words, Lin Feng had a deeper understanding of the four demi-flawed freaks. Although the four demi-flawed freaks seemed retarded, they were extremely ruthless at times. For example, it was obvious that the four demi-flawed freaks had secretly done something to teach young master Yaro Yi a lesson. Therefore, that was why young master Yaro Yi died from qi deviation sometime between half a year to a year later. By doing this, they were able to eliminate the source of the problem. "Thank you, big brothers, for helping us kill that beast, young master Yaro Yi." The two sisters thanked the four demi-flawed freaks. "We are chivalrous warriors who uphold justice. It is only natural for us to do such a thing." The four demi-flawed freaks spoke with a righteous expression. In fact, if the four of them accepted someone, they would treat the other party extremely well. For example, it was the same for Lin Feng. Young master Yaro Yi deserved to die. Lin Feng naturally felt that the four demi-flawed freaks did the right thing. Now that this fellow was dead, there would be one less scourge in the world. Supremacy Yumo still had a few sons, and Lin Feng hoped that the other sons of Supremacy Yumo would learn well. Lin Feng, the four demi-flawed freaks, Fang Mengyuan, and Fang Mengshin returned to the Xia family village. He took out young master Yuanshan's head. Then, he placed it in front of the graves of the village chief and the others. The villagers all came out. Everyone knelt in front of the graves to pay their respects to the dead. Lin Feng asked Xia Zhongjuan to arrange a place for Fang Mengyuan and Fang Mengshin to stay. When the Snow Lady saw Lin Feng return with a pair of beautiful sisters, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. Hence, she couldn't help but be a lot colder towards Lin Feng. She didn't even take the initiative to talk to Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally noticed the change in the Snow Lady's mood. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Could it be that the Snow Lady is jealous? If the Snow Lady is jealous, it means that the Snow Lady is interested in me. With that thought, Lin Feng felt a little happy. Lin Feng liked beautiful women. After interacting with the Snow Lady for a period of time, he realized that the Snow Lady was actually cold on the outside but warm on the inside. All these years, she basically didn't interact with outsiders, but in reality, the Snow Lady was very kind in her heart. However, so many people wanted to kill the Snow Lady and seize the Snow Spirit Bonefire, but the external environment forced the Snow Lady to resist. She had no choice but to kill. Because she wanted to live on. And the Snow Lady also needed the care of others. Night fell. The Snow Lady sat alone on a smooth boulder at the peak of a mountain not far from the Xia family village. She rested her chin on her hand and looked into the distance. No one knew what she was looking at. Lin Feng walked over and sat beside the Snow Lady. Then, he asked, "What are you looking at?" The Snow Lady turned to look at Lin Feng. She blinked her long eyelashes and then turned her head to the side. Just like before, she ignored Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Snow Lady seemed to have really lost her temper. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen the Snow Lady lose her temper. However, the Snow Lady's temper was like that of many women in love. She chose to ignore the other party. Lin Feng didn't think she was cold and emotionless anymore. She was much cuter than before. Lin Feng didn't think she was cold anymore. Lin Feng didn't think she was cold anymore. She was much cuter than before. Chapter 45-56. Lin Feng looked at Xue Enyu and said, "Those two sisters' relatives were killed. I felt sorry for them, so I saved them. Initially, I wanted to send them to their relatives, but they didn't have any relatives, so I had no choice but to bring them here, said Xuerenyu. Why are you explaining all this to me? You don't have to explain it to me, the Snow Lady said. Although she said that, the Snow Lady was very happy to hear Lin Feng's explanation. Although the Snow Lady knew that many women liked a man as outstanding as Lin Feng, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Lin Feng said, because I'm afraid that you'll misunderstand. I'm not anyone to you. Why are you afraid that I'll misunderstand? I won't misunderstand. The Snow Lady couldn't help but say. Lin Feng said, of course I'm afraid that you'll misunderstand. That's because you hold a different place in my heart, Lin Feng said as he reached out and grabbed the Snow Lady's hand. What are you doing? Let go of me. Otherwise, I won't go easy on you. The Snow Lady's face instantly turned red. Then, she struggled gently. Lin Feng said, nothing. I just want to hold your hand like this. I think it'll feel good. If you don't want me to hold on to you, I can let go of you. The Snow Lady's lips trembled. She wanted to say I don't want to. However, it was as if she was possessed. The Snow Lady swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. The Snow Lady didn't say anything. Clearly, she agreed with Lin Feng's actions. Lin Feng was delighted. Indeed, if a man wanted to pick up a girl, he had to be bold, careful, and thick-skinned. Or else. What makes you think you can get a girl? Lin Feng asked. We've known each other for a long time, and we've been through many things together. I'm sure you know a lot about my background and my clan, but I don't know anything about you. I know there are some things you don't want to talk about, but there are some things we have to face in life. I'm willing to listen to your stories and share your worries. Can you tell me everything? The Snow Lady struggled out of Lin Feng's grasp and stood up. There are some things that you're better off not knowing. It won't do you any good. I'm planning to leave. If we're fated to meet again in the future, perhaps we'll meet again, the Snow Maiden said. Although the Snow Lady couldn't bear to leave now, she knew that Lin Feng wanted to find out about her past. The Snow Lady was scared. She didn't want to drag Lin Feng into this because it was extremely dangerous for Lin Feng. Now, it was enough for her to bear this danger alone. There was no need to drag Lin Feng into this. Lin Feng realized the severity of the situation. It seemed like the things that had happened all those years ago had affected the Snow Lady greatly, and she was extremely terrified. That was why the Snow Lady wanted to leave. In fact, she wanted to hide. Lin Feng knew that if the Snow Lady left, perhaps they wouldn't meet again. The Snow Lady would become the same as before. She would be alone. She would be all alone. She might even become the target of many cultivators. She would struggle to survive alone in this world until the day she died at the hands of those cultivators. Or she would be found by her enemies. Or she would fall into their hands. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel his heart ache when he thought about the situation the Snow Lady was about to face. How could he let the Snow Lady face such a situation alone? Lin Feng would never allow such a thing to happen. As the Snow Lady was about to leave, Lin Feng grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. The Snow Lady looked at him in disbelief. He kissed her red lips. The Snow Maiden's mind instantly went blank. Slowly. Bit by bit. When the Snow Lady regained her senses, she pushed Lin Feng away. She looked at Lin Feng furiously and said, Lin Feng, you're too presumptuous. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? Lin Feng said, how can you bear to do it? Now, as your man, I command you to tell you everything that happened in the past. You're not allowed to say no. The Snow Lady's face turned so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out when she heard Lin Feng's words. She had never thought that this would happen. However, everything that happened today was too unexpected. Her heart was still beating extremely fast. The Snow Lady wanted to make herself cold, but she realized that she couldn't maintain that cold aura in front of Lin Feng. After all, her first kiss was taken by Lin Feng. For a conservative world, for a woman, this was a huge matter. The Snow Lady was a conservative woman in this conservative world. She sighed and said, why do you have to force me like this? Lin Feng said, when did I force you? I just want to know everything about you. The Snow Lady lifted her head and looked at Lin Feng. She saw a pair of clear eyes. The Snow Lady liked looking at Lin Feng's eyes. They were very clear. Even though Lin Feng had been through so many things, he was still able to maintain his original heart. This wasn't easy. Perhaps this was what attracted the Snow Lady the most about Lin Feng. It's very dangerous and scary. I might die. I don't want you to fall into such a dangerous situation, the Snow Lady said in a sorrowful voice. At this moment, she remembered what had happened in the past. To the Snow Lady, the things that had happened in the past were things that she was unwilling to recall for the rest of her life. Don't be afraid. I'm by your side. I'm willing to give up everything to protect you, Lin Feng said as he grabbed the Snow Lady's hand. The Snow Lady's heart trembled when she heard Lin Feng's words. These words. They deeply touched the Snow Lady's heart. The Snow Lady had been through so many things over the years. She still remembered how she hid in a cave when she was young and trembled, afraid that she would be eaten by powerful beasts. She still remembered how she was surrounded and almost killed by those cultivators time and time again. She still remembered the tragedy that happened when she was young. Everyone was dead. Her grandfather, father, uncles, mother, brother, sister, and so on. They were all dead. She was very afraid. She had no one to rely on. She grew up alone. When she was thirsty, she drank snow water. When she was hungry, she looked for wild fruits and vegetables. However, the place she hid in was covered in snow all year round. Many times, she couldn't find any wild fruits or vegetables. At this time, she dug out tree roots and ate them. Just like that, she slowly grew up alone. Chapter 45-57. Countless nights. The Snow Lady wept alone. Countless nights. The Snow Lady was so scared that she started to tremble. She really wanted to have a hug to lean on. But she never had a hug to lean on. Snow Lady grew up under the shadow of death. She seemed to become stronger and stronger. She wanted to live. She didn't want to die. So, after she slowly became stronger, she began to try to resist when she encountered danger again. But no. She only hid and escaped. Just like that. Snow Lady became stronger and stronger. She also became colder and colder. Snow Lady never thought about it. Most of the time, Snow Lady felt that she had a heart of stone. But today, Snow Lady cried. Because she felt that someone really cared about her. And that person was standing beside her. He was very handsome. His eyes were very clear. This was a pair of eyes that could make one lose themselves in them. He was so real. He appeared beside her just like that. Snow Lady once thought that she didn't need to rely on anyone after she grew up. But now she realized. No matter how strong a woman was, she needed someone to rely on. But Snow Lady was afraid. She was afraid that she would lose this person one day. Snow Lady looked at Lin Feng. Her face was a little pale. This was because Snow Lady thought of some terrifying things. She thought of some terrifying things that might happen in the future. When that time came, Lin Feng would also be implicated. This was the scene that Snow Lady didn't want to see the most. So, Snow Lady was still hesitating. But at this moment, Lin Feng pulled Snow Lady into his arms. Let go of me. Snow Lady bit her red lips and said. She was struggling gently. She only struggled a few times. But she couldn't break free from Lin Feng's arms. I'm not letting go. Tell me everything quickly. If you don't tell me, it means that you don't trust me, Lin Feng said. Snow Lady couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Perhaps she really couldn't resist Lin Feng. Or perhaps it was because she subconsciously didn't want to resist Lin Feng. The Snow Lady's heart was filled with sweetness. She realized that she liked Lin Feng's dominance. My real name is Meng Qianxue. I am from the Snow Clan. I come from the Snow World. The Snow World is one of the 3,000 macro worlds. It is an extremely beautiful place. My people lived a carefree life in this world until I was 6 years old. At that time, a terrifying cultivator invaded the Snow World and started a bloody massacre. Countless creatures in the Snow World were killed, including my people. They seemed to be looking for something, but I was too young at that time and didn't understand many things. I saw my family members falling into pools of blood one by one. The old servant who took care of me brought me out of the snow world. Many people chased after us, and later, even the old servant was seriously injured. The old servant brought me along and was lucky enough to avoid the pursuit of those people. After that, we arrived at the undying world. Not long after we arrived at the undying world, the old servant died, and I was the only one left. I hid in the world of snow that bordered the northernmost part of Sin Domain and the extreme north. Just like that, day after day passed, until I slowly grew up. Although not many cultivators went there were still some cultivators who went there. Some people saw me. Perhaps it was because of my appearance, or perhaps it was because they had other intentions, but they always wanted to catch me. The legend of the Snow Lady gradually spread from that time. Later, when I used the Snow Spirit Bonefire to ignite the divine fire, many people thought that I had the Snow Spirit Bonefire and wanted to catch me even more. The Snow Lady spoke very slowly. Her voice sounded very calm, but Lin Feng could feel the changes in the Snow Lady's heart. Her body was trembling. Lin Feng had the impression he was looking at a little girl. He was alone. Scenes of surviving in a world of ice and snow. The Snow Lady had experienced countless dangers over the years. She was able to survive. It was really not easy. Lin Feng hugged the Snow Lady tightly. Don't be afraid. You won't be alone in the future. I will be by your side, Lin Feng said softly. The Snow Lady's face leaned against Lin Feng's chest. Her hands hugged Lin Feng's waist. This feeling of hugging Lin Feng so tightly. It was really very comfortable. Was this the feeling of being protected? If it was possible, she really hoped that this could continue. If this was a dream, she really hoped that she would never wake up from this dream. Snow Lady, do you know what those people are looking for? Who are they? Lin Feng asked. The Snow Lady said, I'm not sure. They are very mysterious and very powerful. However, when the old servant died, he gave me something. What is it? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. It's a piece of bronze, the Snow Lady said. Then, she took out a piece of bronze and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the piece of bronze. Bronze was a unique product of the Bronze Age. The Bronze Age meant that it was ancient and powerful. The bronze in front of him was branded with countless runes. After seeing those runes, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Those runes were a type that even he didn't recognize. Lin Feng thought that he had a deep understanding of all kinds of runes. However, he couldn't recognize what those runes meant. Back then, when the old servant gave you this item, did he say anything to you? Lin Feng asked. The Snow Lady said, before the old servant died, he did say something to me. However, I was still young at that time. Coupled with the great changes in my family, I was in a daze. Therefore, I can't remember what he said clearly. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. If that was the case, wouldn't the clues be cut off just like that? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Before the old servant died, he gave this item to the Snow Lady. Obviously, it was because this item was very important. Could it be that those mysterious people who destroyed the snow world were looking for this piece of bronze? Lin Feng felt that even if the other party's target wasn't this piece of bronze, it must be closely related to this piece of bronze. Lin Feng asked, have you discovered anything special about this piece of bronze all these years? The Snow Lady shook her head and said, I've been trying to discover the secret of this bronze, but I've come up empty-handed. Lin Feng said, perhaps we need to take this piece of bronze back to the snow world. When the time comes, we might be able to find something. The Snow Lady sighed. That was the place where her family had died. That was her homeland. However, that place was also the place she was most unwilling to face. Brothers, we've been beaten to 9th place. Let's not give up. Let's charge forward. Chapter 45-58. Lin Feng knew what the Snow Lady was thinking. No matter who it would be hard for them to get over it. It was the same for the Snow Lady. However, the Snow Lady had to walk out of her sorrow. Otherwise, this matter would become her inner demon. If it really became her inner demon, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. Because in the future, in the process of cultivation, perhaps this inner demon would suddenly act up. At that time, if the Snow Lady wasn't careful, she might die. Of course, this wasn't something that Lin Feng wanted to see. Lin Feng hoped that the Snow Lady could live on well. He hoped that the Snow Lady could live on happily. Let the death of her loved ones be a thing of the past. If she wanted to overcome the fear in her heart and even her inner demon, she had to deal with this matter face to face. Therefore, if the Snow Lady wanted to overcome the fear and inner demon in her heart, she had to go to the Snow World personally. Lin Feng rubbed the Snow Lady's beautiful face and said, "I'll accompany you to the Snow World. No matter what happens, we will face it together. Moreover, your enemy is also my enemy. I guarantee that I will cut off their heads and offer them to your dead relative." The Snow Lady nodded heavily. The feeling of being protected by Lin Feng was simply too good. This feeling made the Snow Lady have an urge to cry. The Snow Lady originally thought that her tears had dried up, but only now did she realize that she could still cry. It was all because of this man in front of her. The Snow Lady didn't even know when she fell in love with this man. In the next few days, the mountain village became very peaceful. Lin Feng planned to continue deciphering the evil corpse ring. At the same time, he planned to enter the 13th level of the Chonglu demonic palace to see what was inside. Lin Feng took out the evil corpse ring first. Now, the runes of the Skyrending Hu, Scarlet Flame Golden Swanni, Ice-Armored Horned Demon Dragon, 8-Clawed Fire Centipede, and 9-Winged Celestial Dragon had been successfully deciphered by Lin Feng. Previously, Lin Feng wanted to decipher the Lightning Bat Dragon's runes, but he didn't succeed. Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the Emperor Lord Realm, Lin Feng felt that deciphering the Lightning Bat Dragon rune shouldn't be too difficult. Lin Feng began attempting to decipher the Lightning Bat Dragon runes. This kind of rune was indeed extremely difficult to decipher. However, it was just as Lin Feng had guessed. Although this kind of rune was difficult to decipher, it was not difficult for him. In the end, Lin Feng successfully deciphered the Lightning Bat Dragon Beast rune. There were only 3 types of beast runes left in the evil corpse ring. They were the Blue-Winged Sea Dragon Beast, the Sea-Cracking Mysterious Dragon Whale, and the Kue Ox Beast runes. Lin Feng attempted to decipher the Blue-Winged Sea Dragon Beast's beast rune. However, Lin Feng did not succeed, which made Lin Feng slightly disappointed. However, Lin Feng had already expected this situation. Lin Feng put away the ring. Then, he entered the Chonglu Devil Palace. There were many good things in the Chonglu Devil Palace. Therefore, every time Lin Feng entered the Chonglu Devil Palace, he would look forward to it. Although some of the things he obtained in the Chonglu Devil Palace were temporarily unusable. However, that did not mean that Lin Feng would not be able to use them in the future. He would need them in the future. When the time came, those things would definitely have heaven-defying effects. Therefore, Lin Feng was looking forward to the good things in the 12th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace. Just as Lin Feng arrived at the first level of the Chonglu Devil Palace, the Black Bear Sage appeared in time. "Master, you are here." The Black Bear Sage bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Bring me to the 12th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace." In the past, the Black Bear Sage would have directly brought Lin Feng to the 12th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace. However, the Black Bear Sage did not do so today. The Black Bear Sage said, "Master, today, we are going to the 12th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace. It is the last level." "Oh, the last level of the Chonglu Devil Palace?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He felt that it was a pity. Because, this meant, after exploring the 12th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace, the Chonglu Devil Palace would no longer be able to provide Lin Feng with powerful treasures. What a pity, what a pity. However, after thinking about it, he had already obtained many shocking treasures in the Chonglu Devil Palace. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel much better. One should not be too greedy. One should know how to be content. "Bring me to the last level of the Chonglu Devil Palace," Lin Feng said. "Yes, please follow me, Master," the Black Bear Sage said. Swish. In the next moment, a light flashed. Lin Feng and the Black Bear Sage both disappeared and reappeared. The two of them had already arrived at the last level of the Chonglu Devil Palace. This was an independent space. There were mountain ranges and ancient forests. There were rivers and streams. However, this place was very quiet. There were no birds or beasts. There weren't even any bugs. The Black Bear Sage retreated while Lin Feng walked around this space. This independent space was very special. Lin Feng felt that this place was filled with a special energy. It was hard to tell what kind of energy it was. However, since this was the last space, Lin Feng felt that there must be many extraordinary things about this space. Even though Lin Feng didn't know what was so special about that place, he still had a lot to learn. Lin Feng planned to search carefully. Perhaps he would find something. He walked all the way in. Not long later, Lin Feng saw a cultivator appear in the forest. That cultivator walked in front of Lin Feng. He was wearing a black robe. Lin Feng did not see his appearance clearly. Lin Feng did not even know when this cultivator appeared. However, no matter how fast he increased his speed, he was unable to catch up to that cultivator. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Was that existence an imprint here? Or was it a remnant soul? If it was an imprint, whose imprint would it be? If it was a remnant soul, whose remnant soul would it be? Could it be the Chonglu Devil Emperor? However, Lin Feng sensed carefully. He did not sense any soul aura from that existence. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that the possibility of that existence being an imprint was higher. Lin Feng's speed increased again. He tried to see if he could catch up to that existence. However, the situation was still the same as before. Lin Feng was still unable to catch up to that existence. This caused Lin Feng to frown. Just as Lin Feng was about to give up, the existence in front of him actually stopped. Then, he turned to look at Lin Feng. P.S. Brothers, have you completed today's mission? Can everyone work harder? I really want to cry but no tears come out. Many people are grinding the rankings. We have real strength. After the event ends, we will definitely be in the top 9. Everyone, work hard. Old Man Tu thanks everyone. Chapter 45-59. Lin Feng also stopped and looked at the cultivator. The cultivator was a middle-aged man, and he gave off a dignified aura. Lin Feng had a strong feeling that this was the imprint of Demon Emperor Chonglu. Are you giving up just like that? The path of cultivation is filled with difficulties and dangers, and any small matter might cause a cultivator to be annihilated. All we cultivators can do is persevere, and only by moving forward with a Tao heart and never giving up would we be able to complete transcendence, the cultivator said. Lin Feng's spirit was slightly lifted. The man was talking to him as if he was a person of flesh and blood standing beside him. What's going on? Lin Feng was puzzled. If it was just an imprint, could it achieve such power? As if he knew what Lin Feng was thinking, the cultivator continued, this is indeed my imprint, but it's fused with a remnant of my soul. I've been waiting for someone to come here, and now you've finally arrived. You're Senior Demon Emperor Chonglu? Lin Feng looked at the man and asked. Yes. The man nodded. Lin Feng was shocked. It was really Demon Emperor Chonglu. His temperament was extraordinary, and he was indeed a hero. He was admirable. He was worshipped. Thank you for the treasures you left behind, Senior. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. Demon Emperor Chonglu said, to be honest, I didn't leave behind much. Fortunately, these things will be of great use to you. I can sense a special power in your bloodline. Does your bloodline contain the power of destiny? Lin Feng found it unbelievable. This was just an imprint and a remnant of his soul, but he could sense the power in his bloodline. Demon Emperor Chonglu must have been a terrifying existence in the past. Lin Feng said, I have the bloodline of destiny. Bloodline of destiny? This is the first time I've heard of such a bloodline. However, this bloodline is called the bloodline of destiny. It seems like it has a lot to do with the Tao of destiny. Perhaps this is where the fate between us lies. Everything has its own cause and effect. Demon Emperor Chonglu looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng was puzzled. He felt that Demon Emperor Chonglu was implying something, but Lin Feng did not say much. If it was really as he guessed, then Lin Feng felt that Demon Emperor Chonglu would explain everything to him. At this time, Demon Emperor Chonglu said, "Before I fell, I went deep into an extremely dangerous place to look for something." Lin Feng's spirit was slightly lifted. Obviously, Demon Emperor Chonglu was going to say something extremely important. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. That is an extremely important item. It is condensed from the Great Tao and rarely appears in this world. That thing is called the Water of Destiny. Water of Fate. Lin Feng's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. The Water of Destiny had the word destiny in it, so it was clearly related to destiny. Lin Feng instantly thought of a possibility. Could the Water of Destiny help him awaken his destiny bloodline on a deeper level? Of the 3 bloodlines Lin Feng had awakened, the Undying bloodline had awakened 4 times. The Sovereign bloodline had awakened twice. As for the Destiny bloodline, it had only awakened once and had yet to undergo a deeper level of awakening. When a bloodline awakened for the first time, a cultivator would gradually be able to use the bloodline. All kinds of bloodlines would begin to display their terrifying might and would need to undergo a deeper level of awakening. The Destiny bloodline was inherited from his father, Lin Beitian. Lin Feng naturally hoped that his Destiny bloodline would undergo a deeper level of awakening. If his Destiny bloodline underwent a deeper level of awakening, Lin Feng felt that he might obtain some unimaginably powerful abilities. This was something that Lin Feng was very much looking forward to seeing. Besides, Lin Feng had a mysterious and unfathomable feeling about his Destiny blood. The main reason was that Lin Feng didn't know much about Destiny bloodlines. Demon Emperor Chonglu said, "The Water of Destiny can have a tempering effect on your Destiny bloodline. It should be able to temper your Destiny bloodline to the point of awakening." Lin Feng said, "Where is the Water of Destiny? Senior, please bestow the Water of Destiny to me." Demon Emperor Chonglu said, "The Water of Destiny is in a pool deep in the mountain range." Hearing this, Lin Feng was overjoyed. He could go there to take a look later. Demon Emperor Chonglu said, "The reason why I'm waiting for a fated person is that I want this fated person to do something for me. No matter what it is, I will do my best to help you." Lin Feng said. Demon Emperor Chonglu looked at Lin Feng with gratification and said, "Thank you, young friend." Then he continued, "Here's the thing. Back then, something happened to my daughter's body. After she fell into a deep sleep, I sealed her in Chonglu Demon City. I don't know how she is now. I hope you can go to Chonglu Demon City and wake my daughter up." "Of course, no problem. I just don't know where Chonglu Demon City is?" Lin Feng asked. "It is in the Demon Realm. When you reach the Demon Realm, you can find out the location of Chonglu Demon City by asking around." Demon Emperor Chonglu said. "Okay." Lin Feng replied. Then Demon Emperor Chonglu took out an item. It was a bracelet. It was a bracelet formed by a total of 8 crystal beads strung together. "If she wakes up, give this to her." Demon Emperor Chonglu said. Demon Emperor Chonglu said. His eyes were filled with longing and sadness. No matter how strong a person was, there would always be something that made them worried or difficult to let go of. Demon Emperor Chonglu was the same. Then, his body began to slowly dissipate. "Senior, rest in peace." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He knew that when Demon Emperor Chonglu's body completely dissipated, Demon Emperor Chonglu would completely disappear from this world. Demon Emperor Chonglu's body turned into energy and then dissipated between heaven and earth. Demon Emperor Chonglu dissipated. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He calmed himself down and walked toward the depths of the mountain range. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the mountain range in front of him. He saw a pool. The energy of heaven and earth was constantly flowing into the pool and being absorbed by the pool. When he arrived here, Lin Feng felt that his destiny bloodline was fluctuating violently. He felt that his destiny bloodline was about to awaken on its own. The water of destiny. The water in the pool must be the water of destiny that Demon Emperor Chonglu had mentioned. P.S. Brothers, don't forget to do missions and push up the points. They are about to fall. I am tired and want to cry. This is the second update. Old Man 2, continue writing. Chapter 4560. This pool of water of destiny should be able to help me undergo a deeper awakening, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Seeing so much water of destiny, Lin Feng was actually feeling very happy. Originally, he was worried that there was only a small amount of water of destiny and that it wouldn't be able to help him undergo a bloodline awakening. But now, perhaps his worries were unfounded. Lin Feng had a feeling that the water of destiny should be able to help him undergo a bloodline awakening. Lin Feng took off his clothes. Then, he jumped into the pool. Next, he began to circulate his bloodline of destiny. Very soon, Lin Feng's bloodline of destiny awakened. As the bloodline of destiny began to circulate, the special energy within the pool began to continuously flow into Lin Feng's body. Then, it was absorbed by Lin Feng's body. That special energy should be a type of destiny energy. In reality, any Tao could produce different kinds of energy. For example, the destiny energy produced by the Tao of destiny was actually very different. As the destiny energy within the pool surged into his body, Lin Feng felt his bloodline of destiny begin to circulate faster and faster. Every time his bloodline of destiny began to circulate, it seemed to undergo a transformation. This feeling was simply too comfortable. Time slowly passed. More and more destiny energy began to fuse with Lin Feng's bloodline of destiny. Lin Feng's bloodline of destiny was also constantly changing. It was constantly improving. For Lin Feng, this was an unprecedented feeling of comfort. After an unknown amount of time, a treasured sword condensed within Lin Feng's dantian. That treasured sword was the Sword of Destiny. Lin Feng's bloodline of destiny began to undergo a deeper awakening. Furthermore, a Sword of Destiny had condensed within his dantian. Sword of Destiny, sever the fetters of destiny. Not bad, not bad. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Then, he flew out of the pool. Then, he put on his clothes. At this moment, the pool had become very ordinary. This was because Lin Feng had absorbed all of the power of destiny. The deeper transformation of the destiny bloodline was extremely important to Lin Feng because he could feel that the power contained within the destiny bloodline had grown even stronger. Although Lin Feng hadn't made any breakthroughs in his cultivation realm, Lin Feng's battle prowess had actually increased greatly after the bloodline awakening. Of course. Furthermore, the formation of the Sword of Fate would be of great help to Lin Feng. Another thing was that Lin Feng had a completely new understanding of the way of destiny as his destiny bloodline awakened at a deeper level. This was also an extremely important point. This was because the Tao of Fate was simply too important to Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked out of the Chonglu Devil Palace. The harvest this time was really too big, making Lin Feng extremely satisfied. Just as Lin Feng came out, he heard an extremely noisy noise coming from outside. He didn't know what was going on outside. Lin Feng quickly walked out and saw many villagers outside. In the center of the village, the brothers Xia Zongjuan and Xia Zongshan were roaring like wild beasts. Their 7 orifices were bleeding non-stop. Even the pores on his body were bleeding. It looked like they were about to go berserk. What's going on? Lin Feng asked with a grave expression. Lin Gongzi is here. Many people were overjoyed when they saw Lin Feng. Xia Zongjuan and Xia Zongshan's situation was too frightening. The others were also helpless. Everyone placed their hopes on Lin Feng. Everyone opened up a path for Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked to a seat closer to the center. They were cultivating earlier. I don't know what happened, but they suddenly became like this. Did something happen during their cultivation? Many people looked at Xia Zongjuan and Xia Zongshan worriedly. Everyone knew how frightening it was to go berserk. Once a cultivator went berserk, it was very likely that they would die suddenly. It wasn't as if no one in the Xia village had gone berserk. The old village chief had died not long ago. If the 2 grandsons of the old village chief were to die as well, many people in the village would feel ashamed of the old village chief. They felt that they had not taken good care of Xia Zongjuan and Xia Zongshan. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at Xia Zongjuan and Xia Zongshan. If they had gone berserk, Lin Feng would not dare to touch their bodies. Lin Feng was not worried that the two brothers would hurt him. Lin Feng was worried that if an external force came into contact with the two brothers who had gone berserk, it was very likely that the two brothers would die immediately. Snow Lady heard the commotion and walked over. Lin Feng looked at Snow Lady and asked, "Do you think they've gone berserk?" Snow Lady replied, "It looks like it, but I don't think so." Actually, Lin Feng had the same feeling. The situation of the two brothers going berserk was very similar. However, this was only on the surface. It was hard to say whether they had gone berserk or not. A voice in Lin Feng's heart told him this. Xie Zhongjuan and Xie Zhongshan were not going berserk. This feeling was very strange, but it was also very strong. After hearing Snow Lady's words, Lin Feng felt that perhaps they were not going berserk. If they were not going berserk, then what were they going berserk? Could it be the awakening of their bloodline? Lin Feng thought of another possibility. A shocked expression appeared on his face. "Look, their blood is changing. Why are there golden rays of light in their blood?" someone said, pointing at Xie Zhongjuan and Xie Zhongshan. Lin Feng looked over as well. Indeed, he saw a shocking scene. The blood that flowed out of the two brothers' bodies was actually glowing with a golden glow. At this moment, Xie Zhongjuan and Xie Zhongshan became much calmer. They were not as berserk as before. This scene seemed to confirm one of his guesses. The two of them. Were they really going through the awakening of their bloodline? Finally, the two brothers lay on the ground. Their minds were a little dazed, but they finally calmed down. They were no longer howling and roaring like before. The two brothers looked up at the sky, panting heavily. A shocking fluctuation was emitted from their bodies, and the fluctuation had yet to disappear. "Zhongjuan, Zhongshan, get up," Lin Feng said. Hearing this, the two brothers stood up. Lin Feng said, "Try using your magic to circulate the blood in your bodies." Xie Zhongjuan and Xie Zhongshan followed Lin Feng's instructions and began to circulate the blood in their bodies. When the blood in their bodies began to circulate, in an instant, golden light filled the sky behind them. In the golden light, an identical Saint King appeared from each of the three Saint Kings. The bloodline of the Sage Emperor. It's actually the bloodline of the Sage Emperor. The people of the Xia village are the descendants of the human race's Sage Emperor. When he saw the Sage Emperors that appeared in Xie Zhongjuan and Xie Zhongshan's bloodline, Lin Feng could not help but be extremely shocked. Chapter 4561. The Sage Emperor bloodline is the bloodline passed down by the Sage Emperor of the human race, which is what the undying world defines as the sinner's bloodline. The Sage Emperor bloodline is very rare. But any kind of Sage Emperor bloodline is incomparably powerful. For example, the Sage Emperor bloodline passed down by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It is one of the most powerful ancient bloodlines of the human race. Xie Zhongjuan and Xie Zhongshan actually awakened the Sage Emperor bloodline. Doesn't this mean that the two of them are the descendants of the Sage Emperor? Then the people of Xia village are also the descendants of the Sage Emperor? They are also the so-called sinner's blood descendants. Lin Feng completely did not expect that the people he interacts with day and night are actually the people he has been looking for. Lin Feng has always been looking for the sinner's blood descendants, and only now did he find them. But unfortunately, this lineage had completely declined. For many years, there were no experts who rose to prominence. And no one has been able to awaken the ancestral bloodline. Xie Zhongjuan and Xie Zhongshan finally awakened their ancestral bloodline after many years. This can be considered a great fortune for them. "I am the Shun Emperor, enlighten the people." Suddenly, the Sage Emperor's shadow behind Xie Zhongjuan and Xie Zhongshan spoke at the same time. The Shun Emperor. This Sage Emperor is actually the Shun Emperor. Previously, Lin Feng was looking for the Shun Emperor. And the skeleton that the Demon Lord obtained from the Demon Eye of the Netherworld was also the Shun Emperor's skeleton. So Lin Feng thinks that the Demon Lord and the Shun Emperor have a deep relationship. In fact, Lin Feng has an even bolder guess. When he first met the Demon Lord's memories were incomplete. Later, as his cultivation gradually increased, the Demon Lord recovered quite well, and many of his memories were restored. But there is one thing that makes Lin Feng very doubtful. Even if the demon lord recovered his memories, at most he would only recover the memories from the immemorial era. After all, he is a character from the immemorial era. But the demon lord is very clear about the matters of the past, even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors era. Moreover, the demon lord even knows many ancient characters that have disappeared since the immemorial era. These doubts made Lin Feng boldly speculate whether the demon lord had stolen other people's memories. Moreover, it was the memory of an extremely ancient expert. If he didn't, how could the demon lord know so many unknown things and ancient words that had been lost for a long time? Unless the demon lord himself was a reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. The demon lord could fuse with the remains of Emperor Shun. Lin Feng knew one thing very well. The evolution of all things in the world had a karmic cycle. How could the remains of Emperor Shun be so easily fused with other people's bodies? There must be a great karma involved in this. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve this. Therefore, Lin Feng made a bold conjecture. The demon lord is the reincarnation of Emperor Shun? This sounded a little inconceivable, and there was no way to prove it. After all, it was just Lin Feng's guess. His guess was wrong. It was highly possible. But no matter what, Xia Zhongjuan and Xia Zhongshan were able to awaken the bloodline of Emperor Shun. This made Lin Feng extremely happy, because Emperor Shun still had descendants living in the world. Emperor Shun's bloodline had not been severed. In the following period of time, Lin Feng constantly urged Xia Zhongjuan and Xia Zhongshan to diligently cultivate. The 2 brothers were both people who could endure hardships. So they cultivated very seriously. No matter how hard it was, they never once complained of being tired. This kind of character was worthy of praise. Only by enduring the most bitter of hardships could one rise above others. If one wanted to rise above others, one didn't want to suffer a little. How could there be such a good thing in this world? In addition, Lin Feng had been waiting for the Red World Fairy to come find him. If Lin Feng wanted to deal with the other 9 wandering cultivators, he had to borrow the strength of the Red World Fairy. Of course, Lin Feng also wanted to borrow the strength of Dugu Ya, the Savage, and the other seniors. But Lin Feng didn't know where they were. And the Red World Fairy was relatively easy to find. Lin Feng knew that after the news spread that an old friend was looking for her. The Red World Fairy definitely knew that he was looking for her. But whether or not the Red World Fairy had appeared, Lin Feng didn't know. On this night, Lin Feng was cultivating in his room. He suddenly felt as if there was a pair of eyes watching him in the dark. Then, a familiar feeling swept through his mind. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His face lit up. Had the Red World Fairy come? Lin Feng had originally felt that there was a rather special connection between him and the Red World Fairy. Now, this connection was even stronger. He walked out, and then, relying on this special connection, he flew all the way. An hour later, at the peak of a mountain, Lin Feng saw a figure. It was a beautiful woman dressed as a man. She was about 16 or 17 years old, and there were some small bells hanging on her body. When the night wind blew, the bell tinkled. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The Red World Fairy was so far away from him. She didn't go to the Xia family village. If he didn't have a special connection with her, didn't that mean he didn't know that she was coming? The Red World Fairy turned to look at Lin Feng. Her eyes were very beautiful and full of spirit. Perhaps no one would think that this woman, who looked like a 16 or 17-year-old girl, would be a woman with extremely terrifying cultivation and decisive killing. "Why are you looking for me?" the Red World Fairy asked. Lin Feng heard something different from the Red World Fairy's words. There seemed to be less unfamiliarity between them. This feeling made Lin Feng very happy. In fact, he quite liked being together with the Red World Fairy. Although this woman was very powerful, the feeling of conquering her would definitely be very good, right? "I need your help," Lin Feng said. "I'm very busy. How would I have the time to talk to you?" The Red World Fairy said calmly. However, she didn't leave. Since she had chosen to come, she must have guessed why he had asked her to come. Lin Feng said, "Of course, I know that the fairy is busy. But as old friends, We should still have time to help each other, right? In the past, Lin Feng had always called the Red World Fairy Celestial Lord. But today, Lin Feng called the Red World Fairy Fairy. The Red World Fairy obviously heard Lin Feng's new way of addressing her. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. The Red World Fairy said, "You've become bolder." Lin Feng naturally knew why the Red World Fairy said that. Lin Feng said, "You're so young and so beautiful. It's too awkward to call you the Red World Fairy. It's better to call you Fairy Hong Chen." The Red World Fairy looked coldly at Lin Feng, then waved her hand. "You're getting more and more impudent." An invisible force swept Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was instantly sent flying. Then, his body slammed into a mountain. Fourth update. Brothers, have you completed the mission? Have you voted for the recommendation vote? Remember to complete the mission. We're currently ranked 8th. We can be overtaken at any time. Brothers, let's surpass 7th. The 29th event ends. As long as we don't fall. Old Man Chu explodes with 20 chapters to give back to the brothers who support Old Man Chu. Chapter 4562. Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. The Red World Fairy was truly ruthless. She attacked as soon as she said so. She did not give him any face at all. However, Lin Feng soon discovered that the Red World Fairy's attack did not cause him much pain. It seemed that the Red World Fairy had held back her strength. In that case, the Red World Fairy was only trying to scare him. Fortunately, this meant that the Red World Fairy was not truly angry. She was just putting on a show. Perhaps it was because he had always referred to her as a venerable immortal, but now he was referring to her as a fairy. The Red World Fairy was not used to it, so she retaliated. "The fairy's strength has increased greatly," Lin Feng said with a bitter smile as he flew back. His words were indeed based on the actual situation. The Red World Fairy's strength had increased greatly. She had always been like this, and her cultivation had increased very quickly. Lin Feng was not particularly clear on what realm she was at now. However, the Red World Fairy was already able to cross realms to deal with cultivators of higher realms when she was still at a lower realm. Thus, the level of her realm could not fully reflect the Red World Fairy's true strength. "Speak. What is it?" The Red World Fairy looked at Lin Feng and asked. Her words were concise, as she did not want to waste any time. Lin Feng said, "It's like this. I want to establish a faction in the Sin realm to contend with the Sacred Army. It would be best if I could unite the Sin realm's bloodline. First, I plan to unite the 10 great loose cultivators and have them all submit to me. I have already subdued one of them, but the other 9 will obviously not agree. So, I plan to use some forceful means to get rid of them all. When the time comes, they will have to agree even if they don't agree. I need a helper to do all this, so I thought of you." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the Red World Fairy said, "I can help you, but what benefits will you give me? What benefits do you want?" "I can promise you anything," Lin Feng said. "I want your heavenly flame. Do you agree?" The Red World Fairy said. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. "I was just teasing you. Look at how scared you are." The Red World Fairy laughed. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really did not expect that the Red World Fairy would joke with others. "Fairy, you're really, really, too naughty." After thinking for a long time, Lin Feng found a word to describe the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy said, "What? Am I not allowed to joke around with others?" Lin Feng replied, "Of course not. I felt that you were even more what?" The Red World Fairy couldn't help but ask when Lin Feng stopped talking. "Even cuter," Lin Feng said. The Red World Fairy said coldly, "You're even more impudent than usual. Don't spout nonsense in front of me, or I won't be polite." As soon as he finished speaking, Venerable Immortal Hong Chen walked away. "Fairy, wait," Lin Feng said. "What?" the Red World Fairy asked. "Aren't you going to take a look at the mountain village? That's a descendant of Emperor Shun," Lin Feng said. The Red World Fairy said, "Emperor Shun still has a descendant living in this world. Not bad, not bad. I'll wait for you in front. Go and say goodbye." Don't make me wait too long. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and quickly returned. He explained the situation to the Snow Maiden. The Snow Maiden was getting along well with the villagers, and the children in the village were especially fond of her. They had always treated her like a fairy, and she liked to teach the children. The children's cultivation improved rapidly under her guidance. Lin Feng allowed the Snow Maiden to stay in the village because she liked it very much, and she could take care of Emperor Shun's descendants. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, so the Snow Maiden didn't object. However, before Lin Feng left, the Snow Maiden repeatedly warned him to be careful. Big brother Lin, are you leaving? When Lin Feng was about to leave, Xia Zhongjuan and Xia Zhongshan heard the commotion outside and came out. Although it was late at night, the 2 brothers were still cultivating, so they could hear the commotion outside. Lin Feng said, I'm going out to take care of some important matters. You 2 follow Sister Qianxue and cultivate. Don't relax or slack off. When I return, we'll check on your cultivation progress. Yes, big brother Lin. You must be careful, Xia Zhongjuan and Xia Zhongshan said. Lin Feng nodded and quickly left to meet up with the Red World Fairy. Then, the 2 of them went to the ancient Yumo city. When they arrived, Lin Feng met with Sovereign Yumo. Remove the news I told you to spread. Lin Feng said. Yes, young master. Sovereign Yumo replied. He couldn't help but glance at the Red World Fairy beside Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng told him to remove the news, it meant that the Red World Fairy had already found Lin Feng. Since she dares to address me as Venerable Immortal, it seems that this Venerable Immortal Hong Chen is definitely a powerful figure. Could it be that the girl who looks to be 16 or 17 years old is Venerable Immortal Hong Chen? But her life aura was a little too young. However, this wasn't something a subordinate should speculate about. As a subordinate, listening to orders and speaking less was what a qualified subordinate should do. Sovereign Yumo ordered people to deal with this matter. Then, Lin Feng said, send people to send invitations to the other 9 great wandering cultivators. Say that you happen to know of a mystic realm left behind by an ancient expert and plan to invite the 9 great experts to explore it together. Yes, young master. Sovereign Yumo's spirit was slightly shaken. He knew that Lin Feng planned to make a move against the other 9 great experts. Although he hadn't been in contact with Lin Feng for a long time, there was one thing that Sovereign Yumo knew. That was, Lin Feng was definitely a person with extraordinary intelligence. Since Lin Feng planned to make a move, he most likely had great confidence. Could it be because of the arrival of the Red World Fairy that he had such confidence? Sovereign Yumo didn't dare to ask and passed down the order. Soon, people went to the 9 great experts' residences to deliver the invitations. Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy temporarily stayed in the Yumo Palace. Half a month later, the 9 great wandering cultivator experts began to arrive one after another. Clearly, these 9 great wandering cultivator experts were also very interested in the ancient mystic realm that Sovereign Yumo mentioned. After the 9 great experts arrived, Sovereign Yumo invited everyone to the guest hall to discuss this matter. After the 9 great experts arrived, they discovered that there were 2 young human cultivators, 1 male and 1 female, sitting in the guest hall. They couldn't help but feel a little strange, but they didn't think too much about it. Their thoughts were all on the ancient mystic realm left behind by the ancient expert. 5th update, brothers, the popular character is now ranked 8th. Everyone help count, he's about to be overtaken. Old Man Tu thanks everyone. Chapter 4563. Supremacy You Fiend, the secret realm left behind by an immemorial expert you mentioned. Which immemorial expert did you leave behind? One of the experts asked Supremacy You Fiend. This person was a cultivator transformed from a golden condor. His name was Supremacy Golden Condor. Yeah, which immemorial expert left behind this secret realm? Why did Supremacy You Fiend go to such great lengths to gather all of us here? Stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us now. The group of experts said. They wanted to know which immemorial expert had left behind the secret realm mentioned in Supremacy You Fiend's invitation. At that moment, Lin Feng stood up and said, everybody, Yumo at the top of the Zun Qi layer didn't say anything about the mysterious world. Actually, Yumo at the top of the Zun-Chi layer didn't look for you, I did. What? That secret realm doesn't exist. Brat, who are you? Why are you looking for us? Supremacy, you fiend, what's going on? You actually dared to trick us 9 experts into coming here. What are you up to? When the experts heard Lin Feng's words, their expressions turned gloomy. They said coldly. They looked at Lin Feng, Supremacy, you fiend, and the Red World Fairy with unfriendly gazes. Because they felt that Lin Feng's group had worked together to trick them. Moreover, they felt that Lin Feng's group was definitely up to no good. Supremacy, you fiend, said, everyone, please don't be angry. This is what happened. Let me explain it to everyone. The experts' expressions turned gloomy as they waited for Supremacy, you fiend's explanation. Supremacy, you fiend, said, this young master before us is my master. Your master? The 9 experts were extremely shocked. Someone as prideful as Supremacy, you fiend, actually recognized someone else as his master. Moreover, the other party was merely a young human cultivator. They felt that Supremacy, you fiend, must have gone crazy. Supremacy, you fiend, said, everyone, there's no need to be so shocked. My master might be young, but his background is astonishing. He's destined to become the emperor of the human race in the future. High Lord Yumo, you're bragging too much. An expert sneered. High Lord Yumo wasn't angry and said indifferently, I'm sure you've all heard of my master's identity. Who is he? Someone asked. Lin Baitian's son, Lin Feng. High Lord Yumo said. What? Is he Lin Baitian's son, Lin Feng? Descendants of the sinner's blood? Crown Prince, son of Di Wudao's enemy. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. These experts looked at Lin Feng with cold gazes. If he captured Lin Feng and handed him over to Di Wudao, how many benefits would he be able to exchange for? Moreover, Lin Feng still had the Huyi bow and the ancestral Magus jade talisman on him. If they caught Lin Feng, they would be able to make a fortune. However, these people did not act rashly. They were still quietly observing the situation. At this time, Lin Feng said, everyone, I had High Lord Yumo invite all of you here because I want to discuss something important with you. Now that Doomsday has arrived, there are not many opportunities left for us. If you are still in your current state, you will definitely die when the Doomsday battle arrives. However, if you pledge your allegiance to me, I can naturally protect you and let you survive the Doomsday battle. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the 9 experts sneered. Shameless boasting. Brat, do you think you're amazing just because you're Lin Baitian's son? The one who's amazing is your father, not you. Besides, your father can't even protect himself right now. If you want to use Lin Baitian's reputation to show off, you're courting death. An expert sneered. Brat, hand over the Huyi bow and the ancestral Magus jade talisman, and we might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. At this time, another expert said. Obviously, these 9 experts already had plans to attack Lin Feng. Although they hadn't made a move yet, it didn't mean that they wouldn't. Lin Feng wasn't worried. With the Red World Fairy here, what was there to worry about? Even if the Red World Fairy wasn't here, Lin Feng wasn't worried. This was because if Lin Feng wanted to leave, 9 quasi-true immortals wouldn't be able to stop him. Only true immortals could stop Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, I invited all of you here with good intentions to give you riches and honor. However, do you mean that you don't want to cooperate with me? If that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Brat, don't you know what you're capable of? How dare you speak to us in such a manner? Brat, you're not living in a dream, right? With your little cultivation, you dare to be impudent in front of us? You simply don't know how the word death is written. One expert after another looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They were full of ridicule and disdain for Lin Feng. Clearly, they didn't place Lin Feng in their eyes at all. In their eyes, Lin Feng was just a minor character. If they wanted to deal with Lin Feng, it would be a piece of cake. Exalt Yumo said, everyone, since we've known each other for a while, I advise you to obediently acknowledge my young master as your master. If you don't cooperate, you'll regret it when the time comes. As soon as Exalt Yumo finished speaking, another expert said mockingly, Exalt Yumo, your servility is really heavy. I didn't expect you to be such a slave before. No matter what, you're still a quasi-true immortal expert, yet you're willing to be a slave. You've really thrown away the face of us cultivators. To know you, we must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Exalt-Yumo trembled in anger at this expert's words. His gaze was gloomy, but he didn't say anything else. Let's do it. I'll deal with this brat. Brother Golden Eagle, deal with that woman. The rest of you, deal with Exalt-Yumo. An expert said. Okay, the rest agreed. Then, the group split up and charged at Lin Feng, the Red World Fairy, and Exalt-Yumo. But at this moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the Red World Fairy's body. When that terrifying aura spread out, the 9 experts all froze. The bodies of the 9 experts were instantly fixed in place. They felt that they could no longer take another step forward. They could feel their souls trembling. They felt as if their bodies didn't belong to them anymore. Exalt-Yumo couldn't help but be shocked. The Red World Fairy didn't target him, but he could feel how terrifying the aura from the Red World Fairy's body was. True immortal. You're a true immortal. The 9 experts looked at the Red World Fairy in fear. Chapter 4564. Lin Feng didn't know what realm the Red World Fairy was at, but the Red World Fairy's combat strength had reached the true immortal realm. Lin Feng didn't find it strange because Hong Chen was a terrifying cultivator. Back in the days, during the great battle of the continent of the 9 regions, he had been extremely strong. Lin Feng's cultivation was still very weak. At that time, the Red World Fairy was already able to compete with the Emperor. One could imagine how terrifying the Red World Fairy's strength was. After so many years, the Red World Fairy's combat strength had naturally reached an unfathomable level. Although the 9 quasi-true immortals in front of him were powerful, there was still a big gap between them and the Red World Fairy. The 9 quasi-true immortals were shocked, and so was Supremacy Yumo. When Supremacy Yumo first saw the Red World Fairy, he felt that the Red World Fairy was too young. Of course, at that time, Supremacy Yumo didn't underestimate the Red World Fairy. After all, someone who dared to be called an immortal supremacy must have an extremely tyrannical cultivation. However, Supremacy Yumo didn't expect that a young cultivator like the Red World Fairy was already terrifying to this extent. At this time, Supremacy Yumo realized that Lin Feng's background wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Those who believe in me will have eternal life. Lin Feng stepped out, his voice filled with a mysterious feeling. Lin Feng arrived in front of Supremacy Golden Condor. Then, he gently tapped the space between Supremacy Golden Condor's eyebrows. Suddenly, a powerful purification power poured into Supremacy Golden Condor's mind. You want to purify me? No, 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 I will never be your slave. Supremacy Golden Condor roared in horror. He wanted to struggle. However, his body was suppressed by the Red World Fairy's aura. He couldn't struggle at all. Supremacy Golden Condor couldn't resist Lin Feng's purification. This time, Lin Feng's attack was truly too overbearing. Not long after, Reverend Golden Condor was converted by Lin Feng. Thank you, young master, for teaching me to do good. Reverend Golden Condor clasped his hands together and looked at Lin Feng with a sincere expression. What an overbearing great purification technique. The rest of the people's expressions changed drastically when they saw Reverend Golden Condor. Right now, Reverend Golden Condor seemed to have lost his mind. It was as if he had become a walking corpse. Anyone who saw Venerable Lord Golden Condor in this state would be greatly affected. This was the terrifying aspect of the great purification technique. Once a person was converted, those who were converted would become walking corpses. Now, Reverend Golden Condor had become a walking corpse. They were completely under Lin Feng's command. When Lin Feng told it to go west, it didn't dare to go east. When Lin Feng told it to commit suicide, it didn't dare to continue living. Lin Feng nodded at Reverend Golden Condor and walked towards the second expert. This person was a cultivator transformed from a 9-headed demon wolf. His name was Reverend Demon Wolf. Seeing Lin Feng walk over, Reverend Demon Wolf began to beg for mercy. He said, Lin Gongzi, please have mercy. I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. I beg Lin Gongzi not to convert me. I'll be loyal and devoted in the future. Lin Feng ignored Reverend Demon Wolf's pleas. There was only one chance. Lin Feng had already given them a chance. However, these people didn't take it. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't give them another chance. Those who believe in me will have eternal life, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Then, he gently tapped Reverend Demon Wolf's glabella. A powerful force of conversion continuously poured into Reverend Demon Wolf's mind. Reverend Demon Wolf wanted to resist. However, he suffered the same fate as Reverend Golden Condor. He couldn't resist at all. In the end, he was also converted by Lin Feng. Don't convert us. We're willing to submit. We'll definitely be loyal and devoted. One by one, the experts pleaded loudly. However, Lin Feng didn't pay attention to their pleas at all. He continued to convert others. Seeing Lin Feng convert one expert after another, Reverend Yu Mo, who was at the side, was horrified. However, he was also incomparably glad. Fortunately, he took the initiative to acknowledge Lin Feng as his master. Otherwise, he might have been converted by Lin Feng. At that time, he would be the same as these people. He had completely lost himself and was almost like a walking corpse. What was the point of such a life? In the end, the 9 experts were converted by Lin Feng one after another. Other than Reverend Golden Condor and Reverend Demon Wolf who were at the front. The other 7 experts were Reverend Elk Deer, Reverend Feng Ju, Reverend Evil Kuan, Reverend Blood Crow, Reverend Ju Yang, Reverend Sky Surveyor, and Reverend Sky Devouring. Now that Lin Feng had converted 9 experts, including Reverend Yu Mo, Lin Feng already had 10 quasi-immortal level experts under his command. Today, the Sacred Legion will definitely know that all of you have gathered here with High Lord Yu Mo. The Sacred Legion will definitely investigate the purpose of your gathering. After leaving Yu Mo Palace, spread the news that High Lord Yu Mo knows of an ancient expert's mystic realm and invited all of you to explore the mystic realm together. However, all of you didn't reach an agreement on the distribution of benefits, so it fell through. Lin Feng said. Yes, young master. The 9 experts hurriedly replied. Lin Feng continued, when you return, you'll recruit people. You must recruit more experts. Don't worry. As long as you're loyal to me, this young master won't treat you unfairly. We will definitely go through water and tread on fire for young master. The 10 experts immediately said. Lin Feng nodded. All of you have lived in Sin Realm for a long time. Do you know where the stronger sinners' bloodlines are hidden? The group shook their heads. Reverend Golden Condor said, the Sacred Legion's attacks on the sinner's bloodline are very severe, and their methods are incomparably bloody. Most of the sinner's bloodline were killed, and those who weren't killed are hidden deeper. However, young master, perhaps you can go to the sinner's capital to take a look. Sin City. What's that place? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Reverend Golden Condor said, after the sinner's bloodline was driven to the Sin Realm, they established a kingdom in the Sin Realm. Later on, the sinner's bloodline was massacred and that kingdom was destroyed. The capital of that kingdom is the Sin capital. Perhaps there are some clues about the sinner's bloodlines in Sin City. Alright, all of you can return now. Lin Feng said. Yes, young master. The 9 experts bowed to Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy didn't stay in Serene Demon Palace for long. They left as well. Now that Lin Feng had subdued the 10 experts, the first step of his plan to establish a force in Sin Realm was complete. The next step was to find the descendants of the sinners' bloodlines. Lin Feng hoped to unite the sinners' bloodlines. This was a very powerful force. Brothers, we're now ranked 10th. Brothers, let's work harder and charge up. Old Steamed Bun wants to cry but has no tears. Old Steamed Bun begs for everyone's help. Chapter 4565. Outside the ancient city, Lin Feng looked at the Red World Fairy and asked with a smile. Fairy, do you want to come with me to Sin City to take a look? The Red World Fairy looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, looking for a free fighter? Lin Feng said. Of course not. I'm inviting you to Sin City as a friend. The Red World Fairy said, you and I are not friends, so I refuse your invitation." As soon as he finished speaking, Honorable Immortal Hong Chen disappeared on the spot. After the Red World Fairy left, Lin Feng could not help but mutter, "That's right. We're not friends. We're lovers." Bang. But the next moment, Lin Feng was sent flying by an invisible force. The Red World Fairy's voice resounded in his ears. "If you dare to spout nonsense again, I won't let you off so easily next time." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The Red World Fairy had already left. Could she still hear his muttering? Wasn't this woman a little too perverted? Or could it be that the Red World Fairy had not left at all? Was she hiding in the dark and spying on him? Peeping Tom. Ah! Lin Feng wailed inwardly. Lin Feng did not stay where he was. He got up from the ground and flew toward Sin City. Sin City. It had a long history. It could be considered a famous ancient city in Sin Realm. But ever since the dynasty established by the Sinner's bloodline was destroyed, Sin City was no longer prosperous. Some people were imprisoned here. These people were mainly the in-laws of the Sinner's bloodline. Back then, the Sinner's bloodline had been massacred in large numbers. As for the relatives of the Sinner's bloodline, even though they did not have the Sinner's bloodline, they were still implicated. These people were also massacred by the Sacred Army. The casualties were extremely heavy. However, this incident caused a huge uproar in the Undying Realm, and many factions were extremely dissatisfied. After all, it was fine if you were dealing with the Sinner's bloodline. Why must you slaughter innocent people wantonly? Under the pressure from all sides, the Sacred Army had not completely massacred the Sinner's bloodline in-laws. However, most of the Sinner's bloodline in-laws who were lucky enough to survive were imprisoned in the Sin capital. They basically had no chance of leaving the city of Sin. Sinful City used to be very lively in the past, but when Lin Feng came here, it was a completely different scene. This place was lifeless, as if he had come to a place filled with despair. As Lin Feng walked down the street, he saw quite a few cultivators like Lin Feng. After all, Sin City was a huge ancient city. Moreover, this ancient city was an extremely important place. Thus, there were quite a few people who came here to rest and do business. However, the city of Sin was heavily guarded. Therefore, the cultivators who passed through this place were extremely cautious. He would not speak carelessly here. If the Sacred Legion heard him, he would not speak carelessly. At that time, it wouldn't end well. "Little brother, I see that your face is very handsome. With one look, I can tell that you are someone with great luck. This old man just happens to have a treasure here that is fated to be with young noble. Whether or not you can obtain this treasure will depend on young noble's sincerity." At this time, an old man came to Lin Feng's side. With the demeanor of a martial arts master, he promoted the so-called treasure to Lin Feng. This kind of situation often gave people the feeling that they had met a swindler. Lin Feng also felt that this old man in front of him might be a swindler, but he didn't drive him away. This was because this old man was as thin as firewood. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body didn't seem to be particularly good. Lin Feng's heart was moved by compassion. "What is it?" Lin Feng asked. "A map," the old man said. "Map? What map?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. "A cloud-piercing arrow, a magnificent army will come to meet you. Rumor has it that this map can lead you to an invincible army of the past. This is a token. When the time comes, young noble can take this token and become the leader of that invincible army," the old man said. After hearing the old man's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He originally thought that the old man was just trying to sell him some secret manuals of cultivation methods and divine abilities. Who would have thought that this old man was promoting a map related to an invincible army? No matter how he looked at it, it sounded like he had met a swindler. Lin Feng said with a smile that wasn't a smile. "With such a map, why don't you go look for it yourself? If you can find that invincible army, won't you become the leader of that army? At that time, you'll be awesome." The old man said seriously, "Actually, I also looked for it, but I didn't find it. Of course, it's not that there's a problem with my map. It's because I don't have the opportunity, so I've been waiting for the fated person to appear. Young noble is clearly that fated person. Hearing this, Lin Feng only wanted to say, "Who are you trying to fool?" At this time, the old man handed the map to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the map and looked at it. He saw a special symbol on the map. The symbol was in the shape of a lightning bolt. Lin Feng asked, "What does this lightning bolt mean?" The old man said, "This invincible army is called the Lightning Corps." Lightning Corps? What kind of corps is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Why did the name sound so strange? Why not call it the Lightning Corps? This name seemed to be cooler than the Lightning Corps. The old man said, "The Lightning Corps is an army with an extraordinary background." What's so extraordinary about the Lightning Corps? Lin Feng asked curiously. The old man said, "The commander of the Lightning Corps has a lightning bolt symbol between his eyebrows. That's how the Lightning Corps got its name." Is that a racial symbol? A member of the Lightning tribe? Lin Feng asked in astonishment. He thought of an ancient race in history, the Lightning tribe. It was extremely powerful in the past, but it was said that this race had been destroyed. That's right. The commander was a member of the Lightning tribe. It's said that his name was Mu Xiuhan. Later on, he formed the Lightning Corps. Perhaps you don't know how terrifying the Lightning Corps is, but I've heard that it was one of the strongest cultivator armies during the era of titled gods. Unfortunately, the Lightning Corps seemed to have fallen into a trap and was completely wiped out. In that case, this corps has already disappeared, and you're still asking me to find it. Lin Feng was speechless. The soul of the Lightning Corps hasn't been destroyed, and they've turned into an army of ghost soldiers. If you can find the Lightning Corps with the map, you can become its new master. Think about it, how glorious would it be to control a huge army of ghost soldiers? Of course, the most important thing is to control such an army. When the time comes, you'll be invincible, the old man said in an enticing manner. In that case, this map is really good stuff. I'll buy it. Name a price. Lin Feng said. Brothers, have you completed the mission? Everyone is a big shot, and they've eliminated us. However, we can't give up. Everyone, continue to complete the mission. Vote, 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 and reward until the last day. Chapter 4566. 100 immortal stones, the old man said. Lin Feng nodded. To him, 100 immortal stones was just the cost of a meal. To others, 100 immortal stones was already an astronomical figure. Lin Feng took out 100 immortal stones and handed it to the old man. The old man thanked him and hurriedly left, as if he was afraid that Lin Feng would go back on his word. Lin Feng looked at the map, which was full of twists and turns. This map doesn't seem to be complete. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Of course, he didn't really expect this map to be the token of the Lightning Corps. Lin Feng couldn't help everyone. However, he would do his best to help some people. For example, the old man from before. Little brother, you were scammed just now. That old man comes out to sell maps every day, and the maps he sells are exactly the same. A cultivator who had set up a stall nearby looked at Lin Feng with a gloating expression. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I know." The cultivator's eyes widened and he asked, "You know he's a scammer, but you still bought his things? Are you stupid?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "Can't I be happy? It's just 100 immortal stones. I spend more than 10,000 immortal stones for a meal. If 100 immortal stones were to be thrown on the ground, I wouldn't even bother to bend down and pick them up." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the corner of the gloating stall owner's mouth twitched violently. He didn't doubt Lin Feng's words. Because Lin Feng didn't seem to feel any heartache. Where did this rich man come from? If he had known, he would have tricked him into buying things. Lin Feng found an inn in the city of Sin to stay. He planned to go to the black market to inquire about the descendants of the Sin's bloodline and the marriage of the Sin's bloodline. Of course, he could obtain all kinds of information through the proper channels, but the information through the proper channels was usually controlled by some big forces. For example, the Sacred Core was very likely to control the proper channels in the city of Sin. It was fine to inquire about other things, but to inquire about the marriage between the descendants of the sinner's bloodline and the descendants of the sinner's bloodline, wasn't that just courting death? Perhaps before the information had been gathered, The cultivator army of the Sacred Legion had already come to capture them. The black market in Sin City was very lively. People came and went as foreign cultivators liked to sell all kinds of things here. He also liked to buy all kinds of things here. Lin Feng saw a female cultivator in front of him with a graceful figure. She was wearing a green dress, and there were a few snow-white foxtails under the dress. The nine-tailed Arctic fox was a famous fox spirit. Fox spirits were beautiful to begin with. The nine-tailed white fox was the most beautiful female cultivator among the fox spirits. Although Ning Cheng did not see the appearance of this fox spirit. However, judging from the reactions of the surrounding people and her graceful figure, one could tell just how beautiful that fox spirit was. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't so bored as to run to the front to see what the vixen looked like. He wasn't that bored, and he wasn't that lustful. Lin Feng stopped in front of a trading company. Generally, trading companies would sell all kinds of things, including all kinds of information. There were quite a few trading companies in the black market. The reason why Lin Feng stopped in front of this trading company was because this trading company was called Heavenly Talk Floor. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He originally thought that Heavenly Talk Floor was just an organization that sold information alone. But now it seemed that he was wrong. Heavenly Talk Floor didn't just sell all kinds of information. It also established a trading company. Lin Feng still remembered Su Yinran from the Divine Monarch City's black market. She was responsible for the operation of Divine Monarch City's Heavenly Talk Floor. Of course, Divine Monarch City's Heavenly Talk Floor was not the same as Sin City's Heavenly Talk Floor. When Lin Feng went to Divine Monarch City's Heavenly Talk Floor, it only sold all kinds of information. Perhaps it was because Divine Monarch City's Heavenly Talk Floor had just been established. One had to take one step at a time. One couldn't eat fatso all at once. Therefore, Divine Monarch City's Heavenly Talk Floor only sold all kinds of information for the time being. In the future, it would probably establish a trading company model. Only by doing so could one maximize one's profits. Obviously, many large organizations understood this principle. After Lin Feng entered Heavenly Talk Floor, a beautiful servant girl came forward to serve Lin Feng. "I want to inquire about some important information. Bring me to see your Heavenly Talk Floor's elder," Lin Feng said. The servant girl could tell that Lin Feng had an extraordinary bearing, so she didn't dare slight him. She respectfully said, "Please follow me, young master." Lin Feng nodded and followed behind the servant girl. The servant girl brought Lin Feng to a drawing room. She then poured some tea for Lin Feng. Then, he retreated and went to invite the elder. Not long after, an old man arrived. The old man's name was Su Mu. He had the same surname as Su Yinran. It was unknown if they were from the same clan. Both sides cupped their fists and sat down. Su Mu smiled and asked, "Young master, may I know what information you wish to inquire about?" Lin Feng said, "Information about the sinner's blood descendant." "How much do you know here?" Su Mu was surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to be here to inquire about the sinner's blood descendants. Thus, he couldn't help but take a deep look at Lin Feng and say, "The sinner's blood descendants are rather well hidden. It's difficult for us to inquire about them." Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his brows. Although he had mentally prepared himself, Lin Feng was still rather disappointed when he heard Su Mu's words. He then asked, "What about the sinner's blood-in-laws? What's the current situation?" Su Mu said, "Back then, about 70% of the sinner's blood-in-laws were slaughtered. Only the old, weak, women, and children remained. The sacred army was pressured into not killing them. However, the sinner's blood-in-laws were strictly guarded. Coupled with the fact that they weren't able to obtain any cultivation resources, their blood gradually died out. Many of the sinner's blood-in-laws gradually turned into mortal bodies and vanished from the world." Lin Feng frowned. The situation seemed to be much worse than he had imagined. "Does that mean the sinner's blood-in-laws have completely declined?" Lin Feng asked. Su Mu nodded and said, "You can put it that way. The natives of Sin City are basically the descendants of the sinner's blood-in-laws. There are many of them, and the atmosphere is lifeless all day long. There is no hope in life. However, These descendants of the sinner's blood-in-laws don't know much about the past. Perhaps there are some who do, but those people are very well hidden and won't reveal themselves easily. Lin Feng didn't obtain any particularly useful information during his trip to Heavenly Savvy Tower, which made him feel rather helpless. He had originally wanted to find clues about the sinner's blood descendants, but now, it seemed that it wouldn't be easy. After leaving Heavenly Savvy Tower, Lin Feng headed outside. He wasn't in the mood to stroll around the black market. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave the black market, the surroundings suddenly changed. Everyone on the street disappeared without a trace. Only he was left standing in the middle of the street. Chapter 4567. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Someone had actually set up an illusion here. Was this person trying to kill him? Who was it? Come out, don't hide your head and tail, Lin Feng said indifferently. A black-clothed cultivator with a sword on his back silently appeared in front of Lin Feng. This was a cultivator who had killed countless people, because Lin Feng could feel the aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood from him. This cultivator was very scary. Assassin? Lin Feng looked at the black-clothed cultivator in surprise. In the mortal world, Lin Feng had more contact with assassins. For example, the Nine Nether Assassin Dynasty. Back then, he was the one who destroyed this assassin dynasty. Of course, it was normal for the undying world to have an assassin dynasty. After all, there were so many forces in the undying world. What was so strange about someone forming a powerful assassin dynasty? It seemed that someone had found someone from the assassin dynasty to deal with him. The black-clothed man did not say anything, but a voice came from behind him. Hey, that's right. We are assassins who are here to kill you. Lin Feng looked behind him and saw a woman. She was extremely beautiful and charming. This woman had 9 fox tails. 9-tailed Arctic fox. It was actually the woman Lin Feng had seen before. He had admired this woman's graceful figure from behind, but Lin Feng had never thought that this woman was also an assassin. Lin Feng said in surprise, assassins are usually like this brother, wrapping themselves up like a dumpling. Yet, you appear in front of me so openly. Aren't you afraid that I will reveal your identity? The 9-tailed Arctic fox smiled and said, are you afraid that a dead person will reveal your secret? Lin Feng raised his brows slightly and said, it seems that you are extremely confident in your method. Do you think you can kill me? Of course. The 9-tailed Arctic fox said indifferently. Then, she laughed coquettishly, but how about this? I think you are quite good-looking. If you agree to be my manservant, I will spare your life. What do you think? Coquettish, fox, tanuki, Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk. The 9-tailed Arctic fox's gaze turned cold. She sneered and said, I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. If that's the case, then only death awaits you. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe the 9-tailed white fox's words. If he really agreed to submit and then swore an oath to become her manservant, he would probably be killed immediately. He wouldn't even be able to resist. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't agree. Your figure is not bad, and your looks are not bad either. You are barely qualified to be my bed-warming maid, Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Kill him. The 9-tailed Arctic fox said coldly. Su. At this time, the black-clothed assassin pulled out his sword and quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and quickly attacked the black-clothed assassin. However, he had only dashed out a few meters when the scene in front of him changed drastically. The surroundings turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Lin Feng found himself in the middle of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Within the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, there were endless yin corpses. Those yin corpses woke up one after another and rushed towards him. As for the assassin, he disappeared without a trace. Illusion. That vixen is so powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He opened his eye of origin. As his eye of origin opened and closed, all the illusions disappeared. Lin Feng was still standing on the street, and the black-clothed assassin had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. The long sword in his hand stabbed towards the top of Lin Feng's head. In the blink of an eye, it was going to be a sword. It was going to pierce through Lin Feng's head. At this critical moment, Lin Feng's right hand appeared in front of the top of his head. Then, his two fingers directly clamped the incoming sword. The black-clothed assassin's expression changed slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Feng to block his fatal sword. Lin Feng's other hand was about to slap the black-clothed assassin to death. However, Lin Feng suddenly felt danger. The next moment, on Lin Feng's left, right, and back, a cold sword appeared in the void. They all stabbed towards Lin Feng. There were a total of 5 people on the other side. 2 were in the open and 2 were in the dark. If the 2 people in the open had a way to kill Lin Feng, the people in the dark naturally didn't have to make a move. If they couldn't kill Lin Feng, the people in the dark would make a move. Lin Feng had sensed the surrounding heaven and earth before, but he didn't sense the people in the dark. Obviously, their concealment methods were very terrifying. They hid from Lin Feng's senses. This made Lin Feng quite shocked. Now, the people in the dark suddenly came out, wanting to catch Lin Feng off guard. The eyes of the 5 assassins flashed with killing intent. In their view, Lin Feng's aura had already been locked by them. So, now, Lin Feng had no way to avoid it. There was only a dead end. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Swish! With a flash of light, Lin Feng suddenly disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. At this time, the 4 assassins and the 9-tailed Arctic fox gathered together. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at these people. This assassin team was really too powerful. Their cooperation was seamless. It was the first time Lin Feng had encountered such a powerful assassin team. "You are different from other assassin organizations," Lin Feng said with a frown. The 9-tailed Arctic fox smiled and said, "Of course, we are from the Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty." Speaking of the Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty, the 9-tailed Arctic fox and the 4 assassins had an extremely arrogant expression. "Never heard of it," Lin Feng said indifferently. "A lowly person like you naturally has never heard of the Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty." The 9-tailed Arctic fox sneered. Obviously, she should be the leader of this assassin team. She was responsible for creating illusions to confuse and restrict the opponent. As for the other assassins, they were responsible for killing the opponent. Lin Feng said indifferently, "You really think too highly of yourself. Assassins are just a group of people who can't see the light of day. A very sad group of people. You actually have the nerve to show an arrogant look. Are you trying to deceive yourself? You don't know life from death." The 9-tailed Arctic fox's gaze suddenly sank. She stretched out her slender jade hands. Then, her hands continuously changed seals. Each seal was filled with a sense of mystery. Lin Feng realized that the surrounding scene had changed again. He once again looked from the street. It was as if the scene in front of him had turned into hell. There was a gloomy ghost aura everywhere, permeating between heaven and earth. The 9-tailed Arctic fox and the other 4 assassins had disappeared. When Lin Feng opened his Eye of Origin to see through the illusion in front of him, he was shocked to find that his Eye of Origin was unable to see through the illusion in front of him. Chapter 4568. Lin Feng had always been very confident in his Eye of Origin. Moreover, his Eye of Origin was indeed very powerful. It was very rare for it to fail. But today, Lin Feng's Eye of Origin had failed. Obviously, Lin Feng knew that the fox spirit must have used some unknown method to interfere with his Eye of Origin. That fox spirit was still very terrifying. Lin Feng did not dare to underestimate that fox spirit. After all, this Blood Prison Assassin team was very powerful. And to be able to become the leader of this assassin team, without a few skills, how could one become the leader? Others would not accept her. Lin Feng felt that danger was approaching, but he could not sense the whereabouts of the fox spirit and the other 4 people. The surroundings were filled with dense ghost chi. Cries that sounded like the cries of evil spirits resounded throughout the world. When the cries were heard, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Anyone would feel their hair stand on end. "If you don't come out, I won't be able to force you out." Lin Feng's face revealed a cold expression. He began to activate his haki. Lin Feng's epoch haki had completed its evolution. After the epoch haki evolved, the magnetic field power of the 4 layers of haki would be even more terrifying. Lin Feng activated his epoch haki, white tiger haki, azure dragon haki, and supreme haki. The powerful haki shook the void. With Lin Feng as the center, a very terrifying magnetic field was formed. There were waves of violent fluctuations around the magnetic field. Every fluctuation resonated with the void. Under the effect of the haki magnetic field, the fox spirit and the 4 assassins appeared one after another. There was one person in front of Lin Feng, one on his left, one on his right, and one behind him. They were only 5 meters away from Lin Feng. The fox spirit stood 20 meters away. Obviously, these 4 assassins had relied on the fox spirit's extraordinary methods to quietly approach Lin Feng. They wanted to launch a killing blow on Lin Feng. However, after they were enveloped by Lin Feng's haki magnetic field, they took the initiative to appear. Kill. The 4 assassins shouted coldly at the same time. They were already very close to Lin Feng. Moreover, the 4 of them were besieging Lin Feng together, so the 4 assassins were quite confident that they could kill Lin Feng. Assassins actually had a very good habit of killing people. They were used to assassinating their targets. They did not fight openly with their targets. The reason was that assassins cultivated assassination techniques. And assassination techniques were characterized by sneak attacks. While the other party was unprepared, he stabbed the other party to death. According to the usual practice, the 4 of them should have retreated after being exposed. What Lin Feng had to deal with was not 4 hands, but 4 people. Moreover, they were standing in front, behind, left, and right of Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng alone contend with their attacks? Even the fox spirit who was casting the illusion in the distance felt that Lin Feng would undoubtedly die. Therefore, when the 4 assassins and the fox spirit looked at Lin Feng, it was as if they were looking at a dead man. Just as the 4 assassins rushed toward Lin Feng began to use the troop's true incantation. The 4 assassins were indeed powerful. Their encirclement was very terrifying. A little carelessness could lead to death in their hands. But Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng knew the troop's true incantation. This was what Lin Feng relied on. When Lin Feng's troop's true incantation was activated, the 4 assassins' cold swords that were originally aimed at Lin Feng were all reversed. They turned to assassinate themselves. The 4 assassins looked shocked. They did not expect such a thing to happen. At this time, Lin Feng had already started. Swish. With a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared from his place. He used the instant movement divine ability. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of the assassin in front of him. Then Lin Feng used the divine finger and gently tapped the forehead of the assassin in front of him. Suddenly, a beam of light flew out and hit the forehead of the assassin in front of him. Puff! Blood spurted out. The assassin's body flew out upside down. Then, his body fell heavily to the ground, and his cold sword fell to the side. His eyes were wide open. Apparently, he died with grievances. Perhaps even until death, he did not expect that he would die like this. The other 3 assassins hurriedly put the cold swords in their hands into their storage rings. Lin Feng's means were so terrifying that it made them tremble in fear. You used the army mantra. The fox spirit looked at Lin Feng with an ugly expression. Lin Feng said indifferently, "At least you have some knowledge. This kid is more difficult to deal with than we thought. Let's go and report this news to the higher-ups. Then, let them send more powerful cultivators to deal with this kid." The fox spirit said. The other 3 assassins nodded. Then, they wanted to leave. Lin Feng's face showed a sneer. He said, "Don't you think it's too late to leave now? We want to leave. You can't stop us," the fox spirit said with a sneer. Obviously, she was very confident in her means. The fox spirit and the 3 assassins hid their figures. But soon, they found that they had entered a mysterious world. In this mysterious world, there were large forests, mountains, rivers, and so on. This was a small world. When a cultivator cultivated to the deity realm, he could gradually start to condense his own small world. But in reality, very few cultivators would condense a small world. There was a reason for this. First, condensing a small world would take a long time, which would delay one's cultivation. Secondly, although some minor worlds could increase a cultivator's combat power after condensing them out, most of the minor worlds that cultivators condensed out could only serve as storage spaces. If that were the case, they would be better off using storage rings to store items. That way, they would not have to waste so much time condensing out a minor world. In addition, even if condensing a small world could increase a cultivator's combat power, the increase in combat power was not as great as imagined. It was not as much as cultivating a few more powerful divine abilities to increase one's combat power. Therefore, very few people condensed their own small worlds. Lin Feng had condensed his own sovereign small world. Later, when Lin Feng had time, he would continue to condense his sovereign small world. The fox spirit and the other 3 assassins were very good at hiding. Lin Feng could not find them. So, Lin Feng directly took out his own small world and put them into his sovereign small world before they left. Lin Feng wanted to kill them in his sovereign small world. Chapter 4569. The fox spirit and the 3 assassins were also experienced and knowledgeable people, so they instantly guessed the current situation. The fox spirit said with a gloomy expression, "I didn't expect you to have condensed a small world." Lin Feng walked out of the void. He smiled and nodded, saying, "You guys are very lucky because you are the first batch of cultivators to be killed by me in my small world. In fact, my small world is only in its initial stage and can't provide me with a strong combat strength. However, although it can't provide me with a strong combat strength, my perception in this small world has greatly increased. Therefore, in this small world, you guys have nowhere to hide." The fox spirit said, "Lin Feng, do you really think that we have no way to deal with you? We assassins like to kill the other party in one blow. We found that there was no way to kill you in one blow, so we left. If it was a life and death battle, we still have the confidence to kill you, but this is not our style of doing things. If you are smart, you should know that letting us go now is the best choice." Lin Feng said, "Let you guys go? Alright, give me the concealment technique you have learned and I will let you go." "Lin Feng, you are forcing us," the fox spirit said with an ugly expression. The various powerful methods that these assassin organizations cultivated were absolutely not allowed to be leaked. Therefore, there were restrictions in their minds. If the various powerful methods that they cultivated were leaked or when their souls were searched, in order to protect those secrets, those restrictions would take the initiative to destroy their souls. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for Lin Feng to ask them to reveal the concealment technique. "Let's join hands and kill him," an assassin said. "Lin Feng, since you are courting death, then we will fulfill your wish." The fox spirit looked coldly at Lin Feng. She knew that since Lin Feng had asked them to tell him about their concealment techniques, they had to be careful. Lin Feng had already chosen to fight to the death with them. So much nonsense. "If you want to fight, then kill," Lin Feng said with a sneer. "Dragon form, tiger leap, eagle strike," the 3 assassins shouted coldly. They quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. The first killer turned into a giant dragon. Second place. The killer transformed into a ferocious tiger. The third life killer transformed into an eagle. In fact, what they were using was the combined attack of the 4 beasts. The 4 vicious combined attack technique was a top-notch combination attack passed down from the Blood Prison Assassin dynasty. The complete combination attack should be Dragon Form, Tiger Leap, Eagle Strike, and Leopard Kill. However, previously, Lin Feng had killed an assassin. Therefore, there were only 3 people left on their side. As such, he could only use Dragon Form, Tiger Leap, and Eagle Strike. Naturally, its power would be greatly reduced. Of course, although its power had been greatly reduced, it was still very terrifying. 1,000 phantoms. At this time, the fox spirit also used a powerful divine ability. This fox demon was proficient in auxiliary divine arts. For example, when he used 1,000 illusions, Lin Feng had the impression an endless number of images were appearing in front of his eyes. Some of the scenes were of enemies attacking. Some of the scenes were of beautiful women dancing with charming bodies. Some of the scenes were of evil spirits, fierce beasts, ghosts, and other things pouncing on him. The 1,000 illusions that the fox spirit used was very confusing. It was to make people fall into an illusion and then win the opportunity for the other 3 assassins to get close to Lin Feng. When the other 3 assassins arrived, they could use a surekill blow. At that time, Lin Feng would only have a dead end. But obviously, these people still underestimated Lin Feng's means. Facing their attack, Lin Feng directly condensed a ball of flame with the 6 heavenly fires. Then, he released the ball of flame. Boom, accompanied by the sound of an incomparably violent explosion. The ball of flame that Lin Feng released exploded instantly. The terrifying energy that could destroy heaven and earth instantly drowned the surroundings. The 1,000 illusions condensed by the fox spirit disappeared instantly. The 3 assassins who were hiding in the illusion also retreated in a panic. Although they had retreated very quickly, they were still blown away by the destructive energy formed when the ball of flame exploded. Wow! 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 The 3 assassins vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were as pale as paper. Their bodies had all suffered different degrees of injuries. However, these people all had top-grade healing pills. They hurriedly took some healing pills and recovered a lot of their injuries. You are much stronger than I thought, but it's still useless. You still can't escape death. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Feng took out the Huyi bow and the Sunshot divine arrow. Not good, it's the Huyi bow and the Sunshot divine arrow. Everyone be careful. The fox spirit couldn't help but exclaim. The 4 quickly released their defensive magic treasures. At this time, Lin Feng pulled the bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The Sunshot divine arrow flew out quickly and arrived in front of an assassin in an instant. The defensive magic treasure that this assassin brought out was a shield with a very powerful defense. However, the sun-slaying divine arrow instantly pierced through the defensive shield and pierced through the assassin's head. Then, the Sunshot divine arrow changed its direction and aimed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed the Sunshot divine arrow and continued to shoot. He locked onto the second assassin. Whoosh! The Sunshot divine arrow flew out again. The power of the Sunshot divine arrow was simply unimaginable. It instantly pierced through the void. Then, it arrived in front of the second assassin. The second assassin's defensive magic treasure was also pierced through. Puff! Then, the sound of penetration was heard. The second assassin was also killed by the Sunshot divine arrow. The Sunshot divine arrow then flew back to Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng now only had 1 Sunshot divine arrow. If the rest of the Sunshot divine arrows were also in his hands, he could get rid of these guys with just 1 pull of the bow. There was no need to shoot multiple times. Lin Feng pulled the bow and shot another arrow. The Sunshot divine arrow flew out for the 3rd time. This time, it locked onto the 3rd assassin. The 3rd assassin's face was ugly. He took the initiative to activate his defensive magic treasure and flew toward the Sunshot divine arrow. Meanwhile, he used a concealment technique and hid in the void. He wanted to use this method to block the attack of the Sunshot divine arrow. Lin Feng's face revealed a sneer. This guy was too whimsical. He was underestimating the Sunshot divine arrow too much. Once locked onto by the Sunshot divine arrow, no matter how hard he tried to hide, he would be discovered by the Sunshot divine arrow. The Sunshot divine arrow locked onto the opponent's aura and would always follow the opponent. It could even change its direction at will. This was the terrifying part of the Sunshot divine arrow. The Sunshot divine arrow pierced through the 3rd assassin's defensive magic treasure. Then, it flew to the left as fast as lightning. It seemed that the 3rd assassin must be hiding on the left side of his original position. The Sunshot divine arrow locked onto his aura, so it changed its original flight path. Puff! Chapter 4570. The 3 assassins were directly killed by Lin Feng with the sun-shooting divine arrow. Now, only the fox spirit was left. Her face turned pale. The battle prowess that Lin Feng displayed was too terrifying. And obviously, frontal combat was not the combat style that these assassins were good at. In fact, The assassins in these assassin organizations would often assassinate the strong as the weak. And it was easy to succeed. The reason why they could do this was that these assassins were good at killing and concealment techniques. But now, the killing and concealment techniques lost their effect in front of Lin Feng. Their killing techniques were restrained by Lin Feng's Bing mantra. Their concealment techniques were restrained by Lin Feng's domineering magnetic field. So, Lin Feng was the nemesis of these assassins. There was only one way for these assassins to deal with Lin Feng. If their attack failed, they would immediately escape. Besides this method, there was no other way. But obviously, it was too late to say anything now. I am willing to submit. Young master, please spare my life on account that I am a weak woman and have some beauty. I am willing to serve young master well. At this time, the fox spirit suddenly said in a delicate voice. She was a member of the nine-tailed Arctic fox clan. She was born beautiful and charming. So, at this moment, she was begging Lin Feng for mercy in a delicate and pitiful manner. Lin Feng was moved by compassion. Moreover, Lin Feng was also very curious about this blood prison assassin dynasty. Since this assassin dynasty had their eyes on him, then, in the next period of time, it might not be peaceful. If he could plant some spies in the blood prison assassin dynasty, it would also be good for him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng nodded. He said, "Good. Since you are so sensible, then I will take you as a maid. Now make an oath of loyalty to me." Hearing this, the vixen began to swear, "I, Su Ruyan, am willing to swear on my soul that I am willing to be loyal and devoted to Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi. I will absolutely not dare to be disloyal to Lin Gongzi. If I am disloyal to Lin Gongzi, I will be struck by lightning, my soul will be shattered, and I will die a horrible death." After the vixen made the vow, Lin Feng immediately felt an oath rune forming in his mind. This vixen's every move could not be hidden from Lin Feng. "Your name is Su Ruyan?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes," said the fox spirit. Not bad, not bad. This name is very nice. The name is very nice. The person is also very beautiful," Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng was in a good mood after taking in such a beautiful maid who could charm the world. Lin Feng asked, "How long have you been in the blood prison assassin dynasty?" Su Ruyan said, reporting to young master, "This servant has been in the blood prison assassin dynasty since childhood." "Oh. So, your ancestors should be in the upper echelon of the blood prison assassin dynasty, right?" Lin Feng asked. Su Ruyan shook her head and said, "That's not the case. The blood prison assassin dynasty will look for some extremely talented children. After finding them, they will use all kinds of methods to kidnap these children and then train them from childhood. This servant can't remember clearly what happened when I was young. This servant's memory starts from the assassin training camp." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a slightly surprised expression. It seemed that Su Ruyan had a rather tragic childhood. After all, the training camp established by the assassin dynasty must be extremely cruel. The assassins trained by the assassin dynasty could only be loyal to the dynasty and couldn't betray it. Moreover, the orders issued by the assassin dynasty couldn't be disobeyed. Otherwise, only death would await. No one could escape the control of the assassin dynasty. Of course, Su Ruyan knew that if the blood prison assassin dynasty found out that she had sought refuge with Lin Feng, only death would await her. However, if she didn't seek refuge with Lin Feng, she might be killed by Lin Feng later. Since she was going to die anyway, the sooner she died, the better. "How much do you know about the blood prison assassin dynasty?" Lin Feng asked. Su Ruyan smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, this servant is still not an assassin of the blood prison assassin dynasty." "Oh, not an assassin of the blood prison assassin dynasty? What do you mean?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Su Ruyan said, "This servant is still an apprentice assassin. The 4 people who were killed just now were also apprentice assassins. This time, we came to assassinate young master. This is the assessment mission. If we succeed in killing young master, we will complete the assessment. In this way, we can become real assassins. But young master is omnipotent. We failed." "What happened after you failed?" What will happen when you go back? Lin Feng asked. Su Ruyan said, after the failure, we will be idle for a period of time. During this time, the people of Assassin Dynasty will investigate why we failed. If we are suspected, we will be cut into pieces. Death by 1,000 cuts was also known as death by 1,000 cuts. It was an extremely cruel punishment. Lin Feng said, so, you don't know much about the Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty? Su Ruyan said, yes, young master. However, the Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty is very scary. In the past, even the 7th Heavenly Emperor was killed by the Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty. Hearing this, Lin Feng showed an extremely shocked expression. This Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty was really powerful. Even the 7th Heavenly Emperor was killed by them. It was hard to imagine how powerful this Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty was. The depth of such a force's foundation was not something that ordinary people could speculate. Lin Feng said, I want you to infiltrate the Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty. Then help me inquire about the power distribution of the Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty. Su Ruyan had long known that this would be her fate, so she nodded with a pale face and replied, yes. She sighed in her heart, but she didn't know what would happen if the Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty found out that she was a traitor. Perhaps, when the time came, the punishment would be even more painful than being cut into pieces. Thinking of this, Su Ruyan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of fear in her heart. At this time, Su Ruyan heard Lin Feng say, now that you have recognized me as your master, there is a karmic relationship between you and me. If you go back like this, if the higher-ups investigate, you may not be able to pass. At that time, you will be discovered by them. But you don't have to worry. I will use the Great Fate technique to change all the karmic relationships between you and me. No matter how they investigate you, they won't be able to find anything suspicious. You can stay in the Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty without worry. Hearing this, Su Ruyan was overjoyed. She quickly thanked Lin Feng. I control the Tao of Fate. I will change your fate. Those who believe in me will be immortal. Those who believe in me will have eternal life. The great power of fate, come. Chapter 4571. When Lin Feng's voice faded, the power of fate condensed. The powerful power of fate fell from the sky and poured into Su Ruyan's body. Su Ruyan immediately felt the power of fate flowing in her body like a gurgling stream. The power of fate enveloped her body like warm sunlight. This feeling was far too comfortable. It made Su Ruyan have the urge to moan softly. Fortunately, Su Ruyan resisted this feeling. If she really couldn't help but make a sound, it would be too embarrassing. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He was still wholeheartedly controlling the flow of the power of fate in Su Ruyan's body. Half an hour later, Lin Feng showed a relieved expression. He looked at Su Ruyan's beautiful face and said, okay, you don't have to worry about the people of the Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty discovering our relationship. Hearing this, Su Ruyan couldn't help but show a happy expression. Of course, Su Ruyan didn't want to die. She wanted to live a good life. Originally, she thought that returning to the Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty as a spy was a dead end. Now, she finally didn't have to worry about this matter. Moreover, Su Ruyan couldn't help but admire Lin Feng because Lin Feng's means were too terrifying. He could even change people's fate. Su Ruyan suddenly thought of Lin Feng's father, who was known as the person favored by fate and controlled the bloodline of fate. As the son of Lin Baitian, did her master also control the bloodline of fate? Perhaps, becoming her master's maid would be quite a good thing. Immediately, Su Ruyan thought of the words she said to Lin Feng before. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Would her master let her sleep with him? Lin Feng didn't know what Su Ruyan was thinking. He continued, if there is nothing particularly important, you don't have to contact me, but if you find something important after entering the Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty, you have to tell me. In addition, when you find out the background of the Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty, you have to report to me in a timely manner. Yes, this slave will remember. Su Ruyu hurriedly replied. You have to take good care of yourself in the Blood Prison Assassin Dynasty, Lin Feng said. Su Ruyu was slightly taken aback. She didn't think that Lin Feng would actually care about her. She was just a servant. Su Ruyan had never expected anyone in this world to care about her. When they were in the assassin training camp, these trainee assassins only had suspicion and killing. Where was the slightest bit of humanity? Not to mention caring for each other. After acknowledging Lin Feng as her master, Su Ruyan had never asked for such extravagant things. In Su Ruyan's view, she was merely Lin Feng's tool. A tool. How could he be qualified to receive master's concern? But now, Su Ruyan felt that she was not just a tool. In front of the master. Perhaps he was alone. Su Ruyan's charming eyes were filled with tears. Next. Tears flowed out of her eyes. Lin Feng said, "Why are you crying?" "I'm most afraid of women crying." Su Ruyan quickly wiped away her tears. At this moment, she was actually looking forward to it in her heart. At this time, Lin Feng said, "Go back and report. Be careful on the road." "Yes." Su Ruyan responded. There was a sense of loss in her heart for no reason. After Lin Feng and Su Ruyan came out of the sovereign small world, Su Ruyan also left with Lin Feng. After leaving the black market, all the illusions disappeared. The streets were bustling with people coming and going. Su Ruyan took a deep look at Lin Feng in the distance. She bit her lip slightly. There was a bit of bitterness in her charming eyes. Then she quickly left. Lin Feng naturally didn't know the emotional fluctuations in Su Ruyan's inner world. Lin Feng planned to return to his residence. At this time, there were many people around the corner of the street in front. He didn't know what had happened. Lin Feng walked over. He squeezed through the crowd and saw a young girl around 13 or 14 years old and a little girl around 5 or 6 years old kneeling on the ground. Then, there was a wooden board in front of them. On the board, there were the words "Sell yourself to bury your mother." Although the young girl was young, her appearance was very pure and lovely. The little girl was also very cute. However, they were a bit thin, obviously due to malnutrition. Poor Miss Wu. Her father died early, and now her mother died of illness. What a good family it was, but it was destroyed just like that. Some people couldn't help but sigh. "Move aside, all of you move aside." At this time, a loud shout was heard. Then, a group of more than a dozen guards separated the surrounding people. Then, a young master walked in. "It's Yuan Hua. This guy's uncle is the commander of the Sacred Army, and also the vice city lord of Sin City. This guy is a second-generation rich kid. This guy has done all kinds of bad things. Kidnapping women, forcing women into prostitution. What hasn't he done?" Some people whispered. "Yo, this little girl looks pretty good. A 13 or 14-year-old little beauty, so tender that water can be pinched out. This young master likes this kind of little girl. And this little thing, although she is young, her little face is quite pretty. After a few years of raising her, she will become a delicate little beauty. Men, bring this pair of sisters to the residence. Tonight, this young master wants to be the bridegroom." Yuan Hua immediately laughed evilly. Many people cursed this person in their hearts. In Sin City, there was a limerick. Sin City's young master, Yuan Ziyu. Once every 3 days, he will be the bridegroom. If only the heavens had eyes. Send down divine lightning to strike him to death. This Yuan Ziyu referred to Yuan Hua. Although Yuan Hua wasn't a good person, he liked to pretend to be cultured. Thus, he imitated scholars and gave himself a nickname. His name was Yuan Hua. Nickname Ziyu. Thus, he called himself Yuan Ziyu. Of course, the contents of this limerick were just wishful thinking for many people. The heavens wouldn't really send down divine lightning to strike Yuan Hua to death. "Young master, we can go back with you, but please bury our mother," the girl said. "If she's dead, so be it. Find someone to throw her into the forest outside and feed her to the wild beast," Yuan Hua said with a cold smile. His subordinates pounced on the girl and the little girl. "Big sister, I'm afraid." The little girl trembled in fear. "Tonga, don't be afraid. Big sister will protect you." The girl hugged her little sister. A cultivator had already arrived in front of the two sisters and reached out to grab the girl. Although the girl said she wanted to protect her little sister, she didn't have the ability to do so. She was just comforting her little sister. At this moment, the girl looked at the cultivator reaching for her with a frightened expression. Chapter 4572. The person who grabbed the cultivator's wrist was none other than Lin Feng. What Lin Feng couldn't stand the most was others bullying the old, weak, women and children. These people in front of him actually bullied a pair of little sisters like this. How could Lin Feng just watch and not do anything? If that was the case, then he wouldn't be Lin Feng. A real man has to do and not do. When a man encounters injustice in this world, he will be furious and blood will splatter in 5 steps. So, when it was time to make a move, Lin Feng had always been fearless. If he really provoked someone he couldn't afford to offend, it didn't matter. Just run. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. And obviously, Lin Feng didn't think that he couldn't afford to offend these people in front of him. Look. Someone has made a move. A cultivator exclaimed. This kid is too reckless. I'm afraid he doesn't know the other party's identity. Now that he has made a move, he will definitely anger Yuan Hua. At that time, he will definitely not be able to bear the consequences. That's right, Yuan Hua is not a kind person. Now, this kid who came out of nowhere actually dares to interfere in Yuan Hua's affairs. Isn't this courting death? Some cultivators began to discuss, looking at Lin Feng with pity. They knew Yuan Hua's character too well. Knowing how vicious and merciless Yuan Hua was, Lin Feng shouldn't have interfered in this matter. But now, it was extremely difficult to escape. Perhaps if he apologized to Yuan Hua, he might be able to get Yuan Hua's forgiveness. The girl looked at the little brother who had made a move in a daze. Then, her eyes revealed a look of hope. She naturally knew that she had met a good person today. The little girl curled up in the girl's arms and watched everything that was happening outside. For someone of her age, the world of adults was very complicated. Kid, are you looking for a beating? The cultivator whose wrist was grabbed by Lin Feng looked at Lin Feng angrily, his eyes filled with coldness. Slap. However, just as his voice fell, Lin Feng had already let go of his wrist, and then moved as fast as lightning. Before the cultivator could react, a slap had already landed on the cultivator's face. The cultivator was directly sent flying by Lin Feng. His face was smashed by Lin Feng. He fell to the ground with a plop, his body twitched a few times, and then he fainted. Heavens, that kid is so powerful. That cultivator is at least above the Emperor realm, but he was sent flying with just a slap. Uff. Many people started whispering to each other when they saw Lin Feng's incredible strength. Others felt that Lin Feng would not be able to escape this calamity. Someone even secretly transmitted a message to Lin Feng, telling him to leave quickly and not meddle in other people's business, lest he got himself involved. Of course, the other party had good intentions, but Lin Feng did not leave. Kid, you've got guts. You even dared to touch my people. Are you tired of living? Yuan Hua's expression immediately turned ugly. He looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression, and his voice was filled with killing intent. As the saying went, before beating a dog, one had to look at its master. Lin Feng had beaten his people to such a state. In Yuan Hua's opinion, Lin Feng was not giving him any face at all. Yuan Hua immediately wanted to kill Lin Feng. Scram! Lin Feng looked coldly at Yuan Hua. His eyes were cold. When he heard Lin Feng's cold shout, Yuan Hua's expression changed. Yuan Hua's expression immediately became extremely ugly. Lin Feng actually dared to tell him to scram in front of so many people. He did not put him, Yuan Hua, in his eyes at all. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had just heard. Lin Feng actually dared to tell Yuan Hua to scram. In everyone's opinion, Lin Feng's cultivation was not bad, but compared to Yuan Hua's group, he was still far from it. Lin Feng was just an outsider, but Yuan Hua was a local snake. Even a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Moreover, everyone did not think that Lin Feng was a strong dragon. Therefore, when Lin Feng told Yuan Hua to scram, everyone knew that the grudge between the two sides had been completely formed. Yuan Hua would definitely not let Lin Feng go. Many people felt that Lin Feng was too impulsive. Youth was sometimes a kind of capital, but young cultivators were often impulsive. Once they were impulsive, they would do things that were unpredictable. For example, what Lin Feng was doing now was unpredictable. Moreover, he had caused a big trouble. Everyone knew that Lin Feng was completely finished this time. Do it, don't kill him directly. Capture him alive. This young master wants to torture this brat ruthlessly. I want him to kneel in front of me like a dog and beg me to spare his life, Yuan Hua said with a gloomy expression. After hearing Yuan Hua's order, a group of people rushed towards Lin Feng. The cultivators who followed Yuan Hua had a high cultivation. Each of them looked fierce. They looked at Lin Feng with cold and murderous eyes. Just when everyone thought that Lin Feng was definitely finished, a terrifying aura exuded from Lin Feng's body. That aura spread out in all directions, and that terrifying aura suppressed each and every cultivator. Bang bang bang! Accompanied by a series of violent collisions, the cultivators who rushed towards Lin Feng felt as if they were struck by lightning. Those cultivators all suffered extremely serious injuries. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from their bodies. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood in midair. They fell to the ground motionlessly. No one knew if they were dead or alive. After seeing this scene, the surroundings instantly became silent. The onlookers looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a young saint emperor. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. This was too inconceivable. Lin Feng didn't even make a move. He only released a little of his aura. So many experts were sent flying by the impact. Among the experts who were sent flying, there was no lack of Emperor Realm experts. However, they couldn't even withstand Lin Feng's aura. It was simply too inconceivable. It was simply too shocking. Who is he? What is his strength? Doubts appeared in everyone's mind. Everyone was guessing Lin Feng's identity, Lin Feng's strength and so on. Kneel. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Hua indifferently. When his eyes met Lin Feng's, Yuan Hua was so scared that his whole body trembled. He didn't need Lin Feng to release his aura. He was already scared out of his wits. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. Too domineering, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Now they finally understood why Lin Feng ignored Yuan Hua. It was because Lin Feng was too strong. Moreover, Lin Feng's style of doing things was extremely domineering. However, this kind of domineering made people's blood boil.